Hey guys. All right, so sorry if you heard all of that. Um, Obviously everyone's just spawning in, so things are kind of loud. Welcome in. This is going to be the launch of the Moist SMP, which I am now part of. It's just a chill lore optional SMP with the Origins mod in it. They have a lot of the add-ons for the Origins mod, so they have tons to choose from. I actually struggled so much choosing an Origin that I ended up messaging some of my friends and being like, hey, what one should I pick? I'm the mouse. We'll get into that in game so you guys can see what it's like and everything once we get away from everybody. But for now, there's going to be a lot of lag because everyone's spawning in it, spawn and like loading in chunks for themselves and everything. So there's going to be some lag, but hopefully we can work through it. Why are my follow goals so low? Um, Sorry about that. Let me fix that. There we go. But yeah, so Moist SMP is just a chill invite only server. All of us are hanging out. Like I said, this is the launch, so a lot of us they've had two other seasons. I don't know if people have come back, but I really only just got to know people today in the Discord. We're using proximity chat, so all of what you just heard was because I didn't have it deafened. But yeah, so without further ado, let's get into it. Let's uh oh Sorry, I just got a pop-up. How do cosmetica settings. I'm good here. What's this? There we go. Okay. Cosmetica settings. Name tag icons. Okay, sorry. There was just like a random pop-up that came up. I don't know. Disable. I don't know why that came up, but yeah. So let's get into it. Let's undeafen and meet some people. Like I said, I'm a mouse origin, so we are very fucking tiny, so things are immediately gonna be kind of loopy. But let's see how this goes. And like I said, lots of lag, so apologies in advance for that one. Okay, let's. Ooh, I almost
The
fell.
spawn is actually like beautiful. This tree is massive.
Hello.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
We slay.
Yeah, I love that moment of just
Hello.
like looking around and then you look.
Oh my god, you guys are so tiny!
Oh, who's dying?
Recon is dying.
It will take your
Get
ankles!
Recon.
Thunder!
Yuto!
Thunder! Oh my god, why?
It's
Whoa.
Yuto!
Hold on.
Whoa.
I already
Yuto!
picked my origin.
Ori!
Yuto!
I can't even
Ori!
hear myself talk. They're so loud.
Yuto! My book!
As
Oh.
carnivores,
Are
we
you
Holy
can
angel,
eat
there it
we can
is.
eat
Thunder.
cheesecake,
Boom.
but we
Thunder!
Hello.
Thunder!
I
need bamboo.
You're punching me
apple.
but we can't
Holy
have
crap,
the
the frame
food
dropped.
There's so much going
for
on.
I need
harvest
bamboo
delight.
so bad.
Is
Oh
I
my god,
need
hello,
food.
you were glowing and
I
see
can't
All the way
eat
around the
anything but
tree.
bamboo.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I forgot I
die.
had I put on shaders.
I'll
Hold
go
on,
all
give
the way
me
around
a
the tree,
minute.
bet.
Bro, I've
Oh my.
I gotta jump upstairs. This is horrendous.
Hello!
Hi.
Hello, guys.
Oh, I'm stuck. Oh,
Hello.
I almost jumped off. Whoa.
Yeah.
Frog!
Hold
Dawson!
There's no frog!
I'm okay.
That's silly.
It looks so
Yeah, you alright?
I got
I saw bro fall from the skies. My god.
Yeah. I maybe not have broken something.
Wait, do we
Oh,
have
no,
the,
that's not good.
the advancement thing?
Watch this, watch
You
this.
two
Watch
besties.
this.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Whoa. Jeez. Tiny little fast guy. Look at you go.
I'm speedy.
Look at you go.
Hey, if you
Look at
keep
go. Hello. Oh, you're so
Hi.
tiny.
don't.
Who is so loud? Who is that?
Call when you
Guys,
call
we
on
gotta
us.
Gone.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we're like a little rat pack.
Terrifying.
Oh,
That's
that-
terrifying.
I'm footsteps, bro. I'm
Alright.
Who is that? They're so loud.
my fault.
My fault, bro.
Oh.
Three of one of them.
Oh, okay.
God.
There's
Thunder,
so many
Thunder,
people.
I'm following you. I'm following
Finn,
you.
is that you?
That's my swap.
So,
Ow!
Everyone,
how do you pronounce that?
hello, welcome.
I don't like that people can step on me.
Squint.
How do you
What?
pronounce it? Sicorian?
What's this? 7 eggs.
What did I just hear?
Does he happen?
My microphone was not
do we start?
selected.
Oh, group photo! Everybody, group photo! Everybody,
photo?
everybody, group
Oh,
photo!
sick.
Group photo!
Oh my
Come
god.
on!
Let the tiny people
Up here? Where are we posing up?
Come on, everybody gather up!
let the tiny
Everybody
people
gather
stay in
up.
front.
Come on.
In front of the tree.
Yeah, tiny people in the front, tall people in the back.
Yep, yep. Here,
People in
here.
front, tall people
I'll
in the
make
back.
I'll make room
How do
for
I-
the other
Outside.
tinies.
We're doing it outside? Okay.
Let's go! Tiny game!
Yeah!
Let's go! Tiny game!
Woo!
Can I be here? I'm not tiny, but I'm just invisible.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Here, someone here let punch forwards. No, yep, just no. Look. Thank you. I don't know how to not go invisible. Goodbye.
Oh!
See you later.
It's like a magic trick.
I actually. Hold on. How do I?
Do a traffic
circus. Ow, ow. Okay, random damage.
Cosmetica settings. Ow.
Hold on.
Yeah, something's conflicting with my origin.
Oh, I can toggle that. Okay, hold on.
Change
this-
my law. Also known as my
Oh.
pronouns.
I am back.
Whoa!
Whoa! Oh my god, that's crazy.
Whoa.
And just like that,
That's so
they
slay.
reappear.
Just like that, they exist for real, for real.
I'm gonna
For real,
do
for real.
my-
Photo, group
Alright,
photo.
Hello?
Guys, group
Who
photo.
up existing?
There's a lep on
Hello.
top of me. I'll fucking beat you
Group
up.
photo,
Hi
come on.
again.
Group photo?
Come on,
Okay,
guys.
let's
Group
go.
photo. Over there, over there, over there. Come on,
Over where?
come on, come on.
Okay,
Let's go, let's
okay,
go, let's
okay.
go, let's go.
Stop that.
What's
Get
really
off.
funny-
The tinies are coming!
It's
My
terrible.
eggs.
It's a terrible food source.
You know what? You
Number
can stay on
15.
if you want.
Oh my god,
Come
I'm
on,
pressing.
everybody. Come on, everybody.
I'm
line
pressing
up.
the CS:GO
Shit.
controls.
Tiny
All the
one.
Why
small
are you doing the
people in
CS:GO
front. All
controls?
the small people in front. All the small people
There
in
you
front.
go,
I was
guys.
doing Fortnite.
No.
I'm just gonna stand right in front of you,
Ori, I'm
Ender.
next-
Please don't kick me.
Ori, I'm next to you.
No, you're good, yeah.
Ori,
Yeah, everybody watch your feet.
Ori.
Yeah, no one actually step on anyone.
If I get step on and survive, I'm gonna beat all of you.
I will cry.
Let's
Don't
go.
worry, I will stand back.
I will nom some
Wait,
ankles,
wait,
bro.
everybody.
Holy shit.
Oh god.
Everybody, all together say season 3 of Moist SMP. 3, 2, 1.
Season 3!
Season 3 of Moist SMP. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I have butterfly frames.
Proud of
Hold
you.
on, I gotta.
You're kidding me. I'm
You guys
so
have low frames, turn down your render distance.
Yeah,
That could be it.
the render distance is set to 22 by default. The
Yeah.
render distance
What the
is
heck?
22.
Why is it set that?
I'm
That's
so
awful.
low. I'm so low.
We can't.
Yeah.
That's
We
awful.
can't eat the modded food.
Mine's
that
at
has meat.
8 chunks.
L ratio.
Oh,
yeah, we
mine's
can't
so
eat
much
apples
better.
or anything, can we? We can only eat meat.
Did the
Whoa,
picture
whoa,
already
whoa,
get
careful.
taken? Question mark?
Take
I
apples.
just want to
Yeah, we good.
say something.
Oh,
I can't
Ooh,
eat
guys,
it.
we did it.
Okay, photos been taken. Yeah, we're good.
Right, Teo, can we go?
Alright, tinies, wanna get out of here?
Tay, can we go?
Can we
Tay,
go?
Tay, Tay.
Mark,
Can we go? Can we go? Can we
Tay,
go?
Tay,
Ah!
Tay, Tay, can we go?
Let's
go.
excuse you, I am not that tall.
You scared me. I didn't expect you to be right behind me.
Thunder.
I'm right here,
Oh my goodness.
Come on, come on.
I scrolled down my render distance and it's still like 5 frames. I'm gonna
Oh,
see if I
no.
can turn down more stuff.
Punch me.
So I just have to turn on my FPS.
I am at 1.5. Life is dangerous.
Ooh, we could.
Oh
bite
yeah.
I
died when I joined, like instantly.
Yeah, I
tree of
suffocated in the
Everyone
spawn block.
spawned in the same spot.
Yeah, all the
It's
tall
just
people
down
survived.
one.
Exact
Puts
same
you in the
spot.
dirt.
All the tall people survived. The rest of us just suffocated immediately.
Yeah.
I want this
Really?
song. I want it
Come
so
with me,
bad.
come with me.
What do we think? Do we want to branch off? Try to
Let's do it.
go find a
It's a
place
spawn,
to
I can
live?
do it.
Maybe make a tiny village.
Tiny village.
Right. Which way do we want to go? Which way do we want to go?
Yeah, where are we headed?
I have no idea.
Wait, here. Let's get up. Let's get up on this wood over here so we can see better.
Wait, who wanted the
Ah,
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I'm so overwhelmed right now.
Okay. A lot of pretty trees. It looks like it's more green over that way. Blue and pink over in that direction. It's like
By
a...
the way, you
Where's
can
my
catch
book?
the
Oh, there's a-
butterflies.
you go.
Ooh,
Oh, you're on my
catch
head.
the
Hello.
butterflies?
You can like grab these little mobs and like you can get them in your hand.
Oh
and
my
you can place them
goodness.
down later.
Power core!
Hello.
Oh, there's like a...
I'm gonna make so many people angry.
I got a board.
There's like a plains over that way. I also see some
Guys,
like
I got a
smoke in the
board.
distance, which I think might be a cool village. If we want to go check that out.
There's like, there's no max length. Is the thing.
What do we think?
Oh my god.
Call me
Yeah,
down
we
for
can check
whatever.
that out.
Yeah. Oh.
Expand my view.
I
Let
don't
me
know what you
improve
have
my
in your hand, but that
eyes.
is huge. Alright. Let's get out of here before it gets dark again. What is it?
Alright, yeah,
Friends. Yep.
That's Aldo. It's
Oh.
I love Bulgor.
Borgor. Ow.
basically it's what allows me to use my abilities.
Right, I
Oh, that's cool.
bodyguard, I'm not sure. It's either a threat or protection.
We're a little small.
My abilities are all like support stuff. I don't have anything that does damage.
We're just gonna have to
Keep losing each
frequently
other.
jump to catch
Yeah,
each
I
other.
keep losing everyone in the grass.
Gonna see over the grass.
Literally. Let's try to stick to like a specific direction, so if one of us gets lost, we know where we're going. Ooh, there it is. Look at that.
Oh wow.
Let's see if we can get some stuff from there before we find a place to live. Go, 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 go. Ooh, I hear a crow. That's cool. Whoa!
Yeah, ooh. You can pick up, like, I'm holding a bird right now in my hands. I could place
What is
this
that,
down
just
wherever I
right-click?
want. Yeah, you just click on them.
Snatch him out of the air.
Snatch
Oh, I
them.
got him!
Bird snatchers.
Be
Bird
free!
snatchers.
We are
Yeah,
the
you can
bird
catch the
snatchers.
butterflies. Even little bird houses. Little fairy houses.
Oh my gosh. What the heck? There's just dirt in there. It's a dookie house.
The bigger houses are probably better to get stuff from.
Yeah, let's steal from the rich.
Yeah!
Yeah! The echo. Ooh,
Use the sock as a sleeping bag.
start us off. Ooh. Bee
Stealing
bed.
this bed.
Yeah, same.
They won't need it, they're rich.
Oh, wait. Can I? Yeah! I'm up here now. Oh, I fell. What's in here? Oh, horses! That's gotta be comical, us riding horses.
Yeah. Easily fed then.
Oh, 100%.
Overseas, just give them to me. I will consume them all.
Schmoll.
Oh, this is cool. Ooh, that way. Oh, there's little market stalls. That's cute. What's that? What is that? But I can't get up there. What is that? Hold on.
Firework.
Ooh. Oh no.
But the birds are nice.
Again, I need somewhere to go.
Oh, food. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ow.
Come on, give me the cookie. Yeah, I got a cookie. Oh, there's armor in here. I can't get in there.
How did I get 2 apples from eating an apple?
Oh my gosh. This world is not made for me. Oh, cool.
picking your fridge stuff.
Yep. What's this? Oh. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, I got scared for a second. I thought I couldn't eat a cookie.
Oh no.
What kind of life would that be, not being able to eat a cookie? Which way did we come from? That way?
Yeah, up
I'm gonna
toward
get
the,
so
window.
disoriented so quickly. Ooh, okay. Hi, Quench. Hi,
So, my
Sublix. How you
ability,
guys
I can
doing?
just,
Welcome
raccoon
in.
it and scale tall buildings if we need to look for somewhere.
True, very true. Oh, what's this? Oh, it's like a regular white bed. Ew. Grody. Oh, doing some redstone stuff up here. Not much. This is the launch of the SMP today, and so we're all just trying to get our bearings, trying to figure things out. I'm a mouse origin, so I'm very fucking tiny. So we'll see how that goes. How did my... There we go. My chat got lowered. Are you a boy or girl? I am in between. Okay. Let's get out of here. At least we've got beds, so if it does get dark, we can eat bees. Oh. Oh! There's a puddle. How do you get inside? No, it's actually that you have a mental issue if you don't understand that gender is a social construct, sex is a biological construct, which even then is very, very loose because there is such a thing as intersex. So, just a thought. Ooh, there it is. I am not Google. Feel free to Google it. And yeah, hell yeah, throw more of those hearts in there. So it's air? Don't know what you're referring to there. What's this? Oh, seeds. Cool. Bread and torches. Oh whoa! I combined the wheat seeds in a single stack, and they turned into a bag.
Oh.
Yeah. This generation is lost. It is lost if we're not as free thinkers as we should be. We're literally humans. No, that's not how that works. This way. It's so disorienting not being able to see everywhere. Oh, who's near us? I feel like there's not going to be much left here. We'll have to...
And this.
What you do to one of my brothers?
Hello.
I just found it. What's me? What's over
Okay.
there?
It's me on my steed.
Hello.
The villagers did it. The villagers took you. I mean, one of
My
your
bubble
brothers.
steed.
Oh my god.
Let me
Valiant steed.
Valiant steed.
Whoa!
Valiant steed.
You've heard of Flight of the Valkyries? This
gotta-
is Flight of the Bees.
You gotta teach me how to ride a bee.
Oh, what happened?
Oh.
Lag.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
That was scary.
See, what I do is I right click on it.
What do your parents say? Well, I don't really care what my dad says because he's a racist
And that's what I do.
and a sexist homophobe. What my mom says? Nothing.
So,
There you go. There you go. I'll let the bees.
I'm gonna grab a waystone.
Yeah, go grab a waystone.
Might be a good idea.
Anyone want to live in the bamboo forest with me? It's pretty dope.
It's pretty dope.
I
to
love
live in
your
a
dad.
bamboo
Nice
forest.
dad.
Yeah, I'm surrounded by food.
Nice.
Oh,
That's the type of thinking that
literally can only
really
eat
should not
bamboo.
exist. Congrats.
I know what I'm about to do.
Both of you.
Don't
Truly.
blow up our
Congrats.
forest,
You're
please.
assholes.
Don't do it.
Oh no, I'm not gonna do it. I'm simply gonna warp all your food to another dimension.
What? What?
No!
No, I'm not that evil.
That evil? What's the standard?
Yeah, what's the threshold here for
What's
that
the
evil?
line at?
That
Where's the
evil.
line here?
Oh no, there's a line. It's a very easy line. Just don't be enemies with me, and you're fine.
What classifies us as enemies?
You try to attack me.
I would.
Are you guys already making enemies?
come here.
It's the first day.
I'm not. I'm trying to make
First day.
friends.
Why are you making enemies already?
I'm just trying to gauge where he's at. You know, he was saying he's
like
evil. I'm
food.
just trying to figure out where he's at
He
evil
thought
wise.
they took
You
away
know?
my food.
Whoa!
My food source.
I'm just a little
Dude.
guy.
That was a whole ass bamboo.
That did not.
Wait, what origin are you?
Okay. Oh, I'm just an end mage. I can teleport wherever.
Whoa,
I want.
that's
I can
cool.
just go to that villager over there, or I can bring him to me.
Oh!
Whoa, that is kidnapping.
Do that with
So you're just a
players as
stronger
well.
version of me, because I'm just
That's
an Enderian.
trippy.
I can teleport
Oh,
anyone
I'm
I want
on the
to me.
villager.
So.
Uh-oh.
No.
Well, this is how I tread now.
Yo, I gotta stay. I use my.
At least you
ability
don't have to
teleport
worry about it
something
moving
to me,
away
and I
from
got
you.
Would you
stairs.
like a bird?
Would you like a bird?
Yeah, sure. I'll take it.
Oh, I got
Yeah.
a snail. I got a snail.
That is
Whoa.
so
God, even
small.
item drops.
Ah!
Whoa!
Snail.
Dude!
Let me pick up the bird. Yes.
Hey, I
throw
love that
eggs-
little goober.
If I throw eggs and it hatches a chicken, it will be like me sized. It will be
What?
itty bitty.
Oh, I got a
Here,
blessing
wait,
in love.
take these eggs.
Okay, hang on. Alright, if I can.
Oh, I got this. Who gave me
I love
stairs?
picking up items.
Oh my god, you literally are a rat.
I think it was
You
the
are literally a
teleporter
rat.
man.
That's
There,
awesome.
There it is.
Yeah,
There
I'm
it
just
is.
hanging out.
Chicken.
It's the rat.
You know,
Itty
you're
bitty
chilling.
tiny
You should live in
chicken.
like the walls of these villages.
Yeah.
You want to live in the walls of my house?
Just
I
sneak in
hatched
on
a chicken.
somebody.
No,
yeah.
you should have
Yes,
like you should have like
we have
little
to sneak
homes
into
in every
people's
person's
houses.
house.
Yo, that is
Just like
Absolutely.
homes in everyone's houses and just be like
What I
rats in
made.
everyone's house.
Yes.
the smallest chicken I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
my
all for
God.
that.
Vermin
That
life.
is so small.
2 pixels.
It's our size.
It's so small.
I love him.
Chicken, guys.
I
All the
love
small
him.
people need to make like a tiny like village where they just have a bunch of small animals.
That's what we were talking about. We were talking about
Chat,
making a tiny village.
Stop.
You have to do that.
We'll make like a little
Village
farm.
sounds
Someone in my
Oh my
chat said it's like
God.
watching Ant-Man.
Excuse me, it's Mouse Man to you.
Oh, sorry.
Man.
Understandable. That was my
I don't
Also,
even
mistake.
like Paul
most
Rudd.
hostile enemies
Oh.
are very nice to me. Creepers, zombies, and skeletons are allies.
Allah.
Ally.
Ally. Also, when I hit people, there's a chance their stuff will be replaced with a wooden hoe.
Yes, I'm so excited for when that happens.
What? That's gonna be like overpowered if some sword gets replaced. How are you under us? Big God.
Wait, how
Burrow
small is
like a
this?
mouse.
Oh my gosh!
He's a phantom.
Hello.
I was about to teleport him out
Oh,
of
there,
the
He's a
ground.
phantom.
there he
Okay.
goes.
No, he doesn't get to go far.
Phantom's like one of the most
Ah,
OP
get
like,
off me.
basic
Oh, I can't
origins.
teleport him?
Get off of me!
There we go. Rick, you're not allowed to leave this conversation. You must stay here.
What was that? Whoa, what?
No, you stay
Oh,
here.
oh,
Rick.
is it?
Oh, no,
It was an
yeah,
I can't
XP bot.
teleport him back.
Yeah, it looked weird.
Whoa.
Look at how tiny my pickaxe is.
Oh, whoa. I was looking at
What the heck?
I was looking at them sitting on.
Hey, give that back.
Wait.
Sorry.
Wait. What if
I
I
can't
get
pick
on?
it
What
up,
if I
it's
get
too
on?
big
Oh,
now.
I can. Okay.
No.
It's only the
No.
small people that can get on.
No way y'all can tower.
Oh,
That.
I can't
Oh
see.
my God.
I can't
It's
see.
the size
I
of a
can't
normal
see.
person.
I can't see. Yes, hi.
Oh yeah, maybe
There we
it all
go.
comes
You pick up the
together.
person above you, you
Oh,
scale
it went-
up the tower.
What's going on?
I yoinked the diamond boots. They are mine.
Help up in frame.
My guy got those
Ah.
snazzy iron boots.
Hey.
Whoa!
Oh, my sword
Wait,
goes in
wait,
my
I want to get on
back.
top of your
Oh,
head.
that's so cool.
Yeah!
My
This
sword.
mod pack is so cool.
Oh, I'm
my
resting on
sword.
top of
This is a
your
really good
crown.
mod
This
pack.
is cool.
Hey, yeah. Everyone get in my crowd.
I'm like peeking over. Hey guys.
That's kind of awesome.
Multiple people in my head. Oh god. There's people in my head. Oh, the voices. Oh.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, that was terrifying.
Slay.
Buy Bitcoin.
What? What? Evil voice in my ear?
Buy Bitcoin. No, I don't want to.
Gamble your life savings away.
Ooh.
I do that one. I'll gamble my life savings. I love
got 3
gambling.
diamonds to gamble, but I'm not gambling.
Yeah,
fellow
same.
gambling and
Yo, you want to gamble with 3 diamonds?
Nah,
I get to
I think
climb
I'm
stuff
good.
too. I can climb.
You ain't a
stuff.
real gambler if you ain't gambling every second you can,
Well,
brother.
Well,
I
Nah,
can
nah,
like
nah.
say-
I'm just simply not here.
Guys,
That's
just
wh-
make a
that's
casino and have
kind
the
of why
tiniest
I'm not
rig
gonna
the
be
game.
gambling. Oh,
Yeah.
that didn't
You
work.
failed. You
What'd you
messed up. You messed up.
Wait,
Um,
wait a minute. Wait.
Huh.
I can immobilize mobs in a 30-block radius because I'm so cute.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the red panda
That
can't
just
do
like
that.
makes sense. Yeah,
Can
no,
I
that
just
just makes
travel
sense.
around
I
on your
can see
head? I
everything.
can't see anything otherwise.
I mean, oh sure, yeah.
This is
come
like
with
the
me.
best way to travel.
I got
What's going
immobilized.
Oh
What's going
no.
on?
Guys.
Oh,
We just wanted to go on little lad adventures.
Come on, I just want. I can jump. Okay, let's
Oh,
go.
let's go.
We're going on an adventure. Okay, there we go. Let's go.
That's
Yeah.
messed up.
Where do you want to go?
Okay, maybe this.
You only
maybe
have
this
2.5 hearts. Oh my god.
Yeah. I fell.
Oh, there's a bird in here. Wait.
I
on
fell
this
from a
bird.
2-block height. Oh, I can snatch him.
Whoa. There's an echo in the voice chat in here.
I took him. He's my bird
Oh,
now.
I got a snail.
Be free. Where'd he go? Oh,
No,
there he
no,
is.
I want him. He's mine. No,
Oh.
no, get in here. I
Okay.
want.
No
I
freedom.
like bunting. I like bunting. That's what it is.
What's up here? Oh,
the hell?
redstone.
Why is it just a redstone tutorial?
Oh, wait,
There are
is
a
it
bunch of
because
coal
of
in
the
one of
height
the
of the
houses.
house? It is, because of the height of the house. I think.
Oh wait, what?
It's echoey down here, but not up there. It's 2 blocks up here and 3 blocks down there.
Oh, does it think it's like a cave or something?
I think so.
Oh, that's funny.
That is funny.
We're just in the house echoing with the door open.
Someone walks by. Hello. That is amazing.
Yeah, I
Let me
love
get back up
that.
there.
Okay.
Ah,
Oh, there we go.
I'm okay.
Okay. Oh, water. I gotta avoid that. Okay, where do you want to go?
Hurt you?
Yeah, I'm Enderian, so.
Oh, that makes sense.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let's see if this works. I can teleport. Will you go? Will you come with me?
Let's find out.
It's taking a bit. To the servers. Oh, you do!
Ah, let's
Perfect.
go!
Yeah!
Ooh, cherry trees.
Ooh.
This is cool.
I can't see what they are because it just
Hello?
says that I'm looking at you constantly. It just says your name at the top of my screen.
I'm taking over.
Oh god. So wait, what origin are you?
I'm a mouse.
Oh.
Yeah.
I gotta respond to you though.
I'm a speedy little lad. Hold on, here, let
Be
me get
little
off.
mouse, but like you just can't see at all.
I'm just like so tiny that everything is in my way. Like this grass, I can't really see
okay.
past it. Look at this
That
though.
makes
Look at
sense.
this. Ready?
Okay, okay.
Oh, it's not high enough. Dang it. I can teleport, but not like you. I'm quote unquote moving fast.
It's just teleporting.
It is. It's like, oh, you're speedy. I can just
You can just run fast, but it's just straight up okay. There's an upper part of the village.
Oh wow. Dang, this place is huge.
It is. I feel like it's gonna be really fun for like a shopping center.
Oh, 100%.
I'm stealing all the potatoes I can. Big potato fan myself.
Oh, I got some potatoes. Do you want them?
Hey, I'll take any
Ew.
potatoes.
Nasty potato.
Oh, look at this pig. Aw.
Oh, I love the coloring. That's cool.
Yeah, I
You're
love the mod
adorable.
that adds a different color
You're
to pigs.
so big, but I love
You
you.
little goober.
There's some potatoes.
Oh my god, the potatoes are tiny.
Can
I
you
love that. I love.
pick them up between your fingers?
I love that's such like a small addition to like any like the smaller origins, but it's such a nice one.
Oh, I think I can do
So
it now.
funny.
I think I can do it now. Hold on. Ready?
Yep.
Oh. What is happening?
Wait, so what's
Oh, it might
stopping
be
you
'cause
from
the
doing
lag.
it? Like if there's blocks in the way?
It might be. That makes sense. You don't want to like
Here.
die.
Maybe all the
Am I right?
grass.
Oh, onward, my trusty steed.
Wait, you can ride a pig without a saddle.
Yeah.
You usually need a saddle to ride on. That's so funny. You just need a carrot out stick now. Maybe that'll work.
Wait, I have a carrot in my hand. Go.
He's just gonna stay there. He's not gonna move.
Nope. Oh wait, how's
What?
the tiny torch?
I love that.
Or did I,
It's
oh, I
so
placed
funny.
it. Oh, but it's still big.
It's literally bigger than you.
That's
It's
how.
so laggy. Oh my god, there's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Press tab.
Oh my god.
It's not gonna be like this normally, hopefully.
Yeah, I think it'll probably cool down after like a week or two.
Yeah. Then the people that don't really care too much will not be on.
Yeah. Do we want to get away from spawn? See if that helps out the lag.
That probably could do it. Yeah, okay, get on my head.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, which way should we go? So we are heading... Okay, if I go this way, I'm heading... Oh, wait. Okay, this is away from Swan. Okay, there we go.
Solid.
I know my way with the Endurian Origin. I used to play Origins all the time. So
Same.
I'm so
I
happy
didn't
that
have
this...
I didn't have a bunch of the add-ons though, so like mouse and a lot of the other ones are totally new to me.
Yeah, my group that I did it with, we had a few add-ons, but yeah, there's a few that are new. Yeah, mouse is one of them. Oh my god, that's a lot of bamboo.
Whoa. The red panda's
This
gonna love it over
red
here.
panda guy.
Yeah. I think I've been the
Are-
bee before, and then I'm currently an evoker on another server.
Ooh. Oh wow, why is the bamboo so thick?
Whoa.
What the hell?
Thick with 3 C's.
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask. Can I swear around you? Are you good with that?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure. I've been Endurian and an Ender Dragon one, where it's just Endurian with wings. I like only know Endurian.
Ah, gotcha.
Cave.
Ooh.
Because like it's my brand. It's literally my name, my skin. I gotta go with it, right?
You gotta. It's the obvious
Yeah.
choice. Ah,
Oh, sorry.
it's okay.
Okay, I can't break blocks with you on my head.
Oh, do you just hit me? Is that what happened?
Yeah.
Oh,
I was trying to break like some of the ferns.
oh, gotcha.
I want to get out of this freaking bamboo forest.
Crunchy noodles.
Crunchy noodle.
There we go. Oh my god, there's 30 something people. Jesus. No wonder I got lagged. Ugh. Where am I? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where am I? Oh no. Oh. Where am I? Oh no. Yeah, I think I know like 2 people total on the server right now. I know Power Games, Power Core games slightly, and then I know what's his? I know Electro Girl, I think. If it's the Electro Girl I'm thinking of. Oh, there's a village over that way. Where is that? The direction I'm facing? Northwest? Okay, let's go that way. And hope that we don't die before we get there. Ooh. I don't like what I'm hearing. Okay. Hopefully this place isn't raided yet, because if it isn't, if I'm going the right way... Oh, perfect. Because if this place is still up for grabs, I could get some cool stuff. Also, traveling anywhere is going to be a pain. I'm 100% going to have to get a horse ASAP, dude. Unless being on on a horse is, like, horrible. For all I know it is. You know? Oh my gosh, I'm smaller than the cats, which makes sense, but dang, the cats could eat me. Ooh, okay, this will be the test. Oh, there's some stuff in here. Mauve saplings? Moss carpet, another flower. It looks like this place might have also been mostly picked through. That's cool. Oh, cool. Look at this guy. He's doing... He's doing like redstone stuff. That's cool. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Magic Man. How's it going? Welcome in. No. I'm going to assume that a lot of this place is picked through. So... Ah! Oh no. Oh no, I've made a whoopsie. Crap. I gotta get out of here. Oh. Oh, I'm safe. Whew. That was terrifying. Let's not do that again, guys. Alright? I'd prefer if we never do that again. Also, it's very difficult to eat right now with the lag. Like I was talking about earlier with Ender, hopefully things will die down once everyone gets settled. But for now, things are going to be a little chaotic. And the lag's not going to be the best, but that's fine. Ooh, okay, this is going to be dangerous. Let's go up here. Ooh. Is it even worth it? It is not. It is not. Okay. I saw something about the spider origin using cobwebs. There's like, you can make something out of them, maybe? I don't know. Or they can make cobwebs. Something. I know they can, like, spawn cobwebs in and trap people, but I don't want that. Alright, we are without our big buddy. We are going to have to fend for ourselves and find a place to live. I still definitely want to have, like a tiny town or like a tiny village. But we have to figure out how that's gonna go. I don't think I want to leave right now. It is too dark outside. It is too dangerous. Hi, Voxel.
Hey.
How's it going?
It's going.
That's fair.
I got a little lost.
I was with a big buddy, and then a bunch of lag hit, and I got kicked. And I came back, and I was just in the middle of nowhere.
Left behind.
Yep, it happens.
Yeah.
Is this the big place? I can't tell. Oh, whoa, is that cactus? Potted cactus. That's cool. What's this? How moist is it? It's pretty fucking moist, honestly. I mean, almost as soon as I spawned in, I was in a body of water, so... Alright, let's... get out of here. I don't like this place. I'm gonna leave the group, because I'm gonna go on Little Me Adventures. And we're gonna figure out where to live. Despite how difficult that may be. Ooh. What is that? It looks like it's out in the swamp. I don't want to go out in the swamp. So, for reference, this is where we spawned in the second time. The first time we spawned in, it was under this big tree. I kind of want to live over here. That's pretty as shit. It's real far, though. We'll have to go directly east, which is the way I'm facing now, right? Yeah, okay. So we're gonna have to go east until we hit that, like, blue and pink biome. Oh, we almost fell in the same hole. How are we gonna cave? Caving's gonna be horrible. I'm gonna have to get a bucket of water and learn. Become a bucket master. Ah! I forgot it's nighttime. Oh, that was horrible. Okay. Can I sleep if I try? Hold on. Can I kick one of these guys out of their bed? Oh, I don't even need to. They're extra beds. I doubt I'm going to be able to sleep. It's not going to let me. I don't think they set the command. Okay. Yeah. It's not going to work. That's fine. Cow, get off the roof. What are you doing? Can I get up there? Oh, wait. I forgot I can ride cows. Wait. The horses. Can I ride a horse out of here? Do I even need a saddle? Or does the saddle just make it so that they'll listen to me? Oh, yeah. This is the way I'm gonna have to travel. Absolutely. Oh my gosh. There we go. That cat is terrified of me. What can I say? I am the most fearsome rodent you will ever meet. Ooh, I see some purple trees over there. Yeah, right there. It's like a fraction of this biome, it looks like. I think me and my tall buddy were venturing this way, which is probably why I ended up spawning over here. He probably kept going. I don't know. I definitely want to go over here, though. This looks pretty. Although it looks like it's all lit up, maybe? I don't know. Not that the outside matters too much. Because we're gonna be underground, likely, but that's fine. Face your tears and ask your crush out. Awarded for achieving for you, my sweet. Oh, that's cool. Rose bush. Let's keep the food together. I'm assuming the mauve saplings are these guys, but I don't know. I'm not willing to fight anything right now. I have 0 armor. Oh no. Oh wait, everything but spiders. I forgot. Everything but spiders is okay with me. Oh, I forgot about that. Also, this is gonna be the death of me. Oh, there we go. Okay. We made it. Oh, a ruined portal.
I'm going.
This is cool.
Lol.
Hi. Oh, wait, I know what I can do. Hold on, I want to check if there's a chest over here. If the waystone does not require XP, then I could mayhaps get myself spawned back over at spawn. Is that an egg? What is that? Yep. Okay, let's find... Let's find the waypoint for this place.
He's not muted.
Ender!
Hey, you
Hi.
logged out and I couldn't find you, so I just kept going.
Yeah,
like-
I got a bunch of lag and I lagged out and then I come back and I'm off in a forest all the way over there.
Yeah, no, I literally sat there for like I don't even know how long, a while, and I just couldn't find you. So I apologize.
No, I apologize. I just disappeared.
It ain't your fault. It's my fault. You just lagged. I was the one that ran away. You could have waited longer.
It's alright, it happens. Can I even get up here? No.
So this village, the waystone was found. I don't know if someone already owns it, but if someone doesn't, I want to take it over.
Ooh, that could be cool.
Yeah. So I'm debating. Oh yeah, I have a skeleton head. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Just got
didn't
zombie
recognize
head.
you at first. Oh, whoa.
They were just sitting there, so I grabbed them.
All of the mobs other than, like, spiders don't bother me, so I'm pretty much okay for
Oh
the most
really?
part. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I also fell in this hole. And almost died. Wait, that is so cool. It made you muffled when you came inside.
Oh yeah, muffles. There's another
That's cool.
skeleton head here. Take it.
Ooh. I want to be fearsome.
It's on the ground right there.
Where'd it go? I
Behind
see
you. There you go. Yeah.
it. No! Come here. Okay. How do I look?
Oh, you look terrified.
Yeah! Ready to gnaw
Hell
some
yeah.
ankles.
Oh god. Oh yeah, with the bony teeth too. That's gonna be painful.
Yep. Literally gonna wreck some
There's nothing
people.
else in here. Oh, gotta make sure to crouch whenever I'm going through doors.
I didn't mean to get back up here, but I'm up here.
Hello. How you doing? Do you
Good,
know
good.
if anyone owns this village?
I don't think.
Interesting.
Well, I'm gonna go that way.
What is your cape? What is your cape? Wait, turn around.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Why?
That's like, hey, it works. It works.
You know what? Sure.
That
It
is both
sure
horrific
does.
and amazing at the
I
same
mean,
time.
hey, think about it. Think about it like this, okay? Some guy's gonna be looking at my cape and be like, "What's that?" And then fighting, I'm just gonna show him my cape. He's gonna be like, "What's that?" And then I pull out this, and I just instantly chop.
You know what? Yeah.
It's a tactic. It's all in the mind game. Mind games.
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah, I would be terrified actually. You make
Exactly.
a valid point. You make a
I
very
mean, some
valid point.
guy with a chicken or a fish stuffed in a chicken smoking a cigarette with a halberd,
Oh my god.
it throws you off.
For
Hey,
sure,
yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
that would throw you off.
All right, well, you guys have
Okay.
fun again.
Nice meeting you.
So yeah, see ya. Hi, dear.
I can't open this door because you're on my head.
There you go.
Open these ones.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh!
Oh wait, there's food. You wanna grab that, or we're just gonna leave it?
I don't think I can. Here, let me get off so you can get it.
Oh wait, oh I can break. If I crouch, I can break while you're on my head.
Oh, what is that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a whole
Here, you
chicken.
take that one.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, we just got a bunch of random assortments of meat now. Oh, there's 2 people sleeping here. Oh, there's more people. We just stole their food. It's fine. Why do I have a cobweb?
That might be my fault. Whoopsie.
We just not.
Oh. I'm here now. Oh, I can head hop.
Oh, you can head hop? That's awesome.
Yeah. That's a insane tactic.
There's not really much.
Thank you
in
for the
this
follow,
video. Actually, no, wait,
Ante.
there's a whole other side we didn't get to.
True.
Oh, there's the ruined nether portal, right too. Right too. Yeah, right too.
Right to.
Right too.
Oh, no chest. Whoa.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't think there's a chest. Fuck, sorry.
It's okay. As long as you get out of it pretty quickly, I still survive.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. It just like ruins your saturation, so.
Yeah. Whoa.
Whoa. It's echoey in here. That makes sense.
It's crazy echoey. What are you doing
Yin
in
and
here,
yang.
bird?
Oh! What are you doing?
Oh, there's like a.
I think he's stuck. You can pet them!
Oh,
If you shift right click, you can pet them.
Oh! That is amazing.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I'll let him out. There you go. Look.
I'm climbing.
Oh wait, why is it like a parkour?
Can you see
What?
me?
You can just cheat. That's so funny.
No parkour is a match for me.
Nothing. Oh, whoa. Bunch of campfires up here.
Whoa. I'm not gonna go any further. Oh, and that's why. I'm okay.
I want to see if there is anything. Curious now.
The climbing animation.
Oh, there's an animation. I love that one.
Yeah. What's up there?
There was an empty barrel, but there's another barrel over here, so I'm trying to get to it.
Ooh.
Ow. Nothing. Literally just nothing. My pearl is so laggy. Ah, there we go.
Looks like it's catching up a little bit.
Yeah, it's not as bad, but still bad. I get in my head.
Okay. What the boo?
Here we go.
Yeah. Oh. That's what fossil fuel is.
Boring. Boring.
Hey, Sigurd Hammer, welcome in. How you doing?
Again, nothing. Boring. This village sucks.
Someone definitely looted it and cleared it out.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'm not gonna try. This door's already open. Do I have an alarm going off? Shut up.
Good, glad to hear
Yeah.
it. Thank you for the follow. Very much
Okay,
appreciated.
I'm leaving
Welcome
this
to the
village.
crew.
Someone probably already claimed it, so I'm just not even gonna try. I have the waste done, so.
So just to explain a little bit, by the way, this is Moist SMP,
Okay, wait, are we heading away from Sonic still? Yeah, okay. we
and
are.
I am a mouse origin, so I'm
How
extremely
far out
small.
are we gonna go? Oh, so are we just gonna make a base together now? Like, is that what we're gonna do?
Why not?
Or
I feel
do you
like this
wanna
is
go
an
off on your own?
insane duo, honestly.
Yeah. You know what? Sure, yeah. Fuck it.
Honestly, I don't really care where we live because I'm not gonna be able to see most of it anyway. It'll all be above my
You
head.
know what? Valid.
As long
valid.
as we don't live over in those tall grass areas.
Yeah.
I will get lost
And
and
as
never
long as
come out.
as long as we're not in this watery area, I'm good. So
There we go. We gotta find an in-between.
yeah. Well, not in between because then I'll have some of each, and that's both bad, for both of
Yeah.
us. So just like a normal plains biome sounds good.
Yeah.
It is not loading. Definitely not a mangrove. I love the
No.
wood, but no.
That's way too much water for you. And it's so busy for me.
So muddy.
Muddy.
Oh yeah, wait, you don't take damage under leaves, so let's just crouch under leaves for no reason. Oh, I froze.
Yep.
Oh, they reloaded. Okay. Why do they reload the server sometimes? I wonder what are they adding?
Yeah.
I hate the sound of mud.
Oh,
Oh my god! I'm taking a screenshot of this. Oh my god, that is awesome.
You gotta send that one in the Discord. I want this.
I will.
Oh
I'll send it
my
right now.
gosh.
Actually, why not?
Hell yeah.
That's so tiny.
We're like the perfect size for each other.
Oh wait, that's wrong shit. Screenies would it go in?
I think so.
Yeah, okay, I'll put it in there.
You're like the size of a horse to a big person. Muddy foot rabbit. Whoa. That makes
Muddy
sense.
foot rabbit? Yeah, can you?
Oh,
You
wait,
can't
why do
pick
they
them
all
up.
have why do they all have a heart
You
and
can
a
pet
half?
them. Oh,
You
what? Who
pet
killed them? Or is that
Yeah,
just like their
who
default?
beat 'em?
That could just be their default.
Who's
You
around
can't
here
pick them
beating
up like
baby
the other
rabbits?
ones, though. Oh god, that's evil. you can sure as hell pet them, but you can't pick them up.
Yeah. That sucks.
We'll come back for them.
We'll be back for you guys.
Oh, there's a penguin!
Oh! I want to ride him.
Big. Yeah, right him.
Let's go.
You're on his head.
He's more my size.
Yeah.
Wow.
Beautiful. Alright, let's go. Well, not that way. If this is just
Oh,
ocean,
what is that?
What are you? Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's an anteater.
It's
Oh,
an
a-
ant.
And there's a
And
beetle.
that's an anteater.
Eat him. Eat him.
Can I pick up the ant? No, I can pet the ant. Hello, anteater. Whoa! Is that a
Whoa.
chameleon? It is.
Whoa.
Chameleon.
A million.
Wait, yeah, right.
I got him.
Oh, you can't ride. Can you not ride it?
He's my
Ride the
pet.
anteater.
Yeah.
Just inside of it. It's just your head sticking out.
Alright, I'm getting out of here.
Okay. There's a lot of. I'm gonna get some wood for a boat.
Smart, smart, smart.
I haven't gotten any wood yet.
Same. I found a bed in one of the villages, but I haven't really done much
Same.
else.
Yeah, that's all I got too.
Getting some mangrove.
Oh, mangrove is such a prettier word than acacia, though.
Oh, for sure.
Should have gotten that. I can't break the freaking. There we go.
Whoa, 3? I don't think I deserve
Yeah, you get
that
more.
many.
I
don't know
love
if
the
I'm deserving
advancement
of that.
pack.
Yeah,
It's it's such a small.
I got a
thing, but, like,
rose because someone threw a rose bush at me.
Yeah. I feel like it's if you just pick, or you get a blessing in love.
Yep. There we go. Oh my gosh, me on a lily pad.
Wait, on a lily pad.
On a lily pad. Wait, let me put this further out.
Lily
so I can see
pad?
this.
Sorry, there's oh my god, tiny. I got a screenshot.
I'm taking you with me. By the time we figure out where to live, I'm just gonna have an inventory full of random bullshit.
No, literally same. Okay, boom. There we go.
I'm gonna name my chameleon Richard.
Oh, there's hedgehogs in this mod pack, and I want one so bad.
Yes.
I'm gonna name it Stitch if I get one.
As you should.
Yeah.
Thank you, Winged Blue, for the follow. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the crew. Oh, do you want that back?
You want to stay in my head, or do you want to?
I'll stay. Let's go.
Okay.
Honestly, I'll probably be so small I won't be able to see anything in the boat.
Honestly, yeah, true. The chunks are not loading. We got one chunk loading at a time for us.
Snail pace.
And we were gone.
Off the edge of the world. Meow.
Yay. Yeah. Is there... I think this might just be a massive ocean. Is it worth going across the whole thing? I don't know if it's worth it.
Oh, okay. I see. Yep. It looks more like a big-ass lake.
It's just a big-ass lake, okay.
Yeah.
It's better.
Oh, that's weird.
Turtle. What?
When I have the map open, you sound like you're in the distance.
Wait, really? Wait,
Yeah.
talk.
Okay.
Sounds
Yeah,
it sounds
same for
it
you.
sounds
That's
normal.
so weird.
No, it sounds normal for me.
That's so weird.
No, it's the there we go. Okay.
Ooh, freaky fish.
Freaky fish? What?
Freaky fish. Look at them.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
They're like
oh,
a koi fish? What is that?
I was
They're
just
massive.
about to say they look like they might be koi.
Yeah. They're
Don't
kind
be
of pretty.
coy.
I hope the server isn't laggy normally like this.
I
I
know.
doubt it, but like the slight chance that it is would gotta suck.
Lizard!
Oh, gecko.
I got him.
Hell yeah.
I'm collecting lizards and geckos and all of the above, and I will keep them.
Gecko. I got him too.
Yeah.
Or do you want him?
You keep
Wait,
them.
can you think you can stack them? Geckos. What is that? What? Oh, it's a butterfly. I just looked odd.
Glasswing butterfly. Oh, that's why it's partially transparent.
Pretty.
Can I not? Oh, freehand.
Wait, I put the gecko on my head.
What? I don't
You
see
can
it.
put the gecko on your head.
Oh, I see it.
Wait, I wanna put the
Wait, can I
snail on
put
my
the-
head then.
Oh, the chameleon's on my head.
There's a snail in my head. Well, it's inside of you. Okay, I'm gonna take it off because it's inside of
I
you.
want the ladybug.
Ladybug.
Ladybug. Look
Oh, he's massive.
at him. You are huge.
You are massive.
I love that when I go to pick things up, I sit on them for a second.
What?
I love that when I pick things up, I sit on them for just a second.
Just a half second.
Oh boy.
Another bamboo forest. Why is this bamboo so thick? Oh my god. I said this earlier, but I'm still like appalled by it.
Oh.
What is this? Cherry
Cherry
shrub? I
shrub.
kind of want it. I want it.
I've got some. Oh, I got it. I've got
whatever.
some mauve saplings. I'm assuming those are like
Mauve
the purple trees.
Saplings?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna look in REI real quick. Mauve. How do you spell it?
MOUV. Oh, it's like a nice purple. It's like a purplish gray.
Oh wait, how do you spell it? I can't find it.
MAUV.
Oh, MAUV. Okay.
Yeah, I think. I
Oh,
said
that
it
is
wrong.
like a nice purple.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Okay, well, I did want to make a purple house because that is my brand colors. So
There we go. I got it.
Hey.
I got us covered. And we don't have to go all the way across the map for it.
hell yeah.
Honestly, right when you turned up, I was like, I'm all alone here. I'm gonna go back to spawn, and I was like looking for the waypoint.
Whoop. Whoop.
Nice.
I keep forgetting about that. Can I make this jump? Probably
Oh,
not.
oh.
Let's go for it.
Parkour.
I made it.
Nice.
Parkour. Parkour.
A bunch of literal legends up here.
Oh, these goobers.
Oh,
Them fancy
yeah.
chicken.
purple tails. No
You got
wonder you're
long
fancy.
legs.
Yeah. Dang, you guys tall.
God damn.
Someone didn't skip leg day.
Leg day makes you taller.
It might for
think that's how that
chickens. I
works.
don't know what leg day's like for chickens.
You know what? Fair point. Fair point. I just want to find a nice like open plains biome.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
piggies.
Piggy.
Oh, look at this guy.
Ooh,
Like
you got
these
like a
two.
stripe going across your back. That's cool.
That's awesome. Why has he got eyebrows?
Whoa. He looks like he's judging us.
Yeah, I was about to say he's judging us.
How dare?
Okay, I'll leave.
Shit.
I see particles down there. I'm a little scared. We're just waiting for the world to load. There we
Oh,
go.
there we go.
Once again, waiting for the world.
Take your time. I'll wait.
Yeah, we'll see here.
Ooh, what is... Oh, that was that one.
Again, oh, nope, I was gonna get in the boat, but guess
When
not.
I see some of the advancements, I'm like, ooh, what's that mean?
Ooh, yeah. It's really fun to just like look through the advancements.
Yeah. For sure.
I know my way around modded Minecraft and like data packs and stuff very well because I've been doing it for a while. So like a lot of this stuff isn't new to me, but it's still just as cool as like when I first discovered it.
Mm. I haven't gotten like crazy into modding and like mods and shit since like 1.7.10 when that was like the standard.
You knew what I wanted.
But yeah, it's been a long time.
1.7.10?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Damn.
I've used mod packs and stuff since, but not to the point where I'm like super diverse in the stuff I know.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well, these
Look at this
guys, these like banana beetles, sunflower
Sunflower beetle. Those
That's
are
kind of
cool.
pretty. I want one.
Yeah, steal them. Ah!
I got it. There's one out here if you want one.
Yeah. Got him.
We're just collecting bugs. Little bugs and critters.
Yeah, we'll have a little critter
I
room.
love that. Ooh, look at these stones.
Ooh, this is cool. All the, like,
This area
purple
could
and blue
actually be kind of
flowers.
nice. Oh, wait, these are really pretty. Wait, I want one.
Yeah.
Oh, they're like the cherry flowers. Where, like,
Ooh.
you can place
Oh,
multiple.
Oh, that's sick. I like that.
I hope you can just bone meal them and get a bunch.
Oh yeah. All right, I've got some too.
Hell yeah. This area could be nice if we like cut down the trees and stuff maybe.
Mm-hmm. What kind
Also,
of
if we
trees are
could
these?
see. These are I can't see maple trees.
Oh, I'm gonna look at the logs quick. I want to see what
Yeah, I
these
was
are
about
like.
to say look it up.
Okay, it's kind of like a cross between oak and birch, like an in between,
So like a light or wait,
like a lighter
cross
brown.
with maple. Oh,
Yeah, and it's almost got like a little bit of an orange tint to it.
yeah. Huh. I mean, it's like okay, because
There's
like
much
oak is
other
like
wood types.
yeah, oak is like a good word, but it's like
Mhm.
a good word. It's a good wood, but it's like the most like mid, if that makes sense. Not mid in a
Yeah.
bad way though. It's like just like there, which is like yeah, it's a good building material, but like I do like dark oak or something.
Spruce. Yeah, I'm a dark oak and spruce kind of person.
Dark oak and spruce is such a good combination.
Mm-hmm.
I wish dark oak and cherry looked a little better together because I also love cherry.
Yes. Can I put the... Ooh, I got the butterfly on my head.
Butterfly.
With the ladybug.
There's more water. Ah, I'm not fighting any land. Oh, that's a horde of horses. It's all the same horse too, and then this is one guy.
That's the alpha of this thing.
Yeah. He's the leader of the pack.
He is.
What is
what's
this? A
that?
spruce shrub? Oh, whoa.
What is
In?
that? Tin? What do you use tin for? Tin.
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 Tin. We could mine it. Wait. Oh, you need some. Oh, I can make a stone pickaxe. Where's my crafting table? Did you steal my crafting table?
Yeah, guilty.
Damn it, man.
Alright, I can't tell. Here you go. Wait, why'd I do
I
that?
yeah, you can just place it, but
Give it. There we go.
there.
Ta-da.
There. Boom. Oh wait. Okay.
Oh, I wish I
Boom.
got. Oh, mangrove looks hot with this texture pack.
Yeah. Oh, you're using the texture pack? I'm not using it.
Yeah.
Something about like the faithful texture pack I just can't like deal with. It like messes with my eyes.
That's fair. Hello. Oh, there's water back here. Don't go back here.
Oh wait, it's like a big cave. Water.
I can't-
Good luck out there.
I'm getting cold. Oh wait, it's not cold. Never mind. Where does this go? Like loops. That's weird. I'm coming back. This water's really deep.
Oh, you need a forgery?
For what? Oh,
Make-
for the tin?
For tin, you can only
What?
use it with copper to make bronze. And then with bronze, you can make like bronze tools. Tin is just like a material.
Oh,
You want to join a group so that we can like separate and not have to like, yeah, if we're in a
yeah,
cave or
sounds
something.
good. Yeah.
Do you want to make it or want me to make it?
I got it.
8. Oh god.
It's
Big
called
and
Big
tall.
and Tall.
Big and tall. Hell yeah.
Does it make all that much sense? Because I am neither? No.
Yeah, it
Is
doesn't make
funny,
sense,
though?
but it's funny.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even like. I can't see. I don't got coal, and there's water.
Yeah,
I can't go
I
far in
didn't-
the cave.
I didn't see any coal. I went past the water and it like loops around.
Really? Banglum? Oh wait, that word blows up. Okay, don't mind Banglum. I'm pretty sure
Oh,
it blows
it's a
up.
good thing I didn't finish mining that then.
Is this? Oh, wait, is this the mod I'm thinking of? Mythic metal.
Upgrades, people, upgrades.
Upgrades, people upgrade. It is the bottom thing. Oh, mythic metal is such a neat one. You can make a nuke, I think.
Whoa.
Yeah, you can make a nuke with Banglum.
I bet nukes are banned.
Probably. Quadrillium nuke core? Whoa. Okay.
That sounds wild.
I want to make a nuke.
Just to like have.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use it. I just want it. Like they'll get mad at me, but I'll be like, "Hey, I haven't used it. I just got it."
Yeah, it's just there for show.
Like you can't do anything. Oh, did you make wooden stuff? Cause I might have got it.
Yeah. I chucked
you
it
go.
on the ground because I upgraded.
Oh, okay, okay.
Just leave it.
I probably should have done that
Whoa.
before.
Can I
Yeah,
climb
whatever.
this?
It's fine.
No, I can't. That's okay.
Rub.
I wanted to climb the shrub. Oh, there's a house over there.
Where? Oh, you're right.
Yeah. I couldn't tell
Oh,
where you were
Bengal.
looking, so I didn't want to. Rainbow sheep!
Sheep.
It's gay.
I love gay people.
Rah!
Oh, we need shears. We don't have
Oh.
iron. Shit. Please, 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 this village have iron. Please.
Here, we'll split up here. Ooh, berries.
Yeah, yeah. You can split
Yes,
up. I forgot that we can
please.
split up now.
Oh, did I plant? Oh, I planted my berries.
Oh,
Didn't mean
there's a
to.
shit ton more berries. So
Oh.
you're good.
This
Yeah,
is
don't go in that.
dangerous.
You'll be
Oh.
you'll be like demolished. It's a waste on. We could just take over this village.
Do you want to?
Yeah, no one has claimed the waystone.
Ooh, I'm down if you're down. Give me my berries.
I
Thank
mean, yeah.
you. Ah,
Alright, what do we call the waystone then?
Do we want to go the haha funny route that we went with the group, or do we want to be serious?
Okay, I
Ooh,
think
this
they
purple
said
bit's cool.
I think they said for home this purple guy. I think they said for
Yeah.
homes to like put your name.
Okay.
So if this is gonna be like our home, we should put our names. But
Ender and Cap's place.
Ender and Cap.
I'm sitting on a bush so I can show you where the purple bed is. In here.
Yes, yes, yes. Replace it with a piss bed.
Piss. I've got a creeper bed, but I'm not partial
Over this
to
village
it.
then.
Oh, I got stuck. Ooh, what's in here? Oh!
What? Oh, time to strike. Oh no.
Catch me
Usually,
decked out over here.
usually, scarf invisibility.
What?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa.
I want to come see. Well, not
You
see.
can't come see. I'm just literally invisible. If I do this. Oh wait, I have a full inventory.
Yeah, Sam. I mean, if we're
That's
gonna
kinda
live here,
cow
we can
fleshy.
empty out into this chest I found.
True. Okay. Wait. I'm debating we should actually live here though,
Yeah.
because like, I don't know what you had plans for, but I had plans for like having a big flat, like a flat and open area.
Ooh, okay.
So
I didn't have anything specific planned. I was just like, I'm gonna make a house that I can actually live in and not be hindered.
fair, fair. Okay, we can. Yeah, I'll name this Ender Cap Village.
What's this? Yeah. This'll be like
I can't
this'll be our
name it Ender Cap
village.
Village.
We're like the
Yeah.
mayors, but we don't live here.
Yeah. I'll just name it EK Village because the Ender and Cat Village is too long. So EK Village.
Nice. Oh. What's in here? Oh.
Ew.
Oh, you got
Oh, the pumpkins sound so gross when you step on them.
Ew.
No wonder my origin is afraid of them. That is the thing. If someone puts on a pumpkin head, I cannot see them at all.
Good to know. Good to know.
Oh god, you're gonna fuck with me with that, aren't you? Wait, you can slash Nick? Oh, you can.
What?
Color purple.
Color.
Ender John.
purple.
I don't know why, but every time I play a game, I have a thing where in public chats I'll just say Ender John. I don't know why it started, but like I've done it in everything.
Nick.
What? Wait, oh god, why are you laughing? I'm scared.
No, I just looked in chat and I just see Ender John.
Okay.
Let's see. What colors are there? Ooh. One dark green.
Where are you?
Yeah.
I for some reason cannot see people on the map and it makes me mad. Or are you that little white dot? Hold on. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, people are white dots. Good to know.
Ah.
Take out this scarf. Oh yeah, I got a cow on my head.
Whoa. I love that.
Wait, can I
That's
play some?
amazing.
He's
That
tiny.
Oh.
It's awesome.
Don't steal my torch, cow.
He wants your torch.
Unbelievable.
Okay. I have such a full inventory. Oh my god.
Yeah, same.
I don't need one raw beef actually.
What do I have that I can get rid of?
What is this book? Runic Grimoire?
Oh, I had one of those. I don't have that now.
Okay, well I'll keep it then just in case.
Yeah. I lost it when I died. You know what? Okay, I'm sorry, Lilypad. You gotta go.
No, it's so small though.
Made it me
Okay,
size.
yeah, whatever. Okay. On the map. Ooh. Exactly the way we're going. It looks flat, but it might not be. I don't know. It just looks like it.
Ooh. Ah,
Oh, sorry.
you're gay. Looks like I've got like a needle in my hand.
Wait. It's just like a needle. Yeah, I was looking at third person. That's awesome. I love the small origins so much.
Same.
I had a friend that she would just always choose that one, and every time it just made for so many funny moments.
Oh, what are those? Are those shrimp?
Wait, what?
What are
Are
these?
they krills? One
They're
in a krillion?
prawn.
Oh, you can ride him! Ride into battle on the prawn! You're gonna screenshot you just riding into battle. It's so funny.
And with the rest of them too. Yeah. Woo!
I just needed. That's it. That's the only reason I need the bow. I keep okay. Every time I press the third person thing, 'cause I go in third person a lot, it always puts me in a other third person with the shoulder thing, and it messes me up.
Yeah.
It's low-key annoying, but we go.
Oh.
No.
I got it. We're good.
And it's fine. Okay, this looks fairly
Ooh.
open.
Yeah. That crow. That crow. That crow.
Wait, crow?
Oh no,
Crow?
that's a butterfly.
Aw.
I can't tell.
I was hoping it was a Phil's of Minecraft viewer. Oh!
Two of them.
Family of gay sheep. Two of them and a baby.
Oh my god.
Oh, look at it.
I feel like this is a sign.
Yeah, this is a sign we gotta stay here. This is like, yeah, this is actually pretty good.
Yeah. Right here? Wanna lay,
Are those
wanna lay,
moo
wanna
blooms,
lay it
or are
down?
they just normal cows?
Cream,
Cream
cow.
cows.
Eat cream?
I mean, yeah, I'm done to stay here.
Hell yeah.
Only question is where here exactly.
True. I feel like
So we
down, down back where the cows are like looking. Is
So like this
pretty
way,
wide
down in a little
open.
pit.
Yeah.
Alright.
Ooh, fireflies.
Where?
They're just like a. Oh, where are they? I think they went
Oh,
away.
do you have shaders or something on?
Yeah, it's like a particle thing.
Nah,
Okay.
I don't got shaders. My
Ooh,
computer
ooh.
can I handle that while I'm streaming?
Did you moat? Wait, I dropped
Moat.
it.
Oh.
Now it's more like a thimble.
Can I get there? Yeah.
Oh, I don't have my bed. I was gonna sleep for everybody, but I left my bed. Oh no, I got my bed.
4 players sleeping. One person sleep.
Oh, they got out of bed. What the fuck?
2 people sleep.
Oh.
Every time I press enter for some reason, it like freaking like my game like. Boom. Why does it do that? Oh, there's emotes.
What?
Emojis. The little goofy.
Oh my gosh. I can't tell if it's a hand or a fork.
It looks like a fork, but I think it's like a face palm.
Oh, we did it. Yay.
Hold on. This is who you're hurting when you insult me. Okay, do you want top chest to be yours and bottom chest to be mine, or
That works.
our stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. To which
Yeah.
one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we mixing or are we separating?
Oh, I'm cool with mixing.
Alright.
I'm so glad I don't get injured when I jump off you.
Do you like take fall damage at all, or is
Yeah.
it just?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it's like 2 or 3 block height, maybe.
Okay. Where should we put the waystone? We can just put it like right now. We can always move it, so we can just put it like right here for now, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't drop these. Why are these tiny?
What?
Was a tiny person here? I found 4 tiny
Wait.
sunflowers.
Wait.
And I didn't do it. Dun dun dun.
There's a
Whoa, that
mystery
sheep is
about-
funky.
Where?
Look at the 2, like,
Oh, whoa!
yeah, they almost look like
Wait,
infected.
they're kind of cool.
They do look, yeah.
They look so cool. Wait.
I'm
let
good.
me get
I'm
some
gonna go
wheat.
say hi.
I want it. Them.
Inky
Hello.
sheep.
Inky sheep. You're just riding it. Oh, it's so laggy.
Are you bringing them over here to keep?
Yeah, I kind of want to keep them because they're cool, right? Like, oh, hello,
Yeah.
cow.
Do you want me to make a hole for them?
Yeah.
Temporary home.
Temporary home of a hole where they probably not ethical, but it's fine. Can this cow go away? I don't want you. I want the sheep. Like, you're cool. You're a cream cow. You look pretty, but like these sheep look cool. Oh my god, it's so laggy. Can I like see how much RAM the server has? It might have like too little RAM.
I made a hole.
Cannot. Hole.
Probably should have made it closer.
Yeah. Oh god. I have a long way to go.
I was like, yay, I made it. I was so proud of myself. Then I look up and you're just like a mile
Slowly
away.
inching.
I planted the mauve saplings, so those trees will grow eventually.
Oh, dope. Are they the like the purple ones around, I assume?
Yeah.
Dope. You know, this cream cow wants in. Go away.
Whoa.
Look, man, I had to. Like, he won't stop it. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, I thought you were about to go just kill him.
No, I was gonna punch him and get him away. But if he's vibing now, oh wait.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Okay.
Yeah, he's running around because I punched him already. This is such a extended process for no reason. Like, it should not be. I should have done this like half an hour ago already.
Literally. Here, since you're almost
Oh my
there-
god, speaking of half an hour ago, it's already been an hour and a half.
Oh my goodness. I'm planning on being here for a hot minute.
Yeah, Sam, I'm trying to go like as long as I can.
Yeah.
No, get in the hole. Don't go around. Okay, your friend's in there. Now you get in there.
I don't think I can push.
Really? Oh my god, he can't. Yeah.
Get fucked.
I hope when they breed, they make the same sheep. Otherwise, that would be really annoying.
It would be. Sheepy, sheepy, sheep. I'm gonna put a couple blocks so that I know that this hole is here.
Okay, so you don't fall in.
Yeah. Here we go.
Okay, okay, let me empty my inventory. We're gonna organize the chest, or we're just gonna dump it all in one for now, and then organize later?
Yeah, I think just organized later. When
Yeah,
we've
because
got
we are
more
gonna
of a
need.
home made.
Yeah, we're gonna have to move them eventually anyway.
Mhm.
I'm gonna keep my scarf invisibility on me and my cow plushie. You know,
Aw,
and my
the
snail.
geckos don't stack.
Aww.
Dang it.
We gotta go next to each other on the chest.
Lark bunting.
I'm gonna put all like the bugs next to each other.
Yeah.
Why do we have 5 armor stands? Is that me or you?
Not me. Oh, dang, you had diamonds on you? Nice.
Yeah, yeah, because my boots. My boots give me 3 diamonds. Beehive! Hello.
That's pretty.
Does,
Oh my
do they
gosh.
spawn with bees or do you have to give them bees? I always forget. Oh yeah, wait. Drops
I
the
think-
leaves.
I think they spawn.
Well, we
my
wait.
The falling
I hope-
leaves, it's so pretty.
Yeah, I hope it's like the cherry ones where it doesn't need to be a tree. It can just be the leaves.
Yeah. We're definitely planting more of these around here. This is beautiful.
100%, yeah.
I love it.
Okay. I don't. I mean, I guess I could just go mining.
I was just
I
thinking
actually don't
that.
know what to do now. Like,
Yeah.
kind of sitting here chilling.
Dang, I kind of wish that beehive didn't spawn there.
Oh,
So we could chop
oh.
the tree down.
There goes the bee.
Oh, Buzz. Oh, hi, buddy. Wait, I want to ride him. Whee! Oh, this is dangerous, actually. Oh, no. Oh, there we
Are
go.
you holding a flower? Oh, wait. If you hold a flower, do you think you'd be able to just like control it wherever you go?
I might be able to, honestly. Yeah, I'm gonna get off. That's a little bit dangerous if you go too high.
Yeah.
We've got some sunflowers. I'm gonna take one.
Mm.
And then
Hold on. I just realized my stream you're very quiet, so I gotta turn you up a second. Oh my
that's
god,
not
half
what
the
I
people.
told you to do.
What? Oh, did you accidentally breed it?
No, the bee just like started flying down to the ground. Oh, you know what? 'Cause
Half
we
the
have these,
people's
I'm gonna
skins
place
are
this.
not loading. Like if you look through. Oh wait, now it is. Nope, there we go. If you look
Right
through
when
like
I
the
looked.
list, if you look through the list, like a bunch are. It's not half. I exaggerated maybe.
Spice bush butterfly. Wow. I'm
Mining
putting
time.
our critters in the critter chest on the bottom.
Oh, it's the critter chest. You know, I'll put
Oh
my
wait, I
snow
forgot
in there.
I forgot the sunflower beetle. Whoopsie, sorry, my land.
Oh my god, the critter
Oh.
chest. Just inside of the portal.
Wild. Wait, can I? Oh, I want to like be inside it and look, like when you look in the beam from a beacon. No, I can't. That's sad.
Oh, I don't know why that took me a second to realize what you're talking about. Okay. Mining time.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna cut down the tree for more wood. Just to have a bit extra wood.
Actually, do we want spruce to pair with the mauve? Because I know there's some like spruce bushes nearby.
Ooh. That could be a good idea. Do you think that would look good?
It might. Actually, here, let me.
It's like I like building, but I'm not the biggest builder, so I don't really know what looks good. Like
Right.
Oh whoa, this fast leaf decay.
I feel like it
Butterfly.
could look good. I looked at both the wood super quick. Oh, there's like a little bit of cave over here.
Over where?
It's one of those like
Oh, I see, yeah.
yeah, one of these weird ones.
Oh,
So it's probably not great, but it might be a better jumping off point.
yeah, maybe. I mean, it is worth a try with the spruce and the mauve wood.
Yeah. A wren.
Mauve. A wren?
It's a bird.
Oh,
What are
yeah.
you? I see you in the grass. What are you? A stick bug. I'm taking it.
Stick bug.
Got a stick
I love
bug.
stick bugs.
Have you ever seen
Wait.
the stick bug dancing on TikTok?
Yes.
Oh
Oh,
my
there's a spider.
God. Oh. That's the one mob that dislikes me.
Well, it's like a fake tiny spider.
Oh, little baby spider.
Does it still dislike you though? He's kind of chilling.
Yeah. Oh, you look like a
Kind
tarantula,
of cute.
bud.
Yeah.
I
Wait,
like
why
you.
is he kind of cute?
Oh, look at him.
Oh,
Hello.
he's looking at you.
Hello.
He's your little guy.
Hi. Oh, I kind of wish
I
you
love
weren't
him. Ah.
one of the little bug spiders and I could ride you with you this size. That'd be amazing.
Oh, there's another one right here. We got two spiders. wait. Boom. I am the spider holder.
Got a screenshot of that.
I'm
You
gonna
are
put these in
the
that
real
critter chest.
Spider-Man.
It is I. Boom.
Okay, where
And-
was... Okay, I'm going the right way. Cool.
When the trees grew.
Ooh. Possum.
Blossom?
Possum. I'm riding
A
a possum.
Wait, he's like looking up. He's like proud.
Oh, his ears wiggle.
Oh my god! Only two!
Oh, I love you.
It's so cute.
Oh my goodness. That's amazing.
Is there a way we could keep him? What is there like does he follow anything?
Hey, Jason Bell, welcome in. Let's see. Possum.
Possum.
Egg.
Yeah, it's only possum egg when you look. Why
Dang
is there
it.
saving replay file always constantly in the top right? Go away.
I'm coming back for you. You'll be
Okay, I'll do it.
mine.
Yeah, he will live with us.
Yes.
Instead of a dog, we got a possum.
Allium. Ooh.
Wild
cool.
onions.
Gray
That's farthest
cow.
delight.
Cookie cow.
Ooh. Cookie cow. Whoa.
If I milk you, do you give me cookies? Wait, if
He
I
gives you
kill you,
chocolate
do you
milk.
give me cookies?
Oh no. He also has like eyebrows.
Aww.
Aw, it's just
Now I
beef.
feel bad.
Yeah, why'd you do that?
I don't know.
Man.
Oh, with this. Whoa.
Wait, look at these.
Daisy.
Pink daisies? Yeah, I'm
I
taking
love
that.
that both of us stopped at the pink daisy.
Hey, we both know it's good.
We do, we do. Now you're Oakwood. Get out of here. I'm not
Oh,
here
is this
for
quicksand
you.
or just normal sand? Normal sand,
Yeah.
okay. I thought it'd be really funny. It was just a batch of quicksand. Ooh. Wait, come over here.
Ah!
Look at this. Over here is kind of like cool looking. A little like
Ooh,
overhang.
yeah. Ooh, blue lupine. I like you.
Lupine.
The flower. Oh,
Ooh.
red
pretty.
lupine.
How many please tell me there's like a bunch of flowers in this mod pack. I want to have so many flowers.
Yes. Our area may be pretty bland right now, but we're gonna decorate it.
Will
It's
be
gonna-
gorgeous. Ooh, some
MTV
sugarcane
Cribs
over
will be
here.
knocking on our door in no time.
Dude, they'll be like emailing us, they'll call us, be like, yo, we gotta get in there. Like, come on.
Knock knock, let us in. Oh, this is cool.
Water cave. I don't know why it like took me so long to realize it was a water cave.
What does it look like when I
Man,
swim?
I'm just tiny. I can't get over there. I don't got my boat.
Oh, you left
Oh
your
wait,
boat?
I have an ender pearl.
Hey!
I honestly completely forgot about that. I don't know why.
I'm okay.
Luckily, there was water down there.
Oh, I might be stuck. Wait. I'm okay. I got this.
Sure.
I may be tiny, but I don't need no one.
Maybe tiny, but mighty powerful.
I can do more than gnaw on ankles. Even though that's my #1 threat.
Wait, what?
There we go. Yeah, I'm free.
Yeah.
Now there's forever a tiny staircase.
Forever there, right? Forever. Whoa, look at this guy.
Whoa, you're cool. He's just a
He's
cow.
orange. It's actually just a cow. It's just a normal cow. We're like, whoa, oh my god.
All the other ones are like cream cow, cookie cow, just cow.
Just a cow.
Ooh. Interesting terrain gen.
Literally. It's like half water cave, half not over there.
Yeah. Give me saplings.
We just need one sapling.
Literally.
something about lag will always just like make me so mad, and I don't know why. Because it's just like it's such a little thing, but it's so annoying.
That's very fair.
So it's just like, oh,
Hey, Aradoxa, welcome in.
you good? What?
Yep, good.
The loud came for you, Mike, and I was like, oh. Oh, big spruce tree over there. Donkey.
Hee-haw.
Yeehaw.
Ow. My ankles.
You like already tamed or no? I guess I'm getting lucky. I want this donkey. I'm probably never gonna like.
Yeah, I'm
use
a
him.
I'm a
He's just gonna
mouse
sit here, but I
origin.
want
I'm
him.
literally minuscule. Like, look at me in comparison to the friggin'
I
grass.
think it's gonna work.
I'm shorter than the grass.
Why is he? Okay, I'm giving up. Big tree. I'm going to the top and mining down.
Yeah.
Ah! Ow. That took half my health. I can't see my crosshair, so I can't aim properly. I have 2 hearts.
Oh.
I'm a stand back for a
my
second. Oh wow.
I got stick.
How have I not lost any health, like any hunger bars, but I am regenerating?
What's this? Pine cone? Spruce
Pine cone?
sapling!
Oh.
It looks like a pine cone.
Do you want to cut this thing down or?
I mean,
We're
might as
just
well
gonna leave
for the wood.
Alright.
Sorry,
I have not lost any hunger. Yeah, I'm back to full health. What is going on?
Is there another one? Yeah, there's another one.
Oh, that's too far. Uh-oh.
If we get 4, it'll be over.
Oh, is there a way to
Close,
insta-mine
I'm
trees?
close. I got 3.
I hope there's a way to insta-mine trees.
Festival of Lights. Oh, okay. That's not as exciting.
Is there a
as
way I
thought it
can
was.
make it so that my crosshair shows the whole time? Disabled. I usually press my mute button. No.
It's okay. It's okay. I slept. I'm coming.
Oh, you're just Heidi, flower, and axe and bird on the ground. Uh-oh.
Oh
Server
no.
restart. Oh no,
I'm
you gotta
coming.
get to your stuff.
I'm
You gotta
coming.
get over here. Get over here.
Ah!
Do you want me to pick it up just in case? Real quick?
Please.
Okay.
Not that I have anything like crazy that we could lose. But...
Yeah, but still just in case.
Yeah. All right, I am.
Yeah,
100
I'll still make my way
meters
back over
out.
there.
Okay. All right, I'm back at the river.
I'm teleporting to the river.
Perfect. Oh,
Hello there.
hello.
Okay. Oh, I'm losing frames. What is going on? There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Your stick bug. Oh wait,
My
that sugar
bug.
cane's mine. Yeah, you can keep it, whatever.
Oh. Oh no! Oh, the server restarted. Oh. I probably lost everything else I didn't pick up. Dang it. That's alright. Like I said, I didn't have anything crazy important. Oh, there was a post in the Discord. A record turnout, 40 plus made it to launch. Sorry for the lag as the server gets used to new chunks being generated and everyone gets a ton of the first achievements. If your keybind doesn't work for Origins, download the Origins keybind mod on CurseForge. Please grab a waystone before you leave spawn. It's just looking all around spawn before leaving to see what we offer. Oh, and then there's some people in the VC. I want to look in screenies. Oh my gosh, it's it's me riding the bunny. There's some really solid oh traveling. They've got a tiny person in the back of the boat and a person on top of their head. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna love the screenshots from this, dude. They're gonna be so funny. As much as I love this song, I'm not really feeling it. I'm hoping, by the way, I mentioned this on Twitter. I'm hoping to upgrade my RAM soon, so hopefully all the lag that we've been experiencing lately and the couple of disconnects that we've been experiencing, hopefully those will go away soon. Oh, there it is. No one freak out, lol. Quick restart. Hopefully because it's just a restart, I won't lose my stuff, but we'll see. Oh! My stuff! Yay! Oh, I'm so happy. Not that it matters too much, but I'm happy. Oh yeah, okay. Look at that. Beautiful. Oh, my meat. Hey!
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, why am I recording? Ah! Replay mode, stop!
Oh, I
Alright,
got
you want-
8 saplings.
Ooh. Well, also the leaves decayed afterwards.
Yeah.
Alright, do you want to join a group again, or do you want to just walk?
Yeah, let's join a group.
Alright.
There we go.
Big and tall.
Yeah.
Big and tall.
Cool.
Well, we got the wood. We got the wood.
We got it.
We got it.
Bag secured.
And mine.
And?
And.
And.
And. There's a bunch of like tiny holes here. Watch out.
Ooh.
Ah, it's not loading. It ain't loading. Okay. It's gonna be like laggy right off the bat because a bunch of people are trying to join, so we just gotta.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's this way.
We'll be able to see if the restart did anything. After
Yeah, hopefully it did something. I'm gonna make a waypoint on
Oh,
the map of home.
You look beefy. Why?
What, the sheep?
Yeah. It's like it's got a tiny head, or maybe it is because of the wool.
It probably is, yeah. Yeah. Look
Ooh.
normal.
There we
I got no clue. Oh, Staghorn beetle, mine.
Ooh.
Okay, house.
House.
Boom. Beetle chest. No. Critter and bug chest. Oh, wait. Don't do that because it'll turn it all into podzol, and that's ugly.
Ah, true.
So I think we should make a little platform and then put dirt up there.
Yeah.
So we just need to get a bunch of dirt from somewhere.
Got another ladybug.
A ladybug.
Oh, put my stick bug in there. In my red.
Gotta put the ladybugs next to each other.
Of course.
We gotta organize the bugs. Yeah. I loves bugs and critters. I'm jamming out real quick. There's a banger song playing right now. It's a fucking JoJo song. I'm so stupid. It's good, okay? It's good music. Like, you gotta believe me.
I won't judge.
Fair enough.
What have I got playing?
I'm
I've
gonna make-
got Enter Sandman by Metallica. Ooh.
I'm gonna make a shovel.
Come down
get
here,
dirt.
butterfly. I want you.
I forgot to make the shovel. I grabbed the materials and started running away.
Oh, can I catch you? Oh, I think you're too tall. Get. Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh my god! You're just flying away!
Woo!
Wait, I'm so I right click it. Nothing.
Oh.
I don't think you can pick that one up.
It doesn't seem like it.
Dude.
Oh,
well,
no!
goodbye.
Oh,
Goodbye.
Oh,
It's fun knowing you.
no! I'm dead.
See you later, man.
Bye bye.
So stupid.
Stop going higher. What the fuck? Oh. I think we got to like 10 reconnect attempts. That was rough. There we go. Am I still on the butter? Oh, I'm still on the butterfly. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, oh, oh. Let me off. Oh, I'm free.
Oh wait, he can't hear me. Okay, there we go.
I'm back.
I was gonna say he can't hear me because I get why you can't hear people in a group, but I also hate it at the same time.
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot what we were doing. Oh yeah, we are gonna get dirt for trees.
Dirt.
Dirt. I love dirt.
I love dirt.
I love me some good dirt. Oh, these butterflies are so pretty.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Did it go down again? Or did I disconnect again? Because it said something different that time. Oh, everybody's. Yep. Someone crashed. Okay. Someone crashed the server. Yikes. Oh, restart because Wet gave us more CPU and ooh, hell yeah. Let me find Ender. Hold on. Because Ender's gonna be in here somewhere. Let me find him. Send him a friend request. His Discord must be different. Hopefully lag will be... Oh, there he is. Oh, that's why he's a minor. Okay. I'm glad I looked at this because he uses any pronouns. I make it a stream and do the thing. I love that. That's funny. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna send him a friend request just so we can talk about our base and so we can keep in touch in case anything happens. That's awesome. That Ender brought up that he wondered what the like RAM and shit was. So I'm starting to wonder what it was at prior. Also, if you're getting lag, I'm opening up a tab because the as I said, the server hoster upped the CPU and RAM. So we're gonna go them some love. I love Mind Over Matter. It's such a good song. Can you open, please? Wet. Is that how you're supposed to say it? Wet. I can't even say that regularly. Like, that's quality over quantity? Damn. Oh, I am following them. When did I follow them? Oh, that's so cool. See, like, there are a lot of server hosters out there. You don't see a lot of them reposting that people are starting their servers using them. Oh, wow, they just got a New York location. That's wild. They just got it. Because they had a poll up on the 21st, asking where their next location should be. I fully thought that one of their first locations was probably New York. That's insane. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom and I have to refill my water. So we're gonna do a quick BRB. I'm gonna turn up the music so you guys can listen, and I'm also gonna restart this song because I fucking love this song and I want you guys to hear all of it. But yeah, I'll be right back. Even though the server just came back up. But yeah, I'll be back. I'm back, lads. All right, let's turn on this music and get back to it. I'm back.
Hello.
Hello.
My prank didn't work. I put 2 acacia planks in front of you, and it didn't do shit.
Nope. Didn't do jack.
I got a bit of dirt, so I was like, why not?
Mm-hmm. Ooh. Oh.
Because I didn't want to do too much progress while you were away, because I didn't know how long you were gonna be gone, so I just grabbed a bit.
I just filled up my water quick.
Okay, you're good.
And then got
Wait,
sidetracked by my dog.
Fair. Did that tree insta-mine?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
How?
I don't know.
Well, that's awesome.
Did you see the log though?
Wait, what does it look like?
Look at the top.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's nice.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like maybe this log in spruce would look good.
Yeah. Hold
Maybe?
on. Here, I got spruce.
Hold on, Plankton is talking in my ears right now. He's coming from my secret formula? No? Oh, he's kidding.
Oh.
Okay. I have an AI text-to-speech voice thing on my stream. I mean, it's kind of nice.
Mm-hmm.
Would be good, like, if it was like a corner thing. I don't... My thing is, what does it look like in plank form? It'll break. There. It's giving like a mystical type vibe.
Yeah.
I feel it could work.
And here's the...
Okay, let me do this. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
There.
Oh.
There.
Again. Wait, I don't think
I
I'm
feel like
right.
it could work, maybe.
Nice.
Oh,
I am partially inside
tiny
him.
little guy on the yeah, you're literally inside of his feathers.
I'm just
Dude.
nestled in, keeping warm, you know?
just chill. I think we can make this work.
Yeah, I think so too.
we'd. How would we though? That's my question. I like.
Mm.
If we do build something, what do we build with it?
Right.
So I feel like it can't just be a normal house. It has to be
No.
like something special.
Hmm.
I don't know. Wait, I'm gonna do the tree thing. Let's do it over here. Think that's high enough? I hope that's high enough. Do one more, just in case.
It sounds like I'm doing like a tap dance.
Wait, what? What are you doing?
I'm walking across the wood and it sounds like I'm tap dancing.
Wait, let me pause my music real quick. It does kind of sound like it, yeah. I got 2 more saplings for caring for the environment. This is awesome.
Dang. When I put on my iron boots, I got 4 iron ingots.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna put on my diamond boots. I got 3 diamonds. Okay. There is the wood. Okay. For context, this guy in my chat requests a 1x1 tower of everything, like in any world that I make, and he's requesting for a 1x1 tower again. So, am I good to make a 1x1 tower or something?
Yeah. I don't know if we can keep it
dope.
though.
Is that okay, Joe? Can we not keep it?
It's in the server rules.
He said okay. Okay, we're good. What should it be?
Good.
I don't want to do cobble. That's boring. Could do mangrove. Oh wait, do we have mangrove saplings? Oh, we don't have mangrove saplings.
No,
Ah,
that would have been beautiful.
that would be really nice.
Actually, how far?
Yeah, isn't it like actually fairly close? Because I know we were walking by it when. Oh, it's not that close. It's closer to spawn, I think. Yeah. So if we were to go to spawn and then run away.
What is this?
I'll make it out of oak. Why not?
Yeah.
All right, right
G.I.G.o'd.
here. The tower.
I like it, Picasso.
I like it, Picasso. Ow, fuck. Okay. Oh.
Hey! Oh.
Come on. It didn't insta-mine.
Oh no. Oh!
Oh, it tried insta-mining, but my axe broke.
I got it.
Oh, will it even insta-mine the rest? Because it
Let's
is
find
not
out.
a full tree.
Oh no.
Oh, no. Alright, good luck with that. I'm gonna go do something else.
You bastard. I can't even reach the top one.
Oh, God. Here, I'll help. I'll help. Sorry. Oh, I tried helping, but the other one grew in front of me. I can't help. It seems I can't help.
The world said no.
It wants you to do it.
Ooh, on guard. Erect some fencing.
That's a funny word. Actually, I ripped the plank, so now it won't work. Oh, there we go. Not the plank, the log. I did it now.
I
Okay,
feel like
got
the
it.
wood that we've got at the moment could go together if we have like a different roof. Oh, I'm okay.
Maybe like a quartz roof? Not quartz. There definitely is a modded solution to this.
Yeah.
Rose quartz. Ooh. Sulfur quartz? What the hell?
What?
Sulfur? I can get sulfur?
Ooh, rose
make-
quartz.
Yeah, rose
Smoky
quartz look pretty
quartz?
Ooh. You get smoky quartz.
Hmm.
Smoky quartz, who would have thought?
Wow.
Wait, so what's the difference between sulfur and sulfur quartz? Why does sulfur exist? How do you get it? There's no way to get sulfur. You can only use it to craft gunpowder.
What the fuck? Make it make sense.
Brambleberries? Oh, wait, I want some brambleberries.
Hey, class one, how's it going? Welcome in.
Ooh, umbral wood looks so good, actually. Wait, that's really pretty. Umbral
on.
flesh block? Okay, maybe not.
What the fuck? Oh, but
Oh, it's a wood from the nether. That makes sense. Twilight vines.
Ooh, umbral fungus. Umbrella! Ew, I see
There
the
are
flesh block
umbrellas?
now. Umbrella.
Yeah, flesh block. You can get umbrella. Whoa. You can make bunk beds. Wait,
Revolutionary.
this is awesome. Do you want to make bunk beds?
Let's do it. I have to be on the bottom
Hell
bunk.
yeah.
Unless we have like
Alright.
an elaborate staircase for me to get to the top one.
Just a very complicated staircase for no reason at all.
Exactly.
Raw
Why are you
silver.
still down here? Get out of here.
Ooh, you can make copper chains. Oh, there's a lot more uses for copper in this. That makes me happy.
Oh, absolutely. I was just talking to someone about how sad I was that copper has 0 uses because it's so pretty.
Yeah. If they freaking copper golem one, maybe. Mimic spawning? Oh god, mimics are a thing.
Oh no.
Oxygen tank?
What?
Frozen chest? Echo of the ship graveyard? That's literally... That is just an icon of the... Was it? The thing of flight from Terraria. It's literally just a Terraria icon. Not icon, sprite. That's the word, sprite. Curtains? Oh, there's so many little, like, decoration things.
You made
I got
it, I
told
think,
the-
one block high enough. Look at the
Really?
stairs.
Oh my god, I am awesome.
1 to 2 blocks high enough.
I got told in my chat that I should make a fireplace and chimney, and guess
Ooh.
what there is? There are chimneys that you can make.
Oh,
So that's awesome.
Hell yeah.
We can have a little fireplace and like little chairs around it and just chill by the fireplace.
Yeah! I'm so
Hell
ready.
yeah.
We're gonna have a life of luxury.
Raw onyx? What the hell? It looks like a little bug.
You cannot class 1. This is an invite-only server, and the applications have closed.
I'm just like looking at mod stuff. I should like actually. Okay. We were gonna go mining. That's what it was.
Do you want to make like a little mine off of a nearby area, like up against this hill or something, so we can make it like a whole entrance thing?
Oh my god, you are the smartest person ever.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, we'll do it like right here. Since it's already a little
Yeah.
divot.
Perfect. This bothers me. I like that when you get an item, it gets the gold star.
Oh, it does. Wait, I didn't even realize that.
It's like you get a gold star and you get a gold star.
Yeah. Everyone gets it. I just actually pressed F1. Everyone gets a gold star.
Oh.
I think it's gonna be hard to make like a strip mine while the server's lagging. So I think we should
Yeah.
wait to make like a strip mine until like it settles down. And in the
Yeah.
meantime, we can just like go in a cave.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And I keep getting Discord. Okay, we're there.
Oh, I wanted to say it looked like you were right about the CPU and RAM thing.
Oh really? That the server didn't have enough RAM.
Yeah. Did you see the post in Discord about why it went down again?
I did not. Maybe that was one of the pings.
Like directly after the restart, a little bit after I came back.
Was it an announcement or is it in general?
In general. Apparently, the server hoster gave us more CPU and RAM. So we must have just not had enough.
I was correct. Yeah, I know I know like like not a lot, but like an odd amount of stuff about like servers and computer stuff. But like not a lot, just the perfect amount. Okay. Oh god, this is a butterfly that you're on. Still here. Oh, did I not cut down fully again? Did your axe break?
My axe broke.
Here, wait. Let me see if I can like teleport on top of it by going like this. I put it at a slight angle, so I will go on top if it will stop lagging.
By the time you get up there, I'll have chopped down every
Yeah, no,
other
literally.
block.
I think that's what's gonna happen.
Ah.
Did I push you off?
No, I was too busy looking up at you. I didn't pay attention to where my feet were.
Yeah, no, I literally just landed on the exact same block I was standing on. Hello? There we go. More saplings.
More.
More. Expand.
We have almost 3 stacks of wood.
How bad can I be because I'm expanding this area? Ah.
Help me.
What? You good? Oh, help. Oh. I was like, oh. What's going on?
Damn. That's a lot of spruce.
This is not a spruce. What?
There's a lot of spruce.
There's a fly. Fuck off.
Ah! Bouncing on
Where'd it
your
go?
bed.
Hey, stop that.
Ah!
Did you fall in the sheep hole?
I may have
Okay,
gotten
wait.
myself into a predicament here.
I know a solution. Hold on.
Oh wait,
Stay in
hold
there.
on, hold on.
You got this. Stay there for a
Hold on.
second. Ah.
I got an
Oh
idea,
wait,
I got
yeah,
an idea.
wait.
Hold on.
What? Yeah. Wait.
Yeah!
Did you just go on top of it and then?
No, I did my little teleportation thing.
Oh, that! I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Well, we got a little ladder there now, so you can just. I think that should
Awesome.
work.
Yeah, let me fall in again. and see.
Yeah. Falling again on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Perfect.
there we go. Little tiny ladder animation, so funny.
It takes every ounce of my being to be able to climb up a single ladder.
Just a single like step. Just it takes everything. Oh, we should set up a little farm for food.
Yes, we should.
What are you thinking? I'm thinking potatoes, but you can choose if you want.
I'm good with potatoes. Potatoes are one of the better ones for like
True.
food.
I think bread might be better. Hold on, let me.
True.
560.
We've got the river right there too, so if we want to, we can plant it on the river until we get a bucket.
Okay, wait. Bread at 560. Potato is 560. It's the same. Okay, it's the same, and you get more for thing because bread costs 3 wheat. All right, perfect.
Woo.
Yippee!
Oh, I missed a stick. Hello.
Time to farm.
That's so crazy. That's what we were about to do.
Oh my
And the service said,
God.
"Oh my gosh."
Who would have thought? Maybe we shouldn't make it this far away, because it is kind of far away.
Yeah. Ooh, 3
Eh,
saplings.
whatever,
4
it's fine.
saplings. Don't mind if I do.
Ooh. It's fine being this far away. Who cares?
We'll
I
be
can
moving
teleport.
closer
You can
anyway.
also teleport. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
move it eventually.
I put
Yeah,
you
wait, we can literally both
over
teleport.
here.
Why are we like? Why am I complaining about it? No. Boom, 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 boom. Bop. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, potatoes are planted.
Woo!
Can I hit this butterfly with an egg? I missed. I got 4 more eggs in advance.
Whoa.
I hit it and it
Egging,
spawned a
dude.
chicken. It was meant to be.
It was. We have so many of these trees.
Ah, another beehive. Is it fair to just destroy the beehives? I feel like we can get more, right? Right?
Well, we've got a lot of other trees planted. So it's not an issue either way.
Yeah, fair, I guess. Okay.
You can't pick up a
Food.
beehive, can you? Not unless you have like...
You need silk touch, yeah.
Yeah.
Putting the cow on my head, putting on the scarf of invisibility.
Poisonous potato. Oh.
Oh. I'm just a flown little cow. Don't mind me.
The cow is how I know where you're looking.
Oh, 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 oh. Okay.
That's
I'm gonna go mining if you want to come. That's why I did the
Alright.
invisible thing, so mobs can't see me.
Yeah, I'll come with.
Okay. Wood.
Why do I keep
apple.
eating these berries? I'm gonna put them away.
Hey, a little hungry guy.
A
Okay.
little hungry lad. What can I say?
Are you ready, or do you need to grab stuff?
I should be good. Let me get rid of this wood. Wood.
Wait.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, let's go. Let's go, partner. We got this. I think I saw a cave over here. I could be wrong. Oh wait, what was the other cave that we saw? We go to that.
The, like, I don't even know how
The
to
little
describe those ones.
indent.
Yeah. I think it was over here.
Is there one right here?
Wood.
That's a creeper.
Where?
Don't go in that hole over there.
It's a good thing I didn't see the hole. Actually, no, I should be fine. Hold on.
Oh yeah, wait. Do creepers not attack you?
I don't think so. I think only spiders.
Okay, well that works.
Handy.
You will be the light because I cannot see and I don't have a torch.
Okay.
Well, I can see. I just forgot my torches. Skeleton.
Oh. That was risky.
Will you see me? Oh, you do see me. Aw, the invisibility thing does nothing.
Oh! I fell in the water.
Good.
Yeah, it was deep too.
It's not that. Oh, this one or the other one?
I think it was the other one.
Okay, that's what I said.
Nothing up there.
There's just one. Yeah, there's nothing. Just skeleton. Cole. Yoink.
Yep.
This is already such a cool experience for me because I've never been on SMP before.
Oh, there's
So,
an opening
like,
over there.
All this stuff is like new, but it's so fun.
Yeah.
Actually interacting with people.
Oh, lava.
Uh,
Lagba.
Lagba? What?
Lagba.
Lagba.
Oh. Is that more tin?
Do we really need tin? Because tin is just used for bronze. Now, are we going to make bronze stuff?
Probably not. We could probably just leave it for now.
Yeah.
And if we ever decide
Yeah.
to delve into that, we can get it.
We can just go grab it. We know where some is.
Yeah. Give me that block.
Oop.
Thank you.
It's a little less laggy, but still, like, slightly annoying laggy.
Yeah.
Get there. Did you just go deep in the cave already? Oh, there you are.
Possibly.
Okay. Here, 10,
See, there's an opening over here. What are these? What is this?
Oh.
What is this? Oh, that's glow lichen. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
They look like glow lichen to me.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
you have
just-
the texture back.
Yeah.
Fossil fuel. Oh.
Woo. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight.
The song you listening to right now?
No, I just saw the
Oh,
achievement
okay.
in chat and I was like, whoa,
Oh, okay.
connection. On guard. What's that do? Oh, it's the fencing.
Yeah.
What am I listening to? Oh, okay.
What is it?
Just a Man from Epic the Musical.
I feel like I've heard that. I don't listen to many musicals.
I don't either. I just got interested because one, I like that it's based on history, and then they also, the guy behind it was putting it all over Twitter and like getting people to be part of it from Twitter, which I thought was really cool.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he put out like auditions and shit. He was like, "Oh, we're looking for someone with this sort of voice. Here are the lines." And I think like almost the entire cast of the musical is from TikTok.
That's sick, actually.
Yeah.
I take it you like Hamilton then.
Hmm. I got into it late in life. I didn't find it around the time a lot of people do. I think the first time I even heard about it was from my best friend who's super into it.
I have a lot of friends that are into it, and I still am yet to listen to any of the songs or watch it. Like, so many people I know love it, so I'm like always like surrounded by people just being like, "Hey, you should watch it. You should watch it." And I'm like, I don't really wanna.
Ooh, iron.
Iron.
Aw, it's just one dookie.
Jesus.
Oh, hello.
A pirate just yelled in my ear. He said he's looking for femboys.
Uh-oh. How's this way? Ooh. Ambiance.
Oh, what is this? Oh, silver. Wait, what can you do with silver?
Ooh.
Silver? Ooh, it's like a copper where you can make just like a bunch of little pretty things.
Ooh.
Holy shit, you can make a silver crown.
Ging. I hit my mic.
It might be worth grabbing the silver. It is kind of nice. It looks nice. That's
Is
cool.
that the silver up there? Or is
Yeah,
that
when
what
I'm
you're
standing
looking
on is silver.
Ah.
Oh yeah, and there's more up there, yeah.
Sneaky snitch.
Oh wait, oh you need iron for it. Okay, wait, I can't.
Aw, dang. Give me the blocks. Thank you.
I just tried showing the fact that I already have a crown and I forgot I was invisible. Ooh, iron.
Yeah.
Oh, we're already down to deep slate. Oh god.
Ooh, that could be nice with
You
the
know what?
house.
Oh, true. No, we should have done though. We should have, because you still have your waystone, because we used mine for the thing. Should just
Mhm.
grabbed your waystone and then placed it down here and teleported back when we were done,
Aw.
so we didn't have to like climb all the way out.
True.
Oh, I do see on the map though. There's a mine shaft.
Ooh.
There's also like a big opening, I think. Not big, but like relatively nice opening.
Hell yeah.
It's like the mine shafts are right under our house.
8 iron. No more? No more. Okay.
We're going. Ow. More iron.
Deep slate
My chat
9.
was telling me to hit you off so you would fall.
Oh,
That's so mean.
I have 5 hearts. It'll kill me.
Oh god. I forgot about that. Yeah, that literally just would kill you.
Unbelievable, chat. That's rude.
It's the same guy that requested the tower.
Wow. I didn't oppose
Like-
your tower.
Yeah, he didn't oppose your tower, dude.
Yeah,
Come on.
what the fuck?
Kick my fucking head, bro.
Oh wait, is this? Oh, calcite. Is there a? Or is it different here? I'm okay.
Wait, you found calcite?
Yeah.
Is that only found around geodes?
That's what I'm. That's what's confusing me because I don't see any other geode blocks. Just the calcite.
Huh.
Oh, it's a little back area.
Okay. Maybe it's like
Ooh,
oh what is that?
pretty.
Mithril.
Ooh.
Oh,
I'm stuck.
gelatos. There's a yellow one in every world I have. I get a yellow axolotl and I name it Piss.
Well, we're not stopping now.
Hell yeah! I don't got a bucket though, so I can't.
It's alright. We got enough iron for a bucket now.
I can smelt some right now.
Perfect.
All right, we're getting an axolotl and naming it Piss.
I'm gonna
We just
look
need
up
an
what-
anvil
what
though when
can
we do.
Mithril. Mithril.
Whoa. Wait, yeah. What does Mithril do? Whoa, the armor so sick.
Yeah. Oh, what is that? Chakram. Mithril boots. Oh, a great hammer. Warglaive. Mithril
You can get a
anvil.
mithril drill.
What?
It has like fuel. It has upgrades. Wait, drills might be
What?
sick. What is that from? That's from Mythic Metals. Yeah, okay.
Whoa.
10.96 digging speed compared to stone pickaxe. That has stone pickaxe is 4 digging speed. Wait, okay,
Damn.
wait. What's a netherite axe or netherite pickaxe?
Oh, whoa, what is
9 digging speed. It's a little faster than netherite pickaxe.
Argolite? Whoa, what the
Argolite.
fuck is that?
What?
A plant.
Oh,
Dust
don't go in
trap.
that thing.
I won't.
Yeah,
do
don't go in it.
bitch.
It'll trap. It'll trap you, and you'll take damage.
Oh. Whoa, this is cool. A gelato.
I want this axolotl. I want him, and I want to name him Piss so bad. Oh wait, and there's brown ones. We can name them shit.
Yeah!
Piss and shit.
I'm adding 3 more.
I already added 3 more. And we can. And it's
There we
fine.
go.
Yeah,
There.
there we go. Yeah, okay. Why is it taking so long to smelt?
No.
I'm taking out this invisibility real quick. Holy shit. Piss and shit, dude.
Unbelievable.
Do you want piss or do you want shit?
I think I want piss.
Alright, I'll take shit.
Perfect.
Is it taking so long because the server's lagging, or is there like a thing that just makes smell? No, it's just because the server's lagging. Oh my god.
Drip leaf.
These guys are so tiny. I love axolotls. I'm so happy they added them.
Same.
Oh, we should probably make an iron pickaxe.
Yeah.
Okay, there's 9 in here, so you'll be fine.
Do you need more coal? You got enough.
Ah, I got a bunch.
Oh, there's iron above you.
Oh, really? Oh, hello. Oh, wait, I have longer reach. I forgot about that.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that gravel's gonna fall. Well, no, okay. I was gonna say that was.
In with the lados.
Wait, what?
Can I ride one?
Oh my god, you. Wait.
I can ride
Oh
piss and
my
shit.
god. You can ride piss and shit. Oh my
This is
god, I got
amazing.
a perfect screenshot.
Onward,
That's
my
awesome,
trusty
okay.
steed.
I love that. Hold on, I need to save that screenshot like right now. Just send it to you in DMs.
Ahoy.
If you want, you can. If I forget after stream, I'll. If I don't forget after stream, I'll send you all the screenshots I get.
Okay.
If I do forget, remind me.
Will do.
Yeah.
Stormix shell. What's that?
Stormic shell. Oh, oh, you're looking at the mental stuff again.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, Stormix shield. Oh, that looks sick.
Ow. Oh, I've got can get water. Oh god. It's taking so long because of the lag. It would have all been done by now. Oh. Oh, what the hell? Why does another star look like that? It's like orange. Stardustite
What?
ingot? Stardust leggings is an expansion on netherite.
Ooh.
8, 4, 6. Oh my god. Netherite is 8-3 and Stardite is 10-4. That's insane.
Whoa, berries look wild.
Barriers.
Yeah, with the texture pack, they look fucking insane.
Found.
What's this? Jigsaw
Should I
block?
turn on- I might turn on the texture pack. Which one is it again? Was it the 64 one or the 16 one?
I don't know. I just kept it on whatever was default.
Yeah. I think it was the 64 one. There we go. What?
Hat of sea tramps.
It was not, in fact, the 64 one. Oh god, it's so
Oh
laggy.
no. Wait.
Wait, I want to see the hat of sea trams. Hat of sea trams. What is that?
Doublet of sea. Oh my gosh, you could have a whole outfit of sea tramps.
Wait, what? Oh my god, I want an outfit of sea trams. I'm just not gonna have the text pack. I give up. Entire outfit of sea trams. That's insane.
I love everything about that.
No, piss is escaping.
No, piss.
Piss. You stay in there.
Bad piss.
Oh, I got more iron. We didn't need to smelt this. Okay, whatever. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, piss.
Bucket.
Careful, careful.
Alright, you are shit. Piss, get over here. No, piss. You little shit. No, you little piss.
Got him.
This
Nice.
piss.
Yeah.
Now I got shit.
Piss. Get in my inventory. Thank you.
Piss and shit.
Oh, look at him dance in the bucket. I love it.
Is he dancing
Yeah.
the bucket with
Yeah,
the
he's dancing
resource
in the
pack?
bucket.
Ah.
He did like a little paw shuffle.
Wait, okay, now I kind of want the resource pack. Wait.
Just so you can see shit dance in the
yeah,
bucket.
I want to see shit dance in the bucket.
Oh, did you make the pickaxe? Or are you still waiting for it?
Shit, I forgot to make that.
Atlantis.
Atlantis. Wait, I
Underwater
can't see.
ruins.
I got Mojang Studios in my face right now.
What's over this way? Oh, silver.
Oh,
Nice.
yep, this is it.
That's
Oh,
just
whoa, the torch looks
Morkite.
weird in the offhand.
What does Morkite do?
Morkite?
Morkite.
Why are arrows like quivers?
Oh, it doesn't do much. It
Oh,
helps with the
oh my
mythical
God.
drill somehow.
He's
Did you see
dancing
it?
the little bucket. He's so cute. I love him. I'm gonna. Oh my God.
Oh, I found...
Wow, I look even more snazzy with the. Expect. Sorry,
I
what?
found the mine.
You found the mine shaft.
I found the mine.
The mine.
Mine.
The mine. My only thing with the text pack is that because there's like a bunch of modded stuff, a lot of the blocks are just not gonna fit in. That's like another reason why I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Where are you? How far did you like go all the way down?
No. Hold on, I'm back at the little
Okay, yeah.
accidental pond.
Well, the text pack's hurting my eyes. I gotta turn it off. I don't know why. It's something about just like the more pixels. It just messes with my eyes. Genuinely do not know why.
Mm.
I'm heading back up. Oh, I almost just walked in the trap thing. Die. I have him. Wait, we can trap people. Wait.
Yeah.
We can
Just,
like
just
trap
put that
people if they try
outside
to
like
get
it's a
into our
normal plant and then just fucking trap.
house. Wait, can we do that? I would love that. Ah, water.
Holy shit. Oh.
Sorry.
And then this way.
You play silver. Oh, I forgot to make the pickaxe again.
Lapis. Lapis.
Morkite. Lapis. Piss.
Oh, careful, skeleton.
Oh, what is that? Oh God! Ow.
Oh, he's got an orange shirt on.
Heat.
It is.
Heat. Oh my God! I've hit you like 17 times. How are you not dead? Oh my God! There we go. Come on, I know how to combat. It's lag. I'm just not even gonna try to crit. It's not gonna work. Okay, let me make the iron pick.
I know you're looking at that cave and you're feeling kind of brave. Go to bed, you'll be alright. Oh, spiders.
Don't mind at night. Why are you just saying don't mind at night? I mean, not judging you, but like, why?
Couldn't tell you.
Honestly, you know, valid. Okay, I went on this rant in a video once. I hate the freaking achievement, isn't it iron pick? It doesn't make sense. Do you know what it's meant to be?
No.
It's meant to be, isn't it ironic?
Oh!
It doesn't sound like ironic at all.
No. I found
Makes me so
gold.
mad. Ooh. I'm gonna get this Morkite. I don't know what Morkite is, but
Yeah.
I want it.
It doesn't look like it's great from what I saw.
Oh, it's used to make bombs.
More lapis!
Lab boil? Oops. Bombs?
Not chicken McNuggets. Oh.
Not chicken McNuggets. Oh, yeah.
I
it's
thought
the
that
iron
meant that
nugget
there were
trade.
chicken nuggets in the game, but I guess not.
But it said not chicken McNuggets.
Well, I thought it was a little haha.
No, valid.
Oh, there's a spider.
Mine shaft. So spiders are the only thing that can attack you.
I think so. Hold on,
And
I'm
we are
gonna walk
entering
up
a
to
mine
him.
shaft.
I'm gonna walk up to him. Oh,
Where
he's further than I
spiders
thought.
take
Never
over.
mind. I am not going.
Spiders are in mine shafts and we're entering one.
Yep. If
Oh,
there's
coin
one
pouch.
direction that I went in at first that has a spider spawner pretty close to where we entered.
Yeah, I twitched that up already.
Nice. I'm safe.
What is a coin pouch?
Ooh.
Whoa. Copper coin? What can I use this for? I can make coin stacks and silver coins? What the hell?
I wonder if it's like a villager trading thing now.
Oh,
With the
maybe
mobs?
instead of emeralds?
Yeah.
Oh, that would kind of suck.
Ooh, what's renewable energy?
Actually,
Oh, charcoal.
what is suck? I don't know. I actually don't know.
Definitely be more
Okay.
expensive, I feel like.
It would, but like there could be a farm for it maybe.
Yeah.
Because like emeralds, you can get farms, or if you can just trade like stuff for coins, then it won't be that bad.
Yeah,
Oh,
like you do with
are
emeralds.
are iron farms allowed? Is that something that was ever said?
I don't remember. I know there was something about farms. I think it was just about mob farms, maybe? I don't remember, though.
So wait, we can't do mob farms then?
I think we can, but there's, like, limitations to it or something. I don't
Okay.
remember.
Oh yeah, it was like 3 spawners per, I think.
Yeah. Okay, I'm coming back towards you. I want the safety of my big person.
Runic tablet? Whoa, mithril drill
Ooh.
upgrade?
Upgrade. Upgrades, people.
What?
Upgrades. Ooh,
Upgrades, people,
chest.
upgrades.
Do you see this? I'm assuming you did.
Wait, okay, wait, what?
What?
That.
Give me my torch
that.
back. Actually, no, I'll leave. it.
Oh! Oh! Taking an engine and a drill upgrade and putting it with your pickaxe. So if we get a mithril
Ooh.
pickaxe, then
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
That's got a name tag.
More iron.
Weird. Do we want seeds and stuff? Because I have like cabbage seeds, melon seeds, and tomato seeds.
Mm,
We could make like a big farm.
I'm down.
Just have a bunch of foods.
Typically, when
Why
I'm
not?
playing a game that's got like a food mod, like seasons or whatever, I am the person that if I see the like plants that drop the seeds, and it becomes like a Pokemon collect 'em all thing.
No,
Where I'm
valid,
like,
valid.
I can't not pick them up.
Yeah, that's fair.
Oh, he's got a
Right,
nice jacket.
fucking-
Oh, dang! Look at his fit.
Yo, wait! Yo, you kind of swaggy! Yo!
Damn.
Wait, I can't kill him. I can't kill him. That ain't allowed.
Wait, I'm gonna make a hole. You lead him into the hole, if possible. There we go.
How do you make a mithril pickaxe? Okay, it's just mithril.
Perfect. We got that.
Oh yeah, and I
Sure,
can copy the
whatever.
drill upgrade and just make it so you got one. I was gonna say we're gonna have to need to find another one, but no, copy.
I think
in
I
there.
saw more mithril
Ow.
at some point too. Ooh, what's this?
I think you need a
Redstone.
diamond pickaxe to mine it though.
Oh.
Might be, maybe. Hold on, wait. Mythical pickaxe. Oh, we need to make a. Oh no, no,
Nothing
we don't.
else.
Okay, never mind. I was gonna say we need to make a forge, but no, it just doubles it if we do.
Mm. Put that
That's
there.
fine. Deliver. Whoa!
What happened?
There's a creeper just in a cobweb staring at me, slowly coming towards me. It just kind of like jump scared me.
Oh, that is terrifying, especially with the red eyes.
Oh, they have red eyes in them. The texture pack.
They've also got like a weird wound on their side.
Oh.
It's a little funky.
Ah!
Ah!
Ow! It didn't poison me. What the hell? Wait. Oh, are we not in hard mode?
Probably not.
Options online. We're in easy. Ooh. I got it.
Oh, there's a spider! Careful!
I got it.
Juke him.
The lag is making it hard, but oh god. Okay, maybe I don't got it. Back up.
Oh, oh, okay. I can't tell if it's a wound or if you can see the TNT on the inside. If it's the TNT, that's cool.
Oh, that's probably what it is. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I'm gonna block that off. Hopefully.
Yeah.
My axe is
I've
gone.
got a sword if we want to try to get to it. We can put down torches.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Oh wait, these are like really close to each other. We could make a spider farm, which is
Ooh,
good for
good.
XP.
Yeah.
It'd just be a little annoying because cave spiders are annoying to work with. Ow. Why did I say ow? I just entered a cobweb.
Wait, can I?
You do that? Do you just like instinctively say ow to things for no reason?
Yeah.
Mine, this one right here. So we can go that way. Oh, you're stuck.
Brick, please. Thank you.
It was a dead end.
Aww.
Literally nothing. God, that zombie actually jump scared me.
You don't have a cool fit.
Yeah, you're not
You
cool.
look normal.
Die. You're normal. Ooh.
Burn. Nothing. Oh, some? Whatever.
Or cal. Literally half of these are just like stolen from Terraria, I swear.
Oh, wait, what this way? I made a hole.
There's a hole. What?
I made a hole.
Wow. I need to make another axe real quick. Shit, do you have one cobblestone?
I do.
One tiny cobblestone.
Don't know if
Thank
it's
you.
enough to make a whole pickaxe, but
Probably not. No, it worked.
maybe
Okay.
maybe more like an eighth. Oh, spider. I'm gonna get him.
You want to go get him?
Let me eat.
Alright.
What
That's
does
the only
that
thing that can
mean?
damage you, dude.
That is so Fletch. Is that Fletcher?
Oh, I think that's a thing from Mean Girls, I think.
Oh, that's so fetch.
Yeah.
I've never seen that movie.
I've only seen a play of it
I'm
or a
gonna get
musical of it
you.
because my school did it for a musical.
Let me get you.
He's
Oh, he's. Oh. You coming? What are you doing?
just walking away. Maybe cave spiders don't attack you, only normal spiders. Oh no, they definitely do. Okay. Hey.
Ooh, I got him. Give me a
Hell
straight.
yeah.
With that.
I should have made a sword
another
instead of an
eye?
axe.
Why is
So
the
I'd
eye
make
floating in there?
axe.
Look at that.
Wait, what? Oh, it's in the
Eyes.
cobweb. I usually make axes for my weapon because it just does better damage, but with the lag, a sword would have been so much better. Whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, I prefer axes, but if it works, I guess.
Yeah.
Ow. Ooh.
There's another one.
Yeah.
We can literally just put these like right next to our door.
Yes.
Like we have a double
one
door
on
and
either
then just
side.
boom boom. Yeah. These are kind of pretty. Can I steal these too? Oh, I
Ooh.
can.
Dusk melon slice. Ooh, we should make a farm of these. These are
Dusk
cool.
melons.
Yeah.
You have the seeds.
Let's see.
Get the seeds. I just done
Aw.
that. Oh wait, how do you wait?
How are you supposed to get the
Dusk.
seeds?
No, that's duck. Dusk.
Oh, no seeds
Ah.
exist? What?
What? Oh, whoa! It's really good though. You see that it has 110% saturation.
Don't mind if I do.
That's insane.
Nothing over here. Oh. Oh, that's just you. Okay, I got scared.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Ooh, what's that down there? I can't tell.
Another one.
What's that red?
This.
Yeah.
There's redstone.
Oh.
We should grab it just in case.
Yeah.
You never know. Like maybe something you want to craft eventually. We'll just take a bit of redstone.
Mm-hmm.
Let me actually see what we can make with the our redstone block. What?
Nothing this
We got
way.
X.
Ooh.
We need gold in a sleeping bag and backpack tanks and leather. How do you make a sleeping bag? Oh, that's easy.
I think I might have left my leather. Oh my god. I think I might have left my leather behind.
Oh, it's fine. We got cows around us. Wait, I was looking at redstone stuff. What can you make? Ow. Redstone bud? Redstone
Ew,
mixture?
smoke.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Platinum watch?
What?
Target block, redstone repeater.
Oh.
Okay.
This is somewhere we've been. I think. Unless someone else was here.
Yeah, that's not really stuff you can make with redstone.
You
Wait,
know?
you can make a tube TV. I want to make a TV.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
You can also make a fermentation controller. What the hell?
Oh,
Okay, well,
this
I
leads
got
back to
enough
the
of that.
entrance.
Oh, does it? Okay, wait, over here. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Because we came from up there.
Oh.
You have some followers.
Oh, neat. Oh. Wait, we should try and get a music disc.
Yes.
Wait, this is almost like a perfect setup, too.
I'm gonna stay back
Shoot
here.
him.
Oh. Come on. What?
Ow.
Oh, the creeper is now on the opposite side of him.
Come on.
There we go. There we go.
Shoot at me.
Oh.
Like
Oh,
you
come
missed,
on.
you idiot. Ah! I don't think it's working. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. Okay.
Is that diamond?
Diamonds?
Oh, it's shining. It's shining. Does he not care about me? Oh, guess not. Okay, I'm just gonna walk right by him and go check out this diamond. He was looking like
Right?
diamond.
Oh, diamond! Do you have an iron pickaxe? Or do you need me to mine it?
I need you to mine it.
Oh, I have a cluttered inventory. Whoa. Yeah. What? Oh, the iron looks so weird because you're like halfway through breaking. I was like, what is that?
What's
I
this?
want to kill these mobs before I mine the diamond because
Karma?
they're gonna like blow it up.
Wait, I feel like I remember that word.
Karma. That helps make a bomb.
Ooh.
Ow.
Makes like a nice purplish pink armor.
Ooh.
Mm.
There are so many skeletons. Ah! I hate skeletons so much. I lost a hardcore world to a bunch of skeletons once, and ever since then I've had a massive hatred to them.
That's so fair. Alright, I got this one. Nice.
Alright. Whoa, look at that guy's fit!
Whoa!
Holy shit, we can't kill him.
I like your cut, G. Excuse me. It's just the one.
My
That's sad.
inventory's cluttered again. Oh god, I don't need spider eyes. What the hell? What are you doing? Scram.
Ah!
Get out of here. Be gone. Okay. Wow, look at that. I wish I could look that snazzy in real life. Goddamn.
What's that? Oh, more gold.
Oh wait. Oh, do you have gold already?
I do not. I can't mine it.
Okay. Oh yeah, okay, I need an iron pick. I don't know why I forgot about that.
Nothing the rest
We
of the
need
way.
gold for the backpacks, so
Okay. I'll call it out whenever I see it then.
we only need a little bit, so we're probably fine with like getting this. Can you go away? I don't want to kill you. You look cool, but this guy can go away.
Got him.
Die.
Ooh. What kind of arrow is that? Is that normal? Oh, it's
Okay.
normal. It looked cool though.
I don't.
Oh, iron above our heads.
Oh yeah, the arrows look cool. Like really sick. They literally look like just like quivers. I don't need 4. No, I do need 4 bones. I don't need 5 gunpowder. I want to kill this guy. He looks too cool. Get in a hole, please. Get in this hole.
This is painstaking. Do I have any extra blocks? I'll get one.
You jumped over the hole. Never mind, we're good. Oh, can you not reach the iron?
No. I had to keep jumping.
I got you. I got you.
I can take whatever you can't hold if your inventory's full.
Yeah, my inventory's full, so. Gold. Is that diamonds behind it? Oh no, it's mithril. Yeah, you need diamonds for mithril. Oh wait, we can make a diamond pickaxe when we get back up.
Oh, can we?
Yeah, because I have 3 diamonds.
Oh, yeah!
Perfect.
What was that? Is that also the stuff? Something down there.
What are you on about?
There was something down in the hole.
Oh, in the hole?
Yeah.
Oh, that's. Oh, wait, yeah, there's a bit of mithril and then some morkite.
Gotcha.
Yeah, mithril, okay. I thought I was saying it wrong. I don't know why.
Break so I can reach the iron. Thank you.
I resorted to eating apples.
Do you need
I'm
food?
almost out of food. I'm good for now.
Okay, I've got some bread.
Dope.
I've also got some apples.
Have we explored this mine shaft fully, or is there more, do you think?
I feel like there might be more.
There's probably more. Sorry, I'm used to like humming my music, so and I keep forgetting I'm like in an actual like voice call.
You're good. Oh. Orange shirt
Hello
is
there.
coming after you.
One shirt.
Yep.
Yo.
What's this? Oh, more lapis. Lapis.
Lapis. I'm done.
Ooh, it's like blue
Gambit's
and
being
orange.
sussy right now. What the fuck is going on in chat? Ah. Go away. Go. Be gone.
Oh, you get.
Scram. Get out. Boom. Boom. I keep seeing freaking mithril. Is mithril just like really common? Like you just need diamond pickaxe for it? I feel like that might be it. Especially since we're finding more than diamonds. Or maybe they just didn't turn the thing on where it like if it's exposed to air it's less common, like how diamond says.
Mm. What's this? Oh, redstone. Dookie.
Are we taking the karma? Or do you want... Oh no, we can't.
What was it, diamond?
Yeah, you need diamond pickaxe.
Mm. What's that? Whoa, what's that? Oh, that's a hole. That's what.
What the fuck? That's an
This is-
Alex
Oh,
zombie.
why does redstone look like that? Redstone's changing its face on me. I don't like it.
It's just what does it look like?
It looks like redstone, but also like with almost like a black bit to it. I don't know.
What?
Yeah.
Huh.
Like I have a piece of redstone right in front of me that looks totally different than the one I just saw. It's fucking lying to me. Let me get back up.
Wait, I followed the company that hosts the server on Twitter, and they DM'd me saying, "Thanks for the follow. We can assist with anything. If we can assist with anything, let us know." I guess they just have a bot that automatically DMs someone when they follow.
Must be. Or calcium.
Or calcium.
Ooh.
Dude, there's so much mithril. Oh my god. It's like teasing me. It's like, you don't have a diamond pickaxe. Bleh.
Okay.
Already been here? Yeah, we have. That's an abnormal Twitch placement.
Alloy forging. I'll use this to make hallowed ingot.
Oh, wait, what? This is literally just stuff from Terraria. I don't know if you've played Terraria, but all this stuff that from Mythic Metals is just things in Terraria.
They use that to make metallurgium. What do we need that for? Doesn't say. Oh wait. Oh. Yeah, smithy. Whoa.
Oh yeah, metallurgium is like really good.
Particles on it look insane.
The particles?
Yeah, all of the majority of the weapons you can make with it look almost like they're flaming purple.
Wait, what? Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Whoa. The longsword looks so cool. Oh my god, the rapier.
Aw, diamond for this. Dang it. Okay. That's fine.
Dude. You can make a... Oh, the hoe looks like a scythe.
Ooh.
That's so cool.
Oh no.
You good?
I possibly.
Right. We separated, so I have no clue where you are.
I'm regenning. I should be okay.
Oh, wait, you...
I got like a boost of lag right when a spider came up behind me while I was fighting another spider. It didn't look good for a minute.
Okay. Ah, go away. Oh my god. I hate skeletons. That's a creeper.
Oh, I see you on the map. Okay.
Oh yeah, I see you on the map. Okay.
I don't know how I get to you, but I see you.
Yep, me neither. I just looped a creeper.
Ooh.
It blew up anyway, almost. No, we're good.
There's several.
Oh, there's a big cave. Whoa, a little outpost. Has a soul campfire.
Why are you dancing? Stop dancing. Ah! He leapt at me.
There's a piss bed. What?
He
Oh, there's a
leapt.
mimic.
Ooh. Stop. Die.
Go away, mimic.
That was far too
Brr.
close.
Oh, you have a lot of health.
What, the
Can
mimic?
this creeper go? Yeah, the mimic has 60 hearts.
It's like a boss fight.
Literally.
What? Oh my gosh, I'm leaving.
He's a little stupid though.
Oh no, that's why they're there.
Oh no, it's not 60 hearts, it's
Ah!
60 health. You good?
Don't think so.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill this guy and I'll come to you.
We lit up. Oh, is that? Oh, that's why.
Oh, I got a magnet, nice.
We lit up a spider spawner, but we didn't light it up entirely.
Oh.
Because I was like, oh my gosh, there's a spawner. They're all spawning. I didn't realize. And then I realized it was a spawner we saw. Okay.
I got a golden claymore.
That doesn't even sound real.
Especially when we're talking about Minecraft. My inventory's so full of junk. I need the backpack. I've always liked this.
Oh, there's another spider there. Can you go this way? Loop-de-loop. Loop-de-loop-de-loop and pull. And the shoes are looking good. Don't know where I went.
Okay. Is this gonna be another mimic? No, it's normal. Ooh, gold.
Don't come after me, please. Don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
Oh!
Haha, get
What?
fucked. I made a hole. Person underground by the spawn. I'm by it.
I just got a sword called the Watcher, and it does 12 damage.
Oh.
Unique effect Omen. Chance on hit to rip the life from target below 25% health and grant some of it to the as absorption to the wielder. Chance on hit to siphon the health of nearby enemies.
What?
Okay, well I got an OP sword.
Dang.
It looks sick as hell. Oh, this is the sword that someone else who was also like really small had this, and they look terrifying with it.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I forgot who it was. Fuck. I feel bad. I want to like get to know people's names.
Yeah. What color is the sword? Oh. There we go. Little bit leg. Oh no, we're gonna go again. We're gonna disconnect. This is what happens every time. There we go. Fixed. Ooh, it's making that noise. I don't like it. Stop that. One more kite.
Hello. There we go.
Oh, I don't even think I can. Oh, wait. Oh. Saw your dot on the map for a second.
Oh, what?
I was like looking on the map. I'm like, I can't see him. Oh.
Diamonds.
Or is this someone else? I'm confused.
Wait, is there someone else here? I see your dot, I think. You're like above lava from me. So I think I'm below you.
Ooh, did we get this one? Oh, I think we did. Yeah, we did. Dookie. Oh!
Steels
no,
on
we didn't.
wheels.
I see what you mean by coin pouch. Got two.
Oh yeah, the coin pouches, yeah.
Golden apple, rope from Farmer's Delight.
I kind of hope it's not like a thing of it's the new trading stuff.
Yeah.
Kind of hope it's not. Like it makes sense, but like I also don't want that.
Right.
I keep forgetting I can't go in water. I haven't played Origins in so long.
Oh, whoa.
Ooh, if you find a book called Water Protection, I would love that because it allows it so that I can go in water for a limited time.
Oh,
For a
right,
limited
right.
time only. Okay, let me. I lost you on the map. Ugh. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Whoa, it was a dungeon. Is that a nah, bro? Pretty fast, bro. What the fuck?
I'm gonna try to get out of here.
I just hear like a bone breaking sound. Ah!
Ooh.
Oh, if an item you're holding is low and you take it out, it makes a like bone cracking sound. Ew.
That's why I heard that. Okay.
Uh,
Ugh. It's doing it now while I'm mining.
it's so gross. Yeah, when you mine with it. I was wondering what that was earlier. Ah, I hate that.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. I'm on my way. I think.
I'm on my way.
Silver.
Uh-huh.
Whoa. Oh, or calcium. It's or calcium. No, it's or calcum.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about before.
Uh,
It's used in the purple flamey ones. Eventually.
oh yeah, for metal you need like
Yeah.
all the ores.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need palladium or calcium, mithril, and abadaba.
Abadaba.
Abada, and you somehow need to find unobtainium, which unobtainium is so annoying to find. Is that like the ore block is like so hard to spot. It's literally just a deep slate block with a slight bit of black in the middle.
Oof. We go this way? Or did we come from this way? No. Wait. I think I remember this spot. Okay, I remember. I remember.
I remember. Oh, oh, I'm back at the.
My code.
I'm staring down a spider right now. Die with my. I just one hit it. Oh my god.
Oof. Oh, wait.
Wait,
This isn't the way we came in.
oh, this thing has so much freaking durability too.
I guess I come out this way though.
Okay. I'm gonna try to get to you. Whoa, wait. Oh.
Oh,
Look at what the
Twiggy
achievement I got says.
bird.
I think maybe a little overpowered. Just the thought. Okay.
No. I'm free. I'm free.
Oh, you're like out?
Yeah, I just made it to the surface.
Oh shit. Okay. I'll find my way out now, I guess. Then.
For a second, I was like, "Where did we live?" And then I looked on the map, and there are just a bunch of purple trees that don't belong there.
Oh, I hit the shader button.
Oh.
Oh wait, my frame's actually not that bad. Wait a minute. Shaders might be worth it. Oh, never mind. For a second, it was good. Oh, okay, wait, down here, then up and about, then a left, then a right. Then a left and a left. Damn it. No, left and right. I was right. Ha! I don't know why I remember that. Oh, there goes Fallen Bunny.
Oh. R.I.P.
Okay. Oh, there's another piss.
Piss 2.0.
Holy shit. I could get Piss 2.0. Nah, we should just keep we should leave that piss for someone else. How do I get out of here though? I don't know how to get out. Oh, there we go. On the little staircase you made.
Can you tell I made it for my size?
Yeah. I have a song request thing in my chat, and my friend just sent me like a classical song, and it sounds like carnival music. So I'm just listening to carnival music while in a cave right now. Kind of goes hard though, actually.
Ooh.
Ow! I keep forgetting about the tool thing. It's jump scaring me. Okay. Oh, we can shoot the gay sheep now.
Gay sheep!
Gay sheep! Wait, look at my sword.
That is insane.
I know.
Holy shit.
Wait, the music fits perfectly with the with me just holding the sword, because now it's turning into like a menacing type of feel.
Goodbye.
Oh, there you go. You're just flying up behind me. I'm an F5 right now. Oh my god.
What?
It's the fucking FNAF thing, I think. The It is! Oh, that's funny. I haven't listened to the full song before.
Me neither. Ow.
Where'd our diamonds go? What'd you do with our diamonds?
Oh, I've got him. I was moving him. I got an extra one for touching him.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, wait! Wait, hold on. Wait, check this out. There we go.
Oh!
I got 2 diamonds for the...
Nice.
Alright, now give me a diamond.
Oh, okay.
It's a way to duplicate the diamonds. We are dupe hacking on the server.
Take my tiny diamond. Hey!
Hey! Hell yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put the raw stuff at the bottom. Oh, woods, okay. So are we actually gonna start organizing then?
It got so full that I kind of had to.
Yeah, fair. Okay. The first chest, or the top chest in the first set that we place will just be a dump chest for now, I guess then.
Makes sense.
Piss. I'll put shit next to him.
Yeah. Oh, look at him dance
Piss and
together.
shit, my beloved.
Oh, we do have leather.
Oh, we do? How much? 7. We are 1 away. We need 8 to make 2 backpacks. Wait, can you smelt leather to make? No.
That doesn't seem right.
Oh, no. Can you what is it called? Rotten flesh. Smelt rotten
Wow.
flesh. That's usually a thing, but it's not in this. Oh, if we get a cutting board, oh, do we have any of these? We have 1 saddle. Is the saddle worth it to get some leather?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I would say no.
Why don't we just
I love how
collect some cows?
I love how our chest is like overfilling, and then the one under it is just nothing but bugs. Like we have so much space, but nah, it's for bugs. Yeah.
The bugs have to have their space, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put important stuff in So the bottom one is important and ores.
Perfect.
And then dump chest.
See.
Oh, if we had one more, we could do this.
What?
One more of these, we could do this. So that someone will just instantly get trapped in one when they teleport here. Wait, can I bone meal it? Hold on, wait. It's a too tall thing. Please let me bone meal it. Please. Fuck. I can.
No, stop it.
You good? You keep placing torches.
No.
I'm picking them up because I have a magnet. Shit, sorry.
It's okay.
Does it still work if it's in my inventory? Okay, it has to be in the belt slot. Dude, Fallen Bunny keeps fucking dying. Are they okay? Like, every time I look in chat, it's a death message. I'm dumping the coins. I don't care for them.
Dumpy.
Bumpy?
What are you? Oh, I like your coloring. I like your cut, G.
I like it cut Jeep.
Oh, another
Ooh,
sunflower.
the
bean.
potatoes. Are the potatoes grown? Cause we've been in the chunk,
Yeah.
technically. Half of them are grown.
This is another stick bug.
Oh, right click harvest is a thing in here with a hoe.
Any of the cows? No? Okay, I'm taking you and only you.
You're just stealing one.
If he'll follow me, sir. Oh. Yeah.
Poisonous potatoes have a use in this? Please tell me they do. No, they don't.
Oh, I can't get this cow. Oh, there's another cow over here.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of cows over here actually.
I'm gonna kill one.
Oh. Okay.
Aw.
We also need to make a. So I assume you're trying to make the backpacks, right?
Mm.
So we need to make a sleeping bag, which is 2 colored wool and then 1 white wool, or 3 white wool.
Gotcha. Oh, did you shear the sheep yet?
No. Let me do that. Boom.
What are you?
Boom. Okay.
Another snail.
Yeah, I love the snails. They're so little tiny, goofy.
Oh, where'd my stick bug go?
Oh,
Oh, he's on my head. It's
rainbow
okay.
wool. We can make gay beds and gay carpet.
Yeah.
We can make towels out of it, but not gay towels, sadly.
Aw. That's homophobic.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's homophobic, bro. I need to stop hovering over my axe. Oh my god.
Oh, there's a
It's jump scaring me.
Oh. We have a pet
You can pick
snake
up
now.
the snakes, I think.
We have a pet snake. Oh, there's so many butterflies I can ride. Can I ride you? Oh, yes I can. Please put me down.
Uh-oh.
No, don't go over the ravine, please. Thank you.
Oh, no. Where are you?
Ow.
Oh my god, you're all the way over there trying to find... Oh my god.
There's
Were you trying to find a cow?
there's a couple cows closer, but I didn't want to
Yeah,
kill
there's a
them
bunch
so that we
closer.
could like. Ooh, whoa.
Okay.
I
That makes sense.
found a place.
I just realized we are like 3,000 blocks away from spawn.
Ooh, it's a good thing we got the.
I think if
warps.
spawn's at 0, then. Oh no, we're about 2,000. Okay, because spawn's
Are
at
you
like
getting the
1,000.
bitches? I am
Actually, only
getting the
about 1,000.
bitches.
This is 1,700. About about 1,000.
I got 2 leather.
Ooh, leather.
I'm also
Alright,
at
backpack time.
town.
You got a town?
Yeah.
Oh, is there a village like near us? Oh wow, there's a village right there.
Yeah.
Oh,
What's in here? Hello.
wait, we can just make that our village then.
Oh, perfect. Fuck the other village. Get out of here.
Yeah. I'll go there and take the waystone, then run back. How far away is it? Oh god. If it's like really far away. Oh no, it's like right there. Yeah, I'll go there, grab the waystone, then run back.
Solid.
Ah, I keep hovering over the axe.
I'm stealing from the village.
Based.
I am the opposite of Robin Hood.
I steal and keep it.
For me and me only.
It's mine. Ow.
Just keep swimming. Just keep
I-
swimming. Swim,
I
swim,
keep saying this,
swim.
but I need to stop hovering over the axe. It genuinely jump scares me every single time.
What's in here? Hello? Ah, shut up. Taking your blast furnace because you screamed at me.
The villager screamed at you.
Yeah.
Oh my god, when I'm not
Whoa.
holding the sword, it's on my back and it looks so cool.
Chain leggings. Don't mind if I do. And 8 iron. Yummy. Apparently you get gifts for picking up a person's blast furnace. And that is not a euphemism.
What? It didn't even sound like one. I like the idea of it's just anything you say. That is not a euphemism.
Give me the coal.
Can I dye black wool into white wool, please? I can.
Why does that crafting table look different than the other ones? Why are you
It's
weird?
special and cool. Oh wait, these sheep can't regrow because they don't have grass to eat. It's fine. They're gonna be cold now. I sheared them.
Aw. What are you?
Wait.
A flecked sheep?
Oh no, it's the same village. Okay. I thought I was going the other direction of where you were, and I thought there's like just 2 villages surrounding us.
That'd be kind of sick.
That would be so cool.
Is this the library?
Like we like connect them together.
I can't read.
Library? I barely know her.
Oh, I got a flower pot. Oh, and some redstone.
Oh, I should. Wait, this butterfly is so pretty. It's purple.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Wait, I want it. Wait, can you get like a
Oh,
butterfly
there's
jar?
beehives. I'm taking these.
Oh, that's. Oh.
What is this giving me?
Oh,
the
never mind.
buttons.
Oh,
I don't want the buttons.
thought
Take your buttons.
you can change your elytras with a template, and there's a purple butterfly elytra, and it looks like the purple butterfly I just saw.
Ooh.
But you need to find the template.
I want you. You're mine now.
I can't get the. Oh, I can. I need a bottle.
Ooh, there's an
Need a
upstairs
bottle.
of the upstairs.
I
What's
need
this?
1 bottle.
Painting. I have a painting for our house.
Yay.
What is this? Is this a couch? Oh, that's cool. I don't know why it's facing a skull. That's a little weird.
They love watching the skull. It's their favorite pastime. Why is this house just open? Like, why is there a door here if you can just walk in to the left and just walk in? Oh, I thought it was cutting board. Damn it.
I'm taking all of your pots.
I'm hoping there's 1 bottle somewhere in this village. Because I need that butterfly.
Ooh, lots of scaffolding.
Ooh.
That'll be good for when we make the house.
Yeah. Especially for you.
Yep. More bee beds? No.
Bee beds.
Yeah. My little feet tippy tapping. It's so
Ooh, another skull.
It's so nice when I'm tippy tapping on like cobblestone or stone brick. It sounds nice.
Yeah, I love the. What is it? Dynamic footsteps? I don't know. I love that mod though. The mod that changes the footstep sounds.
Hey! There's 3 people in the fountain. I think they're having an orgy.
Oh. It's sex.
Not on my Christian Minecraft server. I can't get up here. It's the sex.
Oh god.
Can I get up?
Is there even anything in here? I don't want to go through here if there is nothing in here.
Okay, fine, fine. You've twisted my leg. I'm gonna teleport. Oh, I found the waystone.
Should we just make this our village then? Like, yeah, right?
Yeah.
Alright, just name it whatever. I don't care. You can name it whatever. Ow.
Jujo Muse. No. There we go.
Okay. I have 5 black wool, 5 brown wool, and 5 gay wool. Exact. Like, and I've sheared 2 sheep from each. Oh yeah, you're right. There's a lot of scaffolding. Why is there just a bunch of random scaffolding?
I don't know.
Might as well yoink it.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine like this, like to like for them being like, oh, we're building here. Yeah, we're just stealing their things that they need for
Not
building.
anymore.
Nah, you ain't expanding no more.
Oh.
It's our place now.
Oh,
Oh, oh, that's a cute cat.
whoa. Kitty. Oh my god, I can ride.
You can what?
I can ride cats.
Oh, oh my
I never thought of
God.
this, the possibilities.
Wait, what if I like tame a cat and then you ride it and like you're just kind of like following me around and like you go AFK or something?
Ooh, empty maps. Lots of empty maps. Oh, this cartography
The only
table
thing
looks
is,
sick.
will it teleport with you on it? Like if it teleports to me?
That's a good question.
If it doesn't, fuck. But if it does, yeah.
Oh, what's this place? Oh, did I steal from this place already? I might have.
You just walk in the house. Did I already steal from you?
Just knock on the door. Excuse me, I just have a quick question. Did I steal from you today?
Have I stolen from you anytime recently? Oh, yo, an anvil just fucking sitting here. Wait.
Ooh.
It's part of the scarecrow, but I'm gonna take it anyway. I don't
What's in
care.
this house? Oh man.
I'll put a thing of
Excuse
scaffolding
me.
there instead. Wait, the scaffolding makes it look like he just has legs. Wait, he looks tiny now.
I got more tomato seeds.
Tomato.
Tomato. Some more wheat, some cabbage. Some more
Oh, they made it
avocado.
so that it's free to teleport anywhere. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. I was wondering about that earlier too.
Ah, so was I. It makes me so happy. I've always hated that it costs
Ooh,
XP.
hay bales. Give me.
Oh, there's a lot of weapon things. What's it called? Waystones. Should we make our I keep getting the word. I literally just waystone. Should we make our waystone like global?
I don't know.
Because a lot of other people did.
I'm okay.
Like the pirate group did, Maxi, the Red Panda guy did, Taya.
Mm.
They all made it public. So
I mean, if
Up
we're
to you.
like confident that they won't mess with our stuff, because I mean, I know it's in the rules, but you never know.
I doubt it. From what I've seen, a lot of people on the server are really nice. So
I'm cool with them.
Alright.
How do I get?
might as well.
Oh, there we go.
It also allows for people to visit us, and now they can just talk, and we can interact with more than just each other. We're not isolated.
Isolated. Oh, I got another saddle.
Oh yeah, I got a block of iron from picking up an anvil, so
Nice. We should definitely make like a little area for the waypoint that's all nice.
100%, yeah.
Like a gazebo or something.
Yeah. Oh, I need a good glass.
Gazebo.
A go.
Gazebo. What's in here? Hello.
Yo, this dude got a frick.
There's
I
a
thought that was an
zombie on the
Enderman,
lawn.
but oh wait, there's someone here. We are in a group though. Hold on, I'm gonna leave the group real quick.
Okay. Oh, my leg. I broke my leg. Classic, classic.
They just said that they were like trying to fill out the map, so they just teleported here.
Ah.
Which is actually a good idea. Just fill out the map. Get to other. I might do that. Not right now, but I'll do it eventually.
Mm-hmm. Oh, how do I? Ooh, can I make that? I might be able to make that. Oh,
What?
that was so sketchy. I had to jump into a 1 block thing of water from a height.
Oh, God.
Ooh, what's in your house, Mr. Clayman?
Mr. Clayman.
Nothing. I immediately detest you.
Ooh.
Get fucked.
Boring. Boring. You got nothing I can steal. Loser.
Oh, they got a little area for the horses. Ooh.
Aw.
Holy shit! This black horse has so many hearts. I love you.
Okay, potato farm expanded.
Expanded.
Expanded. I need, so if I need
A beaver!
6, 12, 24. I need 24
Riding
sand.
a beaver.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
He's not going anywhere though.
Hey, he's chilling. He's a beaver.
Yeah.
Don't judge him.
This is a very small body of water for you, beaver. You okay here?
Okay, 24.
Oh my God, there's 2 of them. Where did you come from?
It's small. It's small for a reason. He made a dam. Duh.
Damn.
God damn. Oh, we need to light up our area. I walked away for a second and a bunch of mobs spawned.
Oh. I'm coming back. Am I going the right way? Kind of.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, that's a
I guess they're AFK.
spider. Wait. What is? Oh, oh.
Good.
Yeah, I wanted to investigate a cat because it looked like a skeleton cat. It was not. It just looks
Ooh,
weird.
aw. Damn, okay.
I'm not trying to bully the cat. I'm just saying it looks a little funky.
You're bullying the cat. Come on, man.
Wait, why does that cat look like that too? What? What is going on here? Oh, I see. It's like a texture issue. Okay. Is that supposed to be their fur? That doesn't feel right.
This freaking zombie has overalls and they look kind of swaggy, but I have to kill them to sleep.
Chunks plead. Load in and let me go home.
There's no monster nearby. Oh, daytime. Daytime.
Nighttime. Daytime.
Daytime. Daytime.
More birds I can kidnap. What are you? What are you? A sparrow. I'm home. Oh, egg. Yeah.
Sorry, it's talking to my chat. Where are the skeleton skulls at? Oh, they're there. I feel like they're relatively important. Anvil, we can name piss and shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna name them.
Oh.
You wanna name piss? I'll name shit.
Yeah, let's do it. Hold on, I gotta put my snail away.
Oh wait, we were told to keep things kind of PG. Do you think this is pushy it? It's fine. They'll let us know if it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go around and light up the area because I don't want creepers spawning everywhere.
Okay. Beppo.
Actually, no way. I was gonna do something else. Oh, I need to smell sand. Coal. 5. Why is everything like muffled? Wait, when you open the chest that you're in right now, it sounds like muffled from my end.
Wait, really?
Yeah, oh, because it's technically behind 2 blocks.
Oh.
Odd. Boom. Iron. Yeah. We need to make like a really pretty like pond enclosure for them.
Oh, 100%.
A really pretty pond enclosure for 2 axolotls named Piss and Shit.
Listen, their names may be horrible, but they are amazing.
Exactly. Oh wait, they need to go in the important chest.
They do. Put piss right next to shit. There we go.
Okay. What else do I need? 1 gold. Do we have gold ingots?
Yep, yep.
We do. Can I get the leather?
I
Oh, never mind. The glass is gonna take a bit to smell. It's fine. Okay.
think the leather's in the dump chest.
You're right. Okay. Are you finding me making a backpack, or do you want to make it yourself?
I mean, if you're already making one, you might as well make both.
Okay.
You put this in with the other thing.
I don't need a poisonous potato. I hate poisonous potatoes. They are useless and stupid.
Oh, I forgot my bird. I gotta put my bird away.
Oh no, you can't forget the bird, bro.
Oh, I love my snake.
There's a skeleton chilling under our tree.
How dare!
This sword only does good damage if you crit,
Mm.
which kind of sucks with the lag. Yeah, just hitting normally, it's like an iron sword.
Here we go. Oh wait, I'm out of the stick bug. Stick bug.
Actually, I haven't even seen a stick bug. You mentioned it, I never saw it. I gotta see him. Hold on. Where is he?
Yeah, stick bug.
Oh, wait. Oh my god, he's so cute. He's a tiny little guy. Wait, I love him. Oh, he's fast.
Oh, he Newman.
He's zoom.
Meow.
Wait, torch. While I'm thinking about it, I want to establish, are we fine to work on the base while, like, one person's offline?
B, what do you
I know, like, some people are like, oh, I want to be there every single time.
Right.
That sounds like I'm mocking them. I'm not. I'm just saying. So I just like to make sure.
Right, right.
Boom, boom. Wow.
We have so many flowers we can put around here.
That was only 28 torches. I thought that was way more.
Here, you can have the 4 I've got.
Yo, 4 torches. They're tiny too. It's like a match.
It is like a match.
It's literally just a match.
How
48. and
fast
then
is this
I'll-
with the lag? Oh, nice.
What?
Maybe with the blast furnace.
It's literally it's
It's
the
as fast as
speed of a
the
normal
normal,
forest. It's oh my god.
Ew, potato.
Jesus. This day. Boom. Okay. Twitch time. Whoa. Was that the village or is that something? Oh, it's a village. Okay. I keep thinking the village is like freaking. What is that? Well, I'm a little stupid. Give me a second. Okay, this way's south. I keep thinking the village. No, wait. This way's. Wait. Okay, east. I keep thinking this way's east. The village is east from us, so I keep heading west. And I'm like, wait. That took me so long to figure out. That is so sad. Oh my god. That's like just hitting how sad that is. How long it took.
Is this another sparrow? And another sparrow.
Another sparrow. Something about playing Minecraft like makes my brain go numb, but I love that. So
I planted our sugar cane.
Dope.
Sugar cane.
Bluebird. Bluebird Mordecai from regular show. No, he's a blue jay. Shit.
Damn.
Well, he's still Mordecai. His name is Mordecai. Wait, I'm gonna
Oh my
rename him
gosh, he's
Mordecai.
so blue. I love it.
Wait, can you get blue? If you can get blue jays, then
Oh. Game over.
you can. Okay, this is Mordecai then. Oh, they're raccoons. Please tell me they're raccoons. I want to get Rigby. There are no raccoons. Shit.
No! We could have put them in an enclosure together.
Yeah. Wait, did someone teleport here?
Yes.
Someone did. Hold on, let's leave the group. Hello there. What are you doing? Yeah. Hello? What the? Wait, what are you doing? What do I do about this person?
I don't know. Maybe just keep an eye on them. See what they're doing.
You're still in the group, I think.
Oh, got muted.
Where'd they go? Oh, there you are. What do you want? What are you doing? little goober? Why don't you just slowly back it up?
Well, good seeing you, I guess.
I mean, yeah. See you later, man. We're gonna go back to our base now. Oh, wait. What? Hey, hello. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I'm usually that spot's reserved, but whatever, it's fine. So what, is there a reason you're here, or are you just here? Take off my cow plushie. Actually, no, you get to sit on my cow plushie. There you go. ... Alright. That's my bed. Please don't sleep in my bed. You can't even sleep. It's midday. Oh, can I get that glass?
Yep.
Yep. What are they doing? What are you doing? Hello. Wait a second.
What?
They were just playing these sunflowers were placed by them, but they were staying right here the whole time. And they were facing me.
Whatever they are must have like a long reach.
No, they were facing me, that's my thing. Like they
Oh.
placed the sunflowers behind them. What are you?
I don't like your magic ways, Magic Man.
I don't like your funny words, Magic Man. Is there something you want? Like, is it like, are you just here?
Ooh.
You just have me a staring contest? You know I'm an Enderman. You shouldn't stare at an Enderman. Oh, bone meal. Dope. Oh, wait. You full iron already?
Whoa, what the?
Damn. What?
It's gotta be whatever he is. Look behind. Wait,
They're bone mailing.
they did it all the way over here though.
What are you? What are you?
What are you?
You're kind of scary. Like, I'm like a little scared. This feels like a Herobrine type thing where they just show up and do shit. Oh, you're on my head now. Your feet are poking through my eyes.
Wow, it's a bit rude.
Once again, I'm an Enderman. You shouldn't stare an Enderman in the eyes. Neither oh, there they go.
Wow.
I'm gonna follow.
Whatever he is, he can fly.
What
Oh.
are you? What are you? Burb? Well, yeah, I get that. Like, what kind of burb? There are many kinds of burbs. Like, are you funny burb? I don't know what the kinds of birds are. Just burb? Is that really an origin? Just burb?
Yeah.
That's fun. You know what? I respect it. That's fun.
Oh. Oh, okay. I'm good.
You good? Oh, just fall in the hole.
I fell in a hole near the hole.
Well, hello, burb. Oh, yeah, these are inky sheep. They... Oh, you can pet the sheep. I didn't know that. Oh, you, you put him on a lead. You know what? Honestly, it probably is easier to do that.
Get in there.
Alright, well, what do I call you?
Oh.
Actually, well, pronounce your name. Do you want me to just, like, call you Crow? Or, like, Lep? Or, like, Crow? Just Crow? Like, I don't know. Sure. So, Crow. Anything? Alright. I'm gonna call you Crow, because I know someone named Crow. That's easy. So is there a reason you're here, or are you just, like, here to chill? There's no reason you're here, you're just chilling? Alright, you know what? I respect the fuck out of Oh, sorry, can I swear? Am I good to swear? Okay, yeah, I respect the fuck out of that, then. Oh, wait, my bird didn't change name. Oh, no, it did, wait. Huh? Whoa. Why did they left and joined and got a bunch of achievements? Backpack. I think. Wait, what is the best backpack? I think diamond backpacks, probably.
I have trapped several cows.
Nice. Oh, wait. Do they... +3 armor. Oh! Okay, the different backpacks give you armor. That's kind of cool. What? Are you interested in Wall Street? Are you trying to... No, I'm not interested in Wall Street. No, wait, no, I feel bad. I didn't mean to make you sad. I'm not a stock investor. I'm more of a gambler. I gotta gamble. Oh, we should build a casino. I should build a casino. I don't know if you want to.
Go for it. You can be the owner of the casino.
Okay. Wanna get back in a group?
Yeah.
I'll make it.
Yeah, big and tall.
Yeah, big and tall. Okay. So to make the different backpacks, you need. It's so stupid. So to like make a diamond backpack, you still need a leather backpack. Oh wait. No, wait. Hold on. Wait a second. Wait. Huh? Hold on. Oh, no, wait, oh. Oh, okay, so if you don't make it right away, it's more expensive. So we should want to make a diamond backpack right away, so... Oh, wait, oh, there's also other ones, so like blaze backpack. Oh. That's kind of cool, okay. You can climb walls if you have a spider backpack, that might be good for you.
Ooh.
You need a wither. Being in the dark, bee backpack. What do you like that? What? Oh, Lily of the Valley! I love Lily of the Valleys. They're so pretty.
I stole 3 from the village.
Hell yeah.
Well, it's not really stealing because it's ours now, but
It's stealing.
yeah.
It's funny. If you have a chicken backpack, you'll lay eggs. Oh, a cow backpack, you're immune to all negative effects.
Ooh, it's cool.
That's pretty good. Horse is nothing. If you're near a hostile mob, you get a speed effect with the ocelot backpack. What else? Ooh, cake backpack. It slowly feeds you with a delicious piece of cake.
Ooh.
Sponge backpack. Oh, that's kind of cool. Just works like a sponge.
I wonder if I can. Aw.
Oh, do you have food? I need food.
Yeah, I cooked some meat. There's 8 mutton in the chest.
Dope.
I've also got a lot of bread. Let me put some of the bread in there.
Bread. Oh, that is a lot of bread. I'll take the meat for now. I think for now, we shouldn't worry
Hi,
about
I
like
see.
the
Welcome in.
special backpacks and just make normal ones.
Hi, Eric. How you doing? Yeah.
Backpack tier. Wait, what? Wait, so there's tiers? What? I don't know this backpack mod. Oh,
Glad to hear it. I'm doing
okay.
pretty good, thank you.
Someone came and left. That's gonna happen a lot, I feel like.
Yeah.
And whatever, it's fine. Okay, boom, 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 boom.
Thank you. Will do.
Oh no, wait, I need that. Oh shit, I need more. Boom, boom. That. Okay, now. Good. So how do I make?
What mic do you use? It's super crisp. I use the Fifine Ampligame, I think it is. I think
I
this
need
one
chest.
came with the
Literally the
it's
most
clearer
important
than
thing,
my
I forgot.
eyesight. That's insane. It's definitely clearer than my eyesight because I can only see like this close to my face without my glasses. But yeah, it's
Boom,
Fifine
boom.
Ampligame, and it's I think it came with the mic arm. I'm not 100% sure though. Don't quote me on that one. But yeah, I fucking love Fifine.
And here
I don't know how
is-
to say
Oh wait,
it.
can I place it?
Um,
Here's your backpack.
bag.
Yeah, shift right click will pick it up, I think. Maybe? Wait, do you have it?
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, I fucking
Shift
love
right click on it, it's
Fifine.
gone.
It's a great company. They
What the
make
hell?
so many good mics.
Oh wait. Is it on my back? Oh, it is. It doesn't say it's on my back though. Like it's not in the slot.
Hmm.
I'm also pressing the. Wait. Oh, there. Wait. What the hell? What is
Yeah,
going on?
that's why I
How
particularly
do I
like
get
them is because
off?
of the budget. They're
How do I get
budget
it
mics,
off?
but they're good quality, which is nice. You usually don't find that.
I'm so confused. Yeah, well,
Yeah, I've seen a
take
lot of
this
people
one
get
then.
the what are they? Get the snowball mic, I think it is, and I'm not a fan. Okay.
How do I get it off? I'm so confused. Do I just permanently have the backpack now?
Ooh, that's cool.
Or button? No, there isn't. What? It's just stuck on my back. I don't know how to get rid of it.
Big. Oh,
There's a backpack stuck on my back.
oh.
Is
I-
that?
I
Is
think,
it stuck on your back?
I think so.
Oh. Oh no.
Yes, I got the HyperX
You just
Quadcast
can't
at one
remove it, I
point.
guess then.
I remember, yes. I think that was my only experience
What?
ever getting a HyperX. That was like in between Fafines too. I got a previous one
Guys,
and
help! The
I was like,
backpacks.
I was
are
trying to upgrade, I
stuck
think, and I saw good
on
things about the
us. We
Quadcast, and I
had
was like,
to
oh, I'll
get
try that
them
one.
off.
And I didn't enjoy it. But yeah, I see a lot of people get, I think the Snowball is it? Or like one similar to that,
So-
and they're okay, but for the price, I feel like they should be better, you know?
Oh,
Did you figure it out?
I figured out how to do it.
What did
Yeah. Okay, wait. Open it up, and then on the left side there's a button, and it looks like a Steve, and then a little arrow.
How do I open it?
Control I think is the default thing.
Okay. Control, nope. Hold on, let me look. Big. Ow. Why are you on K? Ah, okay, I got it.
Why is it K? I recommend making it B. It just makes sense. I feel like.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can do that. That's what I thought it was, because I feel like that's what it typically is.
Yeah. Oh, you can't even like put it in the backpack slot in your inventory, so like you have to like take it out like that. How do you put it back on? You have to place it, then shift right click. That's so odd. Oh, it has a built-in crafting menu. Wait, oh, that's kind of sick.
Oh, that's handy. I like that.
Oh, you can also put all of your inventory into there. Q? Wait, what does Q do? What is the button that just says Q?
I got the new one, and I think it was like 200 Tola for the mic and arm. Thanks for letting me know about the
Sort,
mic
and
and
then
making one of those.
Q. What
Absolutely.
the hell
That's
is Q?
insane that it was 200 for the mic and arm. I don't remember what the Ampligame was, or Ampligame was.
Okay, how do I?
But I'm
Oh,
pretty
this
sure
is
it was
tiered
less than
leather.
100
How do I upgrade it?
for both the mic and I think it was on a stand when I got it. But I already had the mic arm from a previous mic.
This is.
That's
I don't like.
fucking
I don't like this
insane.
backpack mod. Okay, wait. Okay, well, we could try and make a diamond one. We could make a diamond one.
Yeah,
We have
and I
enough
think
to make diamond
now it's
ones.
around the same price, but you
We
get
just
the
have
mic
2
arm
diamonds
instead of
left
the mic
over.
stand. $50 for the mic and arm. Yeah, that's fucking
Do you think that's
insane.
worth it?
Sorry, say again?
Do you think it's worth to upgrade our backpacks to diamond and have 2 diamonds left over? Because then we'd be able to have more inventory space, but we won't be able to make a diamond pick.
Mm,
Do you think that's worth it?
I don't think so.
Okay.
At least not where we're at now.
Yeah, we can wait a bit. Okay. What to do now? I've had my dinner sitting next to me for the past 3 hours now, and I haven't eaten it.
Oh no. Thank you for
It
stopping
can wait
by.
longer, I'm streaming.
I hope
it's
you
fine.
enjoy the Fafine Ampligame when you get it.
Okay, let me dump my inventory.
Did we end
Our
up
dump chest
deciding
is
what we
getting
wanted to
full
do
of
for the
dump.
house?
Oh, I don't think we did. You see, with me, when it comes to building houses, I always put that off as long as I possibly can until I'm absolutely forced to. So,
That's fair.
yeah. Like if I got someone to, if I have someone to be like, hey, we should build the house, I'll be like, yeah, fair.
I can get on it,
So.
and you can do whatever.
I feel bad forcing you to do it.
It's not forcing me. I like building the house. I get into it.
I mean, if you want, sure, yeah. And I could go out mining, get more materials.
Yeah.
We'll do the classic: one person's the builder, one person's the miner.
Perfect.
Alright, yeah.
Amazing stereotype
I
working
think.
for us.
Hell yeah, we love stereotypes. If we do that, then I'm gonna make a diamond pick,
Okay.
and then I could also then make a okay. If we do that, should I make a diamond pick and a bigger backpack? Because if I'm mining, I'll need a lot more inventory space.
Yeah.
Do you think that makes sense?
Yeah.
We could also probably get more diamonds while we're down there, so.
Fuck.
Boom. Diamond pick.
Mm,
Oh, you get more diamonds for making a diamond pick. Okay, dope.
okay, and then
Diamond
what
backpack tier leather.
about this? Fucking.
Wait, it still says backpack tier leather. How do I upgrade the tier? I think the tier is what makes it. On. Okay. What is this backpack called? Traveler's backpack. I'm gonna look it up. I don't mod. I hate this mod. That's my stream. I actually just clicked on my stream in Chrome. Traveler's backpack. I need to mute this server. Oh my god. Okay, Traveler's backpack. Boom, boom, boom. Tier upgrades. Avoid an overpowered back of the ring. Has to be upgraded to reach its maximum storage and tank capacity. Could be done at a smithing table, placing leather in the template slot. And the highest tier upgrade. So we need a template. The 2 at Traveler's backpack. Oh, tier upgrades. Oh, that makes more sense. Okay. So it's 8 diamonds. We have exactly 8, but that would use all of our diamonds.
Hmm.
I don't think that's worth it. Okay, I'll deal with the small backpack for now.
Before you go, I want you to see the potential.
Oh wait,
color
I could make an iron
palettes.
upgrade. Sorry, I just color palette. Ooh. Okay. So I assume
figured,
it
I
is
figured we don't have a lot of mangrove, but I can go and get more.
proof. Oh.
There we go. Leg spike.
Okay, so I assume it's floor, wall, roof.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I figured I can go get more mangrove.
Yeah, it's not that far.
Yeah.
I'm leaning heavily towards the one that you're standing on.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that one definitely. Okay.
Cool.
I assume I'm gonna stay in a group, right?
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah. If someone like comes by, you can just leave real quick and come back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there. The dump chest is getting full of dump. Are there chest upgrades? Please tell me there's chest upgrades. Oh, there isn't.
Ooh.
No. Oh, we're gonna have a really crappy storage system.
Yep. And it can only be at, well, I was gonna say it can only be so high, but if we put ladders in between, that should be fine.
We could also make a basement.
Yeah, true.
Whoa, Durasteel chestplate? That looks sick.
Hold on, let me look at this. Whoa!
There's so many cool armors. I love this.
Yeah, this
Terrible
is insane.
chestplate. What the hell?
Oh my god, molten edge? What?
Molten
Twisted
edge?
blade? That
Wait,
looks so squiggly.
Wait, twisted blade. Well, it's called twisted blade, to be fair. It is squiggly.
What is that? Antidote vessel. Greatly reduces the duration of negative effects equipable in the. Oh, that's cool. It's an artifact. Ooh, coral lance. That looks cool.
What?
Lepcrow in the chat.
I was stepped up. Oh my god. Dude. Where's the crying emoji? I need a crying emoji to go with this. I love the little emojis. They're so funny. Where's the crying emoji? So small. I can't see it. Where are you?
Where
Kiss
are
emoji, go away.
you? And
And
I'm so sorry.
I'm crying no much. Disappointed but relieved? What?
Aw. Porque no los dos.
It's been too long. My message doesn't make sense anymore. It took too long.
Damn it.
Wait. What do I do about my inventory being full of dump when the dump in the dump chest is so dump?
Oh, fuck. Oh, a stepping stool.
Too much dump. Yeah, but well, stepping stool so you can access the chest. Why is this so funny?
Here.
Hey, more dump. Actually, I'm gonna make a full iron. so I don't have full
Secondary
iron.
dump.
Yeah. Don't make iron boots. I don't need iron boots. Don't make iron boots, please. I'm gonna forget if I don't say that over and over in my head. Don't make iron boots. Do not make iron boots. Do not make iron boots. I almost tried crafting iron boots. I'm so stupid. I'm literally the dumbest person alive. Hold on, can I borrow your iron boots so I can get the achievement? Your tiny iron boots. I don't think I'm gonna fit in these. Okay, there you go. There you go.
Thank you. Oh, I don't know if I can fit in these now.
They'll be a little big, it's fine.
Oh, I'm gonna have to hit the village too to get the scaffolding.
Oh, I guess I'm on me.
Good night, please.
Put it in the bottom
Hey.
chest. Oh yeah, other dump chest. Dump.
Dump.
Dude, I'd be dumping so hard.
Dude, you don't even know how hard I'd be dumping.
Dude, all day, all night, I'd be Yeah, I don't need a stone hoe on me. Oh, hello. Hey, Lepcrow.
Oh.
Oh, wait, we're in a... Hold on. Hey, Lepcrow. Sorry, we're in a group again. It's good. We're not interested in marketing. We don't want to market, or Wall Street, or whatever. What? Their like speaker thing flared up and then they didn't say anything and they just walked away. Hello? Your speaker thing's going off, but you're not saying anything. It says you're talking, but you're not.
Where pretty girls are you? Where you know that I'm around.
How dare? What do you mean, how dare?
Neither are the same.
What did I do? What do you mean, how dare? What did I do? What do you mean, how dare? Brother, what do you want? Oh, dude, hey, no, hey, wait. Oh, wait, hey. What do you mean, how dare? What did I do? Plus, Jay. Alright, fair enough. Have a good night.
I tear over my shirt, I
so
blow the
confused.
whoopsie on my chest. Give me that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, are we gonna do group again, or do you want to like talk to your chat while we
let's
like
do.
separate for a bit?
We can do group if
wanna
you
do
don't
group?
need to talk to chat.
I don't really need to. Well, they're fine. Alright, I'll make it.
Okay. Yeah.
If I do need to talk to chat, I can just mute real quick.
Solid.
I'm gonna make another shovel. Oh,
Wait, oh, I can't see.
oh, they teleported away. Thought someone teleported here, but no, they were gone.
Gone.
Ah. Oh wow, I wonder who teleported away and where to. Okay. Mining time.
Mining. There they go again.
So fucking like it's such like a stupid thing. I love that they're committed to the bit though.
For sure.
I respect the shit out of that, but it's so stupid. Stupid in a slash pause way though.
Mm-hmm.
Hedgehogs! Give, Hendo, yes! I got 2 hedgehogs. I'm bringing it back. Oh my god, when you hold them, they stare at you and they're adorable. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pro coin. Oh my god, these 2 hedgehogs are adorable and I will keep them forever. I'm naming one Stitch right now.
Oh wait. No.
That's a Stitch. Who
Stick.
teleported here?
Fine.
Oh, it's another small person. Hold on, wait. Leave the group.
Small.
Hello. Sorry, we're in a group. How you doing? Oh my god, do you have a scuba
Hey!
mask on?
Yeah, I got a little snorkel. It lets me breathe
You know what?
underwater. Hey,
I
Hey!
love that.
fellow small.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I was just popping through, seeing what everybody's up to. What have you guys been
Fair enough.
What have you guys been working on?
Well, I was just about to go mining, and they're about to try and build the house.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Solid progress.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Imagine actually playing the game.
Look, we're kind of isolated from a bunch of people, so we've just been talking to each other. Like we're kind of far away, so
Yep.
Yeah.
it's hard to
Well, yeah,
to
that's what
talk
the
to people when you're
Waystones are for.
isolated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like it's also kind of fun to just kind of talk to each other and not interact with a bunch of people and be overwhelmed by the many voices in your head.
Yeah.
Fair. It can't
Give
get
me a
bit
few
chaotic,
days,
I
I'll get used
understand,
to
like,
it.
establishing a small group.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anyway, make it a good one. I'm not trying to intrude. I was just coming to see what you guys are
No,
up to.
yeah, you're good. You're good. We're just chilling. You're fine.
Yep.
Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Hey.
Yep. I'm gonna get on with doing my rounds.
Hey.
Oh, there you go.
All right. Group again for the 7th time. Big and tall. Look at this hedgehog. Look at him. He is so cute, and his name is Stitch. Where is he going? I don't know, but I'll
Oh,
follow
there
him
he
no matter where he's
go.
going.
Oh my gosh.
I will follow him no matter where he goes.
He's got plans.
I genuinely love this hedgehog so much already. Oh my god. Look at him, he's so cute! Oh,
He is adorable.
I die for this thing. I can pet it. I don't care if it's spiky. I will pet it. Oh my god. The simplest things bring me joy. Okay, now I'm gonna go out and go mining.
Right, good luck.
Hopefully I get many diamonds and I can get mithril now.
Oh
Shit.
yeah.
Okay, wait, what do we need from mithril? Like what stuff? To get an ingot, it's just getting raw mithril, which is just mining it. Okay. And to make the helmet, it's the same. Okay.
Nice.
This thing is okay. I think it's worth. Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, chestplate is 8.2 for mithril. Diamond is 8.2. Oh, it's the same. It just looks cooler. And it's more common, so it might be worth just going for it.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it has more durability too.
Is this
For
your shovel?
80. Oh, 520. Okay, diamond actually has more durability. Yeah, that was mine. I just dropped it.
Okay.
Sorry, I have a tendency to just drop items when I don't need them anymore. Okay, we could go for mithril, but it just has less durability, but it looks cool.
Mm. That might be good
So,
until we
I'll
could
just-
get diamond or better.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because it's literally the same as diamond, just less durability. Diamond coin? How do you get a diamond coin? What the hell?
Is this too high? No,
So
this is high.
I can't get it.
What?
Wait, look up Guardian in the thing. Look at the third thing in there.
Ocean's Delight Guardian?
Yeah, it's just a little guardian as an item.
What the fuck?
What
Ooh, you
is
can-
that?
Oh, wait, is
You
that...
can cook it into guardian soup.
Oh, it's... Wait, if it's Ocean's Delight, is that like... Does that mean you can just have like
it's
a...
for an expansion. I
like-
think it's an expansion on Farmer's Delight.
Yeah, because
For like ocean stuff.
Because like you said, there's the soup, there's Guardian Tail, Slab of Ender
Tail?
Guardian. What does
Whoa.
that mean?
Slab of Elder Guardian, what the hell?
Slice of Elder Guardian.
Slice of Elder Guardian? Sorry, okay, I get
Cabbage.
you get a slab. Cabbage wrapped Elder Guardian. What is this?
Talk about delights. Damn.
I kind of want to try a cabbage wrapped Elder Guardian.
You go.
That's so like odd. What are you? Oh, it's your cricket. Hey, bud.
Cricket! Jiminy Cricket!
Oh my god, I'm bringing him back. I keep running off, grabbing something, and bringing it back. There's also more gay sheep around here. What are you? Oh, another gecko. I'm taking you.
Die, mosquito.
A goldfinch. I love this mod pack so much. I love this server. This is
Same.
awesome. This is a great experience. Now I'm going mining. Oh, you know what we should? Oh no, wait. I was gonna say we should work towards an enchantment table, but this is probably gonna be one at spawn. I feel like
Probably.
that makes sense.
The one you liked was the purple on the walls, right?
I think it was the mangrove on the walls.
Okay.
I don't know, go with whatever you like. Honestly, like it's fine. So whatever you think looks good, you can do. Don't worry about what I think. If I don't like it, I'll cope. I found a spider dungeon.
Oh.
So you're not gonna like that area.
No, 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 no.
Even with less people on it, it's still a little laggy.
Yeah.
What are you? Manganese? I'm gonna
Looks
yoink
like
it.
there's 17 people on.
Is that 17? I can't count. Probably. I'll trust you. So maybe once we get less people, I don't know. It's probably gonna be about this laggy for a bit. I feel like.
Yeah.
Also, people are still exploring and stuff. Yeah, it'll just take a bit. Yeah.
Mhm.
That's annoying me. I'm probably gonna be on like in the middle of the night, so I won't be laggy when I'm on.
You'll have like 0 people on.
Yeah, literally. I keep seeing andesite and be like, oh, I need that, but I don't because I'm not playing the create mod anymore. I've been playing so much create. I had a thing that had a
What-
mod pack that had create,
oh.
and it was like a one I made where people who gave like a point redemption were able to add a mod.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Come here. Thank you.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey, is kidnapping right now.
Stop making the noise.
Oh, the low durability.
Yeah. Oh, I'm making a breeder. Oh
Oh.
god. Ooh.
I just realized I'm okay. I get addicted to Minecraft so easily, but also I only want to play on the server while I'm streaming, so people can just see everything I do. So I'm gonna be doing so long streams almost every day, probably. Oh god. It's just fine. It's fine.
It's fine. We're fine.
Yeah, it'll be annoying for YouTube. But I'm not gonna want to edit all that.
Felt. I'm an editor.
Dude, I'm so behind. No, like literally, I want to go into like film and stuff as like my shit because that stuff's cool. But like, it's just I don't have motivation to edit.
Mm.
Like the mod pack I was talking about, I haven't edited a single thing in that, and I've done like 10 streams on that.
Damn.
Each one being like 4 hours, so. I found platinum, and you can combine it with something to make star platinum, which is a JoJo's reference, and that makes me mad. The bad thing is, like, the weapons are actually pretty cool. They're good too. As a JoJo's fan, I am disgusted.
Whoa. Mayhem Magic got the iconic merchandising prop. Create a pickaxe of the highest caliber.
I think that's just a diamond pickaxe. I think I got that when I made a diamond pick.
Really?
Yeah. Highest caliber would be netherite though, so this mod is or data pack is not up to date.
Yeah.
Oh, there's like 3 baby zombies. Oh god.
Oh.
I'm not trying to get fills and go away.
Dang, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 beehive trees.
4 beehive. Maybe they're just more common on that type of tree.
Could be.
Because I don't think beehives are that common when like growing naturally.
Right.
I randomly have 2 extra hearts, like absorption golden hearts. I don't know why.
Hey, Lepcrow, how's it going? Welcome in. White butterfly.
White butterfly.
White. Oh, yeah, white butterfly.
White butterfly.
I ride it now.
Oh. Lepros rockets.
Oh
Oh
Are
no.
you a butterfly? You are a butterfly. So many butterflies around our house.
I think we live in an area that just has a bunch of butterflies.
Hell yeah.
Beautiful. Fits perfectly.
Mm-hmm. Oh, oh, he's big now. Oh no, he's taller than me. Hello.
Oh, is there someone near you?
Yeah, Lep stopped by again.
Oh.
Oh, and he's gone. Just like that. Oh, I see it. Okay.
Why? Wait, I have more hearts. Oh, it's my sword. My sword gives me hearts even. I thought it was like only if I'm low health. No, it gives me extra health. That's awesome.
Oh, it is closer to spawn for sure. Okay.
Alright, I gotta set up a little spot for myself.
You do indeed.
I'm gonna do that. I think I want to build somewhere pretty, like one of these like colorful forests that are really cute. I think. Oh, who's running over there? Oh, it's Left Crow. I'm gonna go over here to this. Maybe. I don't think. Oh wait. Let me get a waystone. Make sure I have
I
one.
was gonna say, that doesn't seem right.
I don't have one, do I?
Okay.
I had one. Did I throw it out?
There we go.
No.
I'm on my way to get mangrove.
Yay, mangrove. How far away is it? Oh, I can't see.
It's 1,000 meters, give or take, from spawn.
Bad, yeah. You can just teleport to spawn.
Yeah. Ooh, what are you? Fireweed. I'll take you. Cute. Oh, this is not the song I thought was playing.
As soon as I've been using my diamond pickaxe to mine stuff when I literally have an iron pickaxe.
Oh. That's no good.
It's fine. It didn't do too much damage.
Oh wait, is this... Does someone live here? Why are there so many different trees over here?
I wish I could see more than just caves when I'm underground. Oh, cave mode. Wait, I can turn cave mode off. Ah, there we go.
I can't tell if someone's living over here.
Oh,
The
this map?
log.
Oh. I don't like that. With the map, you can only see chunks that you're loaded in.
Aw.
So like you
Oh,
what?
I'm riding a frog, and a person just
You're
ran
riding
up
a
to me
frog.
in pain.
Oh,
All I heard was like a little, almost like a squeak while they were getting hurt.
damn.
Yeah, there's like a mix of a bunch of trees by that village near spawn. And there's like frogs around here, there's some mangrove. There's a gay sheep.
A sheep, holy shit.
Magnolia log. What does that look like?
Magnolia?
Oh, I didn't want.
Isn't that like a song?
Probably. Is it?
What am I thinking?
Oh, it's like a redder version of mangrove.
Ooh. Wait, let me look it up. Man. Oh. Cannot find it.
Did you spell it right?
Probably not.
Magnolia.
Okay, I was putting the N. Before. Ooh, it's more like fleshy. An odd way to describe it, but it works, I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh, I like the door.
Oh wait, I didn't see the door. Hold on. Ooh, yeah. That's like a.
Diamonds.
It's like a Japanese door.
Yeah. Let me look at the doors. I like doors.
I'm a doorman.
I'm a door guy.
Don't frog croak at me.
Oh, we can get glass doors for every kind of door type. Wait, that's kind of cool.
Wait,
We can get Yo, we should make a garage. You can make garage doors. Wait, can you get cars? Please tell me you get cars. Mobiles. No. They're bikes. Shit.
No motorcycle. What about train? No.
Mm.
I was gonna say, can we park our train in there?
We had create. We could have train. That's the one thing I wish this mod pack has is create. I love that mod so much.
I think I've only ever messed with it very briefly in one of all the mods packs.
Oh, I love all the mods. I haven't finished one, but it's fun.
Same.
Yeah, create is really fun though. I love it. I hope that over the season they do end up adding more mods, and that create is one of them.
Log, can you stop spinning?
Oh,
Ooh.
that fucking sucks.
Yeah. I think I got a decent amount for now. I got some saplings I can plant.
Yeah, I was about to say, just get some saplings and inspired.
Yeah.
All you really need. Oh wait, they're so annoying to farm though.
Well, we've got the oh, yay, 2 steak. We've got the like auto thing.
Oh yeah, you're right. Keep forgetting about that.
Blue tree.
Dude, all the caves I've been going in suck.
Is this just birch?
I'm just gonna go in one of the ones that we went to before.
Silver birch. What's silver birch look like?
Silver birch. It's probably more silvery.
No.
No, it literally is the same thing as birch. I think it's just gonna
Ah.
be birch logs too.
Gross. I like the leaves though. They're a nice shade of blue. Whoa. Oh yeah, someone's definitely living here. We've got a
Where are you?
smithing table.
Like
Oh.
at the village at Swan.
Yeah. Oh wait, there's signs.
I think that's turning into the shop area.
Maury's
why.
area. Let me know if you want to buy, build nearby. I'm planning more buildings, so please coordinate. Thanks. Okay. I leave now.
Oh yeah, wait, we're supposed to put a sign of like who lives like where.
Makes sense.
Or we could just keep the waystone, because the waystone says it, and then we get the
Oh,
waystone.
okay. That is a Mori's home. I got a little notification thing that was like, a Mori's home has been discovered.
Oh, okay. So yeah, the waystones will just kind of do that. So I guess we don't need signs.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
What?
I'm gonna combust.
Start making little grunting noises.
I thought I was chopping the mangrove. I was chopping more magnolia.
Got hobby. It's been 4 hours. or
Magnolia,
5.
you're
oh my
on
God,
my
it's been 5
shit
hours.
list.
It's a nice wood. It's just annoying. Does it look like a mangrove tree?
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks.
Honestly, though,
We
not
might-
enough that I should have been tricked. I'll admit it. It was on me.
Fair enough. What is Rune Knight? What can I do with Rune Knight?
Kitty! Hello. I want to ride you. Wait.
Rune Knight's just
Oh
like a
my
virgin bird.
gosh! I jumped on this cat and it became mine. Oh wait, no, it didn't.
Really?
I just interacted with the cat and it gave me 4 fish. Are you purring? That's adorable. Come with me.
Yeah, the cat's purr. I love it.
Come with me. You're coming home. Wait, how am I supposed to get you back? Are you gonna teleport home? You better.
Depends how far away you are.
I'm
If you're like insanely far away, likely not, but
at a Mori's home at the spawn village.
Hmm.
Wait, what was
Sure
that?
can try.
Oh, it's another sparrow. I thought it was like a grasshopper or cricket or something. Dang it. Am I going the right way? I am. Oh, thank God. This area is not built with tiny people in mind. It is very hilly.
Ugh. We gotta make sure to make our base like very like tiny people accessible.
Yeah, if you build something, just be like, hey, come check this out and let me know if it's accessible.
I think, are there people that are smaller than your size, or is it?
I didn't
Just-
see anyone, I don't think. There were people like a little bit bigger, but I don't think there was anyone
Yeah.
smaller. I don't.
Because you're half a block, right?
I think so. Let me.
Okay.
Yeah, about half a block.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know if I've tried getting under half slab yet.
You can get under beds if you start swimming.
Ooh.
I think. For sure.
Okay, how close am I? I still have a ways to go. It's okay.
Oh my God! I mined some iron and there's diamonds behind it.
Oh damn.
Good day.
Oh, what are these? Subaki.
Tsubaki?
Reminds me of the character from Black Panther, M'Baku.
Mm. I love Black Panther. Well, yeah, it's a good movie, man.
It is. I still haven't seen the second one yet.
Really?
Yeah.
I like it. A lot of people don't like it. I really like it though.
I feel like I'm gonna like it. I mean, it's got Shuri as the Black Panther.
Yeah. I like her character, but I really don't like her actor.
That's fair. I've like
Yeah.
I've just recently started to like truly separate people from their characters. Cause like I don't know, for the
Yeah.
longest time I had an issue mentally doing that. You know, like I'd look at the character
I
and
have
feel
the
the
same
same
thing.
like anger, like irritation that I do with
Yeah.
the actor. But
I'm like that with like all artists and actors and everything.
yep.
It's still hard for me to separate.
Oh, it's another fucking bird. I keep getting excited because I keep thinking I'm seeing something jump. Silt grass. Oh, you think you're fancy, aren't you? You think you're special? This cat is going on a full journey with me, all the way to this mangrove. Actually, wait.
Wait, are you just walking home?
Cat? Cat. Oh, I think I lost it. Never mind. No, I'm running to the mangrove from the spawn again. Except this time I'm actually going the entire direction. Oh, there you are. Okay, it's here. Oh, what are you? A lark? You're mine now. Oh, we have one of these.
Lark, you're mine now.
Meet the Flintstones.
I was owing it Flint, yeah.
Yeah. What the? Oh, that's a frog. Because of the lag, the frog was like stopped midair. It's a little terrifying. Okie
Or
dokie.
just mid-air floating at you.
Yeah,
imagine.
literally. Alright, I am here. I'm queer. And I am ready for mangrove. No!
I always forget about that phrase. I'm here and I'm queer. It's so fucking funny. I need to use that more often.
Oh, beautiful. It still works. Oh, but it doesn't. Oh. Okay. I'm
I'm
figuring.
out for a stroll, I guess.
I'm figuring out the decay with a mangrove tree. So it's not great, but I think it also doesn't help that these mangroves are directly up against each other. So.
Oh yeah, that
Oh,
definitely will not help.
Here's a couple freeloaders. I don't know what word I was planning on using, but that wasn't it. There we go. Is my cat still with me? Oh. Note to self.
Is your cat not with you?
You cannot jump up a block plus carpet.
Oh really?
There's moss
Oh,
carpet.
that's so sad.
There's moss carpet on one of these roots and I can't get up.
That's so sad. Oh my god. Dude, oh my. Okay, you need to get the like the spider backpack, I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not even that expensive.
Ooh,
Oh, you can literally make
Kokomo.
it like right now. Or I could get this stuff for you since I'm in a cave. It's literally 4 spider eyes and 4 string.
Ooh, that's not bad at all.
Literally easy to be able to climb walls. I think we have those in the dump
Jamaica.
chest, so.
Ooh, I wanna take you. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama. Give me up here. Thank you.
I don't know why it just popped in my head again.
Oh, wow. Timber. Tim Burton.
Tim Burton.
Ew. Mango saplings
Oh
look
my
gross.
God, my playlist has looped. I've been live for so long, my playlist has looped.
Oh no. That makes me wonder how many hours does my playlist have?
Mine's
Bermuda,
4,
Bahama.
18.
Oh, 68 hours.
Oh. Well, I also have a separate playlist, like specifically for streams. So
That's fair.
my main playlist, I think, is like 100 something.
I've got a plugin,
100
so I
songs.
don't have to worry about the whole copyright thing. So I just play whatever.
Oh yeah, no, so do I. Yeah, I do that too. But I just like to have certain songs because I have such a bad music taste. I know if I play some of the songs I like, I will be judged so hard.
Kitty, get out of the water. Stupid fuck.
Yeah, I'm okay. Calm down. It's not that stupid.
Ah. Let me up.
I just tried mining gold with a shovel. Oh, is this gold? No. This is tough. No. Okay. Gold vein. Are gold veins a thing? Or is it only copper and iron?
Gold veins?
Yeah, like you know how you can get like big like iron veins
I don't
out
know.
of tough and stuff. I think it's only copper and iron. No.
Ugh.
Either way, I'm not gonna mine through all that.
Kitty, I hate to break it to you, but you look hideous.
Damn. Okay.
I'm gonna take a screenshot in a second when I'm done collecting this wood, and I'm gonna show you what this cat looks like.
Okay.
Don't meow at me. I'm focusing. I'm one of those people that will bully their animal, but then like seconds later, give them all the love.
Yep, I'm exactly the same way.
Like I used to call my cat Fat Boy RD because he was tubby,
Oh.
and I would then immediately just give him all the kisses. I've literally trained him to want kisses.
For really.
Yeah, he'll like be laying in my lap and he'll tilt his head in a very specific way, and if I like pet him or do anything else, he won't leave me alone. If I kiss his forehead, then he's happy.
Oh, that's so cute. I love that. My cat, when I first got her, she was like one of those cats where like she doesn't want to be touched at all.
Mhm.
So it's very hard to train her, but slowly over time, I've gotten to a point where she literally just like as soon as she enters my room, she lays down in my spot in bed. I have to like move her over, and like she just lays down next to me. It doesn't sound like a lot, but like from when I first got her, it's a lot of progress.
Oh, I bet. I had a cat growing up that was like the most skittish thing. Never left the basement. Just always stayed down there. I think I can like count on one hand, not even the amount of times I saw her when I was younger. And then literally the only reason she came up from the basement and was like visible to the world was because she got sick.
Aw. My cat's kind of the same way. She'll always just like hang out in the upstairs area, mainly because we have dogs downstairs. But she'll hang out up there, and I've seen her come down a few times. Like she'll hang out like the bottom of the stairs, but I've only ever seen like okay, literally randomly one time I was just in my laundry room, and I walk out, she's just sitting in my kitchen on the island, and like she's never down there. So I was like, "What are you doing?" And she just meowed at me and then ran away. And then I followed her, and her food bowl was empty, so I think she just wanted food.
I'll come downstairs and my cat will be like sprawled across the table. And as soon as he sees me, he'll be fine unless I specifically say the words "get off the table" in a very specific voice. Then he's like, "Oh shit," and he books it.
He realized he fucked up.
Yeah. If he hears "get off the table," he's gone.
That's great. I love cats. Cats are so great.
Oh, there it is.
I wish I had a cat. Like my cat, she's 12, so like her entire life she's been kind of alone because we only had one cat. Alone in the sense of like in cats, like obviously we give her attention.
Right.
But like I feel so bad because we have two dogs that are always running around being so loud, and she's a very chill cat and likes to be to herself. So like she's always like having to deal with them because they like to hang out upstairs too. So she's like, oh.
My cat is home. Can you sit down, please? Oh, I'm riding you. Oh my
Accidentally
god.
sitting on your cat.
My cat is taller than me.
Oh my god, of course.
I gotta get a good photo of you.
You probably could have also just gotten a cat from the village next to us. It would have been a lot
you're not
easier.
wrong.
Oh fuck. I accidentally touched water and it scared me. Do I need orichalcum? Should I get it? Or orichalcum?
You might as well. Wait,
How
can
good is it? Okay, so armor. A chest plate. 9-3. It's better than diamond.
Ooh.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
Go off, orichalcum.
Hell yeah. Orcish strength. Okay, apparently it's related to orcs. So wait, is it pronounced orc? No, because it's ori. Why is it related? What? Okay.
Huh?
I don't know. Oh fuck! I dropped part of my sub. Damn it! Fuck! I keep touching water. Ah! Oh wait. Why does it have like red lines on it?
That's what I'm wondering.
I like the pattern, but what's with the red line? Is it like a space cap? Or like futuristic cap?
Oh. Lep is just crouching around our place. I think I intimidated him. He jumped
Are they
up on
just
the
going
furnaces
around?
and I booked it and jumped up on the furnace on the opposite side and he immediately booked it.
Are they just going around to everyone and just messing with them?
Probably.
No, I respect
Yeah,
it.
he just dipped again.
Oh, Mithril. Ooh, I almost burned it with an iron pickaxe.
Woohoo. Yoo-hoo, big summer blowout. Ooh.
Spawned here and I got a bunch of flowers. Hello.
Hello.
You have what?
I'm not sure actually.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Let's see if I can get down from
I'll
here.
pay you.
Pay me? With what?
I have diamonds.
Diamond.
Yeah,
Ooh.
sure I will. I can get you diamonds.
Well, thank you. Okay. Let me see.
I'm guessing you take incredibly a lot of fall damage.
Absolutely. That fall probably would have killed me.
Oh my.
I have one piece of leather.
Perfect. That'll help.
Awesome.
It's so small. I'm giving you such a big diamond for it.
Oh, this thing might be bigger than I am. Whoa.
Whoa, I just got diamonds for giving you diamonds.
Yeah, when you gift diamonds, you get some back.
Oh, that's incredible. Oh, I just made profit. That's incredible. All right. Let's go.
I traded a piece of leather for a diamond.
What?
Yeah.
Part of the deal, baby.
Someone stopped by and was like, "Do you happen to have any leather?" I'm like, "Honestly, I don't know if we do." He goes, "I'll trade you." I go, "What for?" "A diamond."
Oh my god.
Yeah.
How important was the thing they're making to require a diamond for it?
That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know why Ori just said the name in chat, but I just responded with my name, and Lep also did it. Ah, shit.
B, don't go in
The
my
thing
house.
was broken because I got that. No. The chain.
No. Oh, it's too high. Hold on. There we go.
You ever do the thing where like you're playing a game and you're trying to look around something and you move your head in real life to try and look better?
Mm-hmm.
I keep doing that. and
I
it's
don't
making me realize how
I don't typically
sad
do it like
is.
every direction, but usually if it's like something I have to look down, I'll like tilt my head as if I can look over like a ledge.
It's always like when I'm looking like around something for me. Like there's some lava right here, and I literally moved my head around to try and look at it, see what's on the other side.
Wait, which way is? Okay. I'm coordinating our windows with the east and
Ooh.
west.
Pretty.
The most sun.
Oh yeah, the sun.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, that's smart.
Thank you,
See, if
thank
I
you.
built the house, I would not have thought of that.
So that's. Cool.
Oh.
Cool.
Ah, my pickaxe is about to break and it's doing that thing. Oh god. Stop. I'm just gonna throw it out. I don't want to deal with it. I don't care how much is left. I'm not dealing with that.
Not doing it.
Not dealing with it.
That's who it was, I think. Recon Relay that ran by and.
Oh,
got
it was
hurt.
Recon.
I don't know who stopped here. No, I don't. What? I don't remember.
I cannot remember.
It might have been Ori. It was someone with a like face, so it wasn't the cooler TNT. No, I don't think it was Recon.
Well, that limits that tears down 3 people.
Yeah.
Everyone else
One,
has a face.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, that narrows it down by like 4. Hold on. Oh wait, 5, because it couldn't have been me.
Yeah, true. Or me.
Yep. Oh, I can't remember. It's gonna bother.
Could have been me.
Dun. Get up there.
So far, this mining trip has not been successful, and I'm disappointed.
It's kinda dookie. Don't meow at me.
How did I find a flower forest? I am 60 blocks underground.
I'm gonna name you fucker.
Your cat?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Our area is just gonna be a hellhole for PG streamers.
For sure. We should put like
They're gonna
we should
hate
put a
us.
disclaimer sign.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, like in the gazebo for the Waystone.
Yeah.
Disclaimer, this area is not PG at all.
I don't remember who.
Maybe
it
not.
was.
Then they're gonna think it's like
Oh.
they're gonna think it's like bad, not PG.
Yeah. I don't remember who it was, but whoever it was nice enough to lift me down from atop the house. They like somehow teleported me.
Oh! Wait. Oh, fuck.
Did
I was
that
literally
unlock
talking to
something
them.
for you?
I was talking to someone who could literally teleport people. Was it? Damn it. I'm not gonna remember.
For a second, I thought that advancement said natural sprinkler. And my immediate thought was, that sounds like it has to do with piss.
Yeah. Dude, these caves suck. I'm gonna scream and shout and let it all out. Do we need lapis? I'll grab some, why not? I'll grab the lapis.
This sounds like Harry Styles, because it is.
What?
I was like, I just passively, in my head, was like, this sounds like Harry Styles, and I looked to the right, and it was.
Literally just says Harry Styles.
I think I've got like, I think that's the only song of his I have on there actually.
I don't think I've ever like fully listened to one of his songs before, outside of like on a radio.
I think the only ones I've listened to are Sign of the Times and Watermelon High, but that one got kind of irritating very quickly, so.
Oh, I forgot about Watermelon High. Yeah, that one sucks.
Yeah.
It was good at first. Yeah, it got irritating though.
Mm-hmm. And I also can't listen to it now without thinking about the, I don't know if you've seen it, ooh, someone else got an axolotl, but the video of him dancing in the middle of the street on a TV show.
Oh God.
Yeah.
James Gordon.
Yes.
Corden.
Yes. James Corden.
I hate him. He's so annoying.
Yeah.
You know, that's fair. That video is also burned in my memory.
Yep. I just remember him being like, "Run, Harry! Don't get hit by the cars!" And then yelling at the cars something like, "Don't hit Harry Styles!"
And they're like dancing on top of the cars
Yep.
and shit. It's like they stopped traffic for that.
Yep.
People gotta get to work, man.
And it was likely
sure it
in like
was, like-
California or something, so the fucking
Yeah.
traffic already would have been horrible.
And it was like, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, I saw somewhere someone said that it was like prime work hours, so people were trying to get to work.
Where did I put that? Oh, there it is. I planted a mangrove sapling and then I couldn't find it in the grass.
Because you're short.
Yeah.
You're tiny.
I am minuscule.
Little tiny little goober.
M goober.
I love the word goober.
Same.
I literally have that as like my default role in my Discord. It's just like if you join, you get the role goober.
I can't draw for shit.
I
so
hovered over the
I want to
pickaxe.
commission someone to make like 8 different goobers based off of like me loosely, but with like different faces or whatever, so I could use them in my videos for editing. Like, you know, have you ever
Ooh.
seen fuck, what's his name? Like a couple people do that, but who am I thinking of? Smitty? How he edits?
I know Smitty, but I didn't know he. I do know what you're talking about though. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know Smitty does that though.
Yeah, he does like in his intros, instead of, you know, it being him because his whole brand is that little character of his, the milk bag.
Yeah.
He uses like different drawings or whatever of the milk bag, like different expressions and stuff.
Yeah, kind of like a PNG tuber.
Yeah.
But for like editing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's raining.
Yeah, I also can't draw for shit. So I have a friend who's really good at art, and I literally right now I think she's actually drawing some of my emotes and stuff for my channel.
Oh, sick.
So I commissioned her for that.
That's awesome.
Oh my god, I hate skeletons. I'm doing it again. I'm moving in real life trying to dodge the arrows. That's how you can tell I'm like addicted to this game. I'm gonna be playing on the server so much. Oh god, what have I done? Why did I apply?
Shut up, fucker.
Damn.
I don't know if it was lag or what, but it sounded like there were like 3 meows in one.
Probably.
Coppers and robbers. That makes it sound so much more exciting than it actually is.
I'm just getting copper.
Yeah.
Okay, this cave looks promising. Maybe something actually good for once, please? I hope. This entire time I've gotten 2 diamonds. Cave was in fact not promising.
Wow.
Cave not promising. Oh! I lied, the cave was promising. I found diamonds. Will you die by a creeper explosion in full iron?
I don't
I
know.
feel like you do. I don't want to test it, but I'm also scared.
Level up.
Level up! You and I advance in a video game.
What does this look like? Okay.
I got 3 diamonds.
Oh.
Ooh. Wait. Endmage is the one that can teleport things.
Oh.
So it could be TNT.
Possibly.
Or unless there's 2 end mages.
Log. Stop doing that, thank you. Ew. I don't think I've hated any noise as much as I hate the item breaking.
No, literally same. Totally. Just not fun.
Ooh. Oh.
What?
Luxury cruise, it's just sail 1 kilometer. I don't know why I got
That's so
excited.
boring. That's so boring. Oh my god. Go away, you friggin' skeletons. Oh my god. Mom does not like you.
Get fucked.
You're fucking destroyed. I turned the corner after saying that, and there's 17 skeletons and creepers.
Oh god.
They're coming. Their moms are coming after me.
What'd you say to my son?
I love my son. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm gonna have to like skip all these ores I'm seeing. Ugh. Mithril is definitely more common because I have 16 mithril and 5 diamonds. So like,
Jeez.
I guess we're gonna have mithril for a bit.
May sounds cooler.
I mean, yeah, it sounds cooler and probably looks cooler, so I ain't gonna complain too much.
Yeah.
My only thing, is there something better than netherite?
I'd assume so. With all the new
So netherite is
ores.
8 and 3. 8, 10 and 3. Celestium.
Ooh.
And you make that from a celestium ingot and a diamond chestplate. So I don't think we should upgrade to a netherite then.
Yeah.
So that is celestium is 10 and 3. Okay, let's see if there's one better. I'm just looking at like chest plates. I just looked up chest plate in the thing. Oh yeah, metallurgium,
Oh.
which you do from netherite, and you get a metallurgium chest plate. So we should get netherite. I feel like then, yeah. Midas gold. Ooh.
Midas is in the myth?
Yeah,
Huh.
I assume so. I don't see what other Midas there is.
Right.
Like Fortnite Midas. Ender netherite chestplate? Whoa. Heart of the end? Oh, blinked. Ew. Don't blink at me like that. Echo chestplate. Phantom. Bunch of crap. Goddamn. Oh, you can make wood armor. Yeah, okay, the best one is the metallurgium. So yeah, we should still get netherite then.
Solid.
So it's normal normal progression plus 1. What about tools? I'll look at all this stuff later when we need to. I'm mining right now, it's fine. Lush cave?
Ooh.
I see glowberries. Is it just like a random odd glowberry, or is it a lush cave? Moss, oh my god. Okay, moss is so pretty. We need to put moss around.
I've got moss carpet, no blocks. If you get even one, we can bone meal it.
I'm muted, and I don't know when I'm muted. What was I saying? I don't know. I found a lush cave, so we have moss. I might have found gay crystals.
Ooh.
I haven't looked yet, but
We
I see
can
them.
be even more gay.
We can be raging homosexuals. Prismarite cluster, and it is in fact rainbow.
Yummy.
When you hold it, it's literally like changing colors. I'm yoinking all of these.
Oh, as you should.
I love homosexuality. I think we need drip leaves. I'll grab some just in case. We can bone meal 'em if needed. Grab glowberries. Only need a few. I think we are good. Oh, there's like an easy way to get bone meal other than bones. There's a different way. Oh, there is not.
Ugh.
I mean, composting. We could do that.
True.
What is that? Lister bulb? What?
Huh?
It looks so, like, star, like supernova. Like, it looks like a supernova.
Ooh.
Whoa. Okay, well, that's cool. What?
I'm just like, wow. Yeah, that's cool.
Wow! Yeah, cool. Whoa. I got stoned by breaking prismos. I want to grab the hanging gay crystals. So we can hang them from our ceiling.
Hell yeah.
There's more hanging ones than normal ones, so we're gonna have a lot hanging from the ceiling. Oh! Ow. Axolato. Wait, it's a blue one. He's so cute. It's like the light blue one, not the rare one. Oh, we should try and get the rare one. That'd be fun. I don't got a bucket. I feel like smelting iron. And he gets to live.
For now.
Yeah, for now he gets to stay in his home and not get kidnapped. Wait, we're in 1.20. Oh, we can get sniffers.
They'd be perfect in our area too.
Literally. Oh my god, I love sniffers so much. I'm so happy they won that mob vote.
Me too.
Ooh. I found the biome that has the big chompy things. Oh, speaking of chompy things. Oh, I picked one up, and there's a mimic.
Oh, whoa.
He's stuck in water, so I can just easily kill him. Only thing is, I can't get to his loot, probably. Well, I can. I'll just probably die in the process. Ow. Obsidian skull. Wearer becomes temporarily immune to fire damage when hurt by fire. Ooh. I'll take it. Oh. Why do you hear ribbits? What the hell?
Ooh, yeah, I got it.
What'd you get?
Doing some low-key parkour, making this house.
Ow. Bum. I gotta be right back, so do you want to entertain my chat or do you want me to just like go on like a BRB screen?
I got them.
You want to entertain them?
Yeah.
I'll be right back then.
Alright. Hi chat, how's it going? I can't see any of your messages, but I'm assuming that you're doing great, right? You're doing fantastic, right? Because you're gonna have a problem if you're not doing fantastic. I may have to sleeper agent into your house. I hate to break it to you this way, but I am a spy. And I do see your browser history, and I am disgusted. I am absolutely appalled, you nasty, filthy human beings. So that being said, this is your warning. Don't tell him, but I'm making a second floor, and I have plans for the second floor. Sorry I'm a little bit quiet. I'm trying to focus, because if I fall from the height I'm currently at, I will die. I will squish like a bug. Like, you don't need a mousetrap to catch me. I can just fall from the ceiling and immediately die. And boom, no more mice problem. Jesus, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 beehives. Call us the bee whisperers, man. Insane. Oh, sorry. There are 2 more that I did not count. And I don't remember what I said, so it's just +2 of whatever number came out of my face hole. Honestly, I have so many plans around being a gremlin. I don't know what they are, but they're hatching in my brain as we speak. Kind of like a parasite, but if a parasite was already like living in there, if that makes sense, you know? Like there was a parasite in there, parasite had an egg, that egg is hatching. Right here, right now. Again, don't know exactly what I'm doing, but it's gonna be full-on goblin mode. I will be in the walls. And also the monster under your bed. I think that's why I became a sleeper agent, honestly. A bit of a spy. I'm a mouse. I can squeeze into places nobody thinks of. And if you're thinking dirty-minded things, you are correct. I can squeeze there too. I gotta say, I have something fully against my yellow bed. I don't know if you guys can see it, but my bed looks like a bee. And while it's cute, I kind of hate it. I kind of want it to go die in a fiery pit. I mean, the only real other option is either steal Ender's bed or steal a gray bed from the village. And honestly, I don't think a gray bed's any better. Bed-er. I may have to massacre some of these trees with the beehives on them. That's kind of what it's looking like now. There are just too many. Oh, okay. There's a tree over here. We're fine. We're fine, guys. No bee murders. It's okay. I know you're all in an uproar, but they are fine.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
What'd you guys talk about?
I told them about my plans, as a little gremlin.
Ooh.
I threatened them a little bit. And I also threatened— oh! I fell in the cow hole. I also threatened the bees.
Huh?
I
Oh,
pretty
the
much—
bees.
yeah, the bees. Because there are now, like, 8 beehives?
I feel like at this point we should just break them.
Probably.
Like, maybe get Silk Touch for. How fast do you think I'm gonna get Silk Touch? That's the thing.
Yeah.
If we're not gonna get it anytime soon, we should just break them.
Right.
And especially with that tree, it seems like they're common as hell.
Mm-hmm. Aw, a bee's at my bee bed. Never mind, he left.
Oh damn.
Yeah. He's got better things to do. Places to be.
Yeah. Look, I love me a good dad pun, but I also hate them at the same time.
I get to hear the pain in that noise.
It's also like it took me a second too, and I was like, oh. The server's not as laggy still.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot better than I was.
Yeah. Blocks only still stay for like a couple seconds, not even like 2 seconds.
Yeah. When I was digging out the floor, it wasn't like when we were mining. It was like normal speed.
Ooh, that's good. Oh my god, I just realized, even though okay, I don't know if you play Terraria, but in Terraria, the Orichalcum only spawns in the jungle biome, which is underground, and Orichalcum only spawns in lush caves, apparently. So I've only seen it in lush caves. It's literally just copying Terraria.
Our house is looking pretty good.
Hell yeah. Ooh, diamonds.
Okay, I'm massacring some bees.
I found a spore blossom.
Ooh.
I love spore blossom. You good?
I broke the beehive. Ah! Then I fell down a hole.
Dude.
Listen, life is scary at this height.
Yeah, honestly fair. I can't imagine. I'm 2 blocks tall like a normal person.
Oh, okay. So you're
I'm
saying
sorry.
I'm not normal?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm not normal either. I can fucking teleport. And I can't go in water. None of us on this server are normal.
Nope.
Well, actually, I guess for me, that my thing is considered normal, saying I literally am an Enderman.
Oh, I can see the pissed off bee in the distance.
God. Oh, I know what you should have done.
Hmm.
Actually, I don't know if that works. If you make a campfire and place it under them when you harvest the stuff, they don't get mad. I don't know if when you break it, they get mad.
Hmm.
They might still get mad even when you break it with that.
Right. I might experiment.
I mean, no point not trying.
Hmm.
I don't feel like building up to get this freaking orgalgium. Oh, so I'm climbing stuff, but I keep falling off it, and it's making me mad. I'm gonna scream. Oh wait, you don't move as much if you crouch. Wait. Ah, there we go. I feel like actually frogs, or am I just like hearing things?
You're losing
I'm
it.
hearing frog sounds. I'm going insane. I've been in these mines for days. I've broken you 3 times. Please break. There we go. I just like matrix dodged a fucking arrow because it was moving so slow. It was coming at me and I just walked out of the way.
I don't know where you came from, but I'll take you.
Oh, ah. I just got graveled. I got an advancement for that.
Did you get like an actual thing for it or no? Like a reward for your hard times?
No.
Aw.
I should have. You good?
I fell from our second floor.
How much damage did it do?
3 hearts.
Oh my god.
How high up is the second floor?
It's on 6 blocks.
Do you take more fall damage?
I do, probably.
Oh my god. What are the plus sides of your origin?
I think it's just the teleportation.
It?
And there's like less buffs, or like less, not buffs, but like negatives, I guess. I don't have any like
Guys.
food restrictions.
True. Yeah, imagine if you had food restrictions, you can only eat cheese.
I'd be dead by now.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay. Hello, Caps chat. How are you doing? You threaten my chat, I will threaten his chat. You stink. You poo-poo heads. What the fuck? I just heard a witch echo throughout my ears. Oh, that's a skeleton. Oh god. Okay, we good. Oh! Big pretty lush cave. Big pretty zombies. Big pretty creepers. That's a lot. Oh, that's a lot of iron though. It's not worth it. It ain't. Quadrillium? I don't know. I got quadrillium. Cool. Okay, I swear I'm going insane. I'm hearing the frogs again. Is it just a thing in lush caves? It's every time I enter a lush cave. I think it's probably just a thing in lush caves. Why would they make a background sound be frogs when there are frogs already in the game? I almost just got drowned by water. I can't go in water, otherwise I take damage. What was that? My chat, did you see that? Something is went through the wall. What is that? Oh, it's a glow squid. It just popped in and out. Give me the lettuce. Give me the beans. Oh god. I hate how I have to crit for this sword to do damage. Like, I get it, but I also don't like it because of how laggy the server is. I knew you were seeing that behind me, you little crap. Be gone! I killed it! Why are people constantly joining and leaving? What is going on? Everyone's just coming in and out, in and out, in and out. Coal miner, yay. I got like 7 coal. Let's go eat doo-doo. I've been streaming for so long, I'm losing my mind, I feel like. Oh, it's platinum. I was like, whoa. Oh! There's a blue axolotl and a yellow axolotl kissing. Whoa. Why are they doing that? This is a PG Minecraft server. No kissing allowed. I say as we have a thing named piss and shit. Why do I have an alarm going off? That's the second time that has happened this stream. 2 times this stream an alarm has gone off. Ooh. A zombie dropped an iron ingot. What are you? Whoa. Oh, manganese. What can I use that for? I think I have some, right? Yeah, what do I use that for?
Loop de loop. I'm back.
Hello.
Hello. Ooh, Frank Sinatra.
Manganese anvil. What? Okay, so I don't need that. Oh, I forgot Endermen look cool. They have like the glowy legs and arms.
Ooh. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted at all.
Oh wait, that's right. There's slash home. Why didn't I set that before I left? God damn it. Okay, whatever. I can get home. I'm not that far, I don't think, right? Oh, never mind. I'll be fine, I think.
Oh, did I miss the entirety of the Frank Sinatra song? Boo!
Aww. Wait, what one though? What one?
The World We Knew.
I heard that one? Sounds familiar. I have no clue if I've heard that.
Well, I'm changing the song to Yes, I'm a Mess by AJR because fuck you.
I don't understand the hate for AJR. Like, personally, the music's, like, okay to me, but some people just, like, shit on them for no reason, and I don't understand why. Ah, water!
Yeah, I don't get it either. Like, I'm not a crazy fan of them, but sometimes they just throw out songs that I lose my mind over.
Yeah, exactly. Like, especially, a lot of people shit on Bang. I actually really like Bang.
Yeah. And like with AJR, at least to me, like, I give them, like, a level of respect because it's three brothers. Like, if I was
Yeah,
forced to have
that's
a
also,
band
like,
with my
sick.
brothers, we wouldn't last a month.
Yeah, exactly. I found a piss axolotl just sitting on a spike, and he'll kind of looks badass.
It sounds badass.
Oh, he fell off.
Oh.
It's okay, King. Head up, your crown is falling. So many zombies trying to attack me. I'm trying to look at the piss boy.
They're opposed to the piss.
You don't like the piss boy. How many diamonds do I have? It's 7. That's not enough to leave the mines yet.
Should we have stained glass?
Ooh. That'd be nice.
Mm-hmm.
I walk up a little hill underground, and right next to like a big like waterfall is just a dead clownfish. Just laying there.
Nemo, no.
Nemo, no. He's gonna sit in my inventory forever now. Not forever. Until I don't care anymore.
Until I stop giving a shit.
Yeah.
Wow. You are such
my-
a tall tree. I just like you.
Every little block I mine, there's freaking a water source block behind it, and it makes me mad. I hate lush caves. I don't hate lush caves. I actually really like lush caves. Do we need copper? Do you think I should get copper? I haven't been getting copper. I've seen a lot.
Oh, maybe just a bit.
Anything special? Anything special I could use for it though?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
I can get like cool chains.
Ooh.
Oh, a copper chandelier.
Ooh.
And like just let it get exposed to the what's it called? To the elements over time. Wait, are there other chandeliers you can make? And we can get a golden chandelier.
We can see it. Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. Oh, moss.
Chandelier, 100%. How do you even make it? I actually don't make it. Oh, it's so easy. Oh, there's 2 versions of copper nuggets.
What? Why?
That's gonna be annoying. And of course, they're made the same way.
Ugh. Yeah, that's right. I got up here. Never mind.
we ever need to make something with copper nuggets, it's gonna be so annoying. Oh, what? I didn't even see that! Dude!
I was chopping down a tree.
You fell.
Yeah. Well, the
least you were
the
right
tree
there.
broke and I was on the tree.
Hey, at least you're right there. So.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious. What are you? Whoa! What? A moss bloom?
What?
You're kind of pretty. Wait, let me send you a photo.
Where are my
Wait,
boots?
no, no, post for the fans.
Oh, they're my
There we go.
boots. My boots.
I kind of want to. I want to keep it. Kind of cute.
Oh my god. I looked in my Discord and one of my group chats is at 69.
That's the funny number.
Oh wait, actually, before it changes, let me take a screenshot of it and send it to them. Whoa! That looks cool.
Yeah. Oh, where'd it go? I tabbed out. Oh, hello. How do I keep you? I want you. You eat moss? Oh,
Do
I
you eat
want
something
you.
else that we can potentially procure? Oh, my backpack.
Is there anything else I can own? Do you eat glowberries? That makes sense. It's the only food source down here. Don't. Damn it.
Oh, that's an eyesore.
What?
A single block survived.
Ugh.
It's just like a single floating log.
Gross.
There we go. I got it. Oh.
Whoa. How about for a second, and I come back and see the moss bloom just in me.
Moo moo.
Moo moo.
Ooh, wah. That's a creeper. Oh man.
Oh man. So we.
Wow.
I need to make a longer playlist. My like, it's looping and it feels weird because I've already heard the song. Need more songs. I fell.
You okay?
Yeah. I'm kind of sick of mining, and I don't know why, because I usually like mining.
You gonna try and come back?
Yeah, probably.
No, get away from my scaffolding. B, it's mine.
Oh, I found a geode.
Ooh.
Did I get the amethyst?
Yeah. Get out of our house. There are intruders. Listen, I know I've been streaming for 6 hours, and I don't plan on stopping soon. I'm kind of losing it a little bit, but I'm working on the house, okay? Alright, I'm at least being productive and getting things done on the server. Look at my house, it's looking great. It's going great. And I've got a tall person that I've kind of adopted, although they would probably say that it was the other way around. And they have taken me under their wing, and I've taken them under my wing, and I'm teaching them the ways of the small people. So, I think it's a good endeavor all around. I think that it's worth it. Ignore that. That was hypocrisy. True! I sent you guys that screenshot. I haven't actually opened the chat since before stream. And you started before stream, like way before stream. So damn, you've been going 2 hours longer than I have. Ah! 2 hours longer than I have. Falling from this height is very scary.
Got a knockback.
Ooh.
And also a shock pendant. Can you go away, Spider?
Me too, Finn. Me too.
I can look at my shock pendant.
Rock pendant.
What does it do? Has a chance to strike attackers with lightning? Please?
Oh, I remember the other thing that's part of my my origin. If someone attacks me, there's a I don't know what the percentage is, but there's a percentage chance that whatever is in their hand will turn into a wooden hoe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's someone else I was talking to like at the beginning that said that.
Yep, yep.
Damn, there's a lot of mouse or mice.
Got a whole rat pack.
Ah, my pickaxe is doing the thing.
Oh.
Ah, shut up. Ah. I'm gonna have to use this diamond pickaxe from now on. Coming over. Get out of my inventory. It's so gross. Who added that? Who thought that was a good idea to add to their mod?
Literally.
Like, ugh.
Couldn't be me.
I tried, oh god, huh. I tried opening a chest, and I right-clicked on it, and it slowly turned at me, because it was a mimic. It just, it got me so off guard. Ow! Whoa! How did I not take fall damage from that?
One of my friends came in a chat a minute ago and goes, August, you've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm getting worried.
I'm surprised none of my friends have said that. This is the longest I've ever streamed before.
Oh, dang.
Also the latest. I've never streamed past 12.
Oh, wow.
Since 12:10.
Yeah. I've done a
Thorn
24-hour
pendant has
stream
the
before,
chance
but it's been a while.
Ooh, I would love to do one, but I got school and shit.
Mm.
I definitely, I want to do a subathon. A subathon seems so fun.
I've got one of those planned in a few weeks, too.
Ooh.
It's gonna be a birthday
fun.
subathon.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Fun. Literally, I'm so mad because I started streaming like end of summer. I started streaming like about a month ago now. Oh, it's October now.
As of 11 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago.
Yeah. It's October. Hey, spooky month.
Yeah.
No, but I started streaming like like about a month ago, like mid of August. So
Wow.
I never got a chance to do like anything like that over the summer for me.
Mm.
So. What is my next break?
1, 2, 3. I feel like that's wrong. Yeah, that's wrong. Okay, cool.
Could I do a Thanksgiving subathon?
I mean, honestly, that might be a good time for it.
Because it's Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
People want to give out money.
Yeah. Although around then you might be like, I doubt it, but you might be competing with like Jacksepticeye's
Bigger
yearly
streamers.
Thanksgiving thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if I did, I would probably have it so that it don't like all the money donates to that.
Right. That'd be pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah, because I do want to do Thankmas whenever that starts. I would love to do that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
I feel like I was saying something before, but I stopped. I can't remember what it was. Whatever. Oh yeah, I'm trying to get out of here. I just started like wandering, like. Ooh, I'm gonna take this smoker.
Shut up, bird.
Just a bird, man. Calm down.
He's screaming at me.
Oh my god. I jumped from the top of something thinking, oh, this won't do much damage. I land on a spike. That did more than half my health.
Oh.
And it was like a couple blocks. God. Spikes are dangerous. Ugh.
There's so many trees. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's definitely these trees.
What?
The bees?
Oh, the bee.
Yeah.
The bee thing?
for sure.
Yeah. Has to be. I think cherry trees are like that too.
Probably. Please don't attack me. I'm collecting the wood that just dropped. Oh, never mind. You did it anyway.
That sounds like an actual like part of a song.
Oh, he's still
Wow, that was like weirdly good. Like what the hell? How do I get out of here? I'm stuck. I don't know how to leave.
I'm trapped.
Hello, please help me. Hey, Mithril.
I can't remember. Did you ever end up sharing the rainbow sheep?
I did, yeah, and it gave us 5 gay wool. It's in the dump chest, I think.
Gay wool, yeah. I love gays.
Why is that voice so good?
I can do an oddly weird, like, I don't even know what to call it. An oddly weird voice. I know my chat loves it.
I want to see if I can
At
make
least
a
one person
gay
in chat
bed.
loves it.
I'm sick of this
Doing
bee
a
bed.
gay
I want a
bed?
gay bed.
Dude. Only gay stuff is allowed to happen in that bed.
I don't want a fat Barbie. I want a skinny Barbie. Okay. Now, wood. Wood. Oh, hello, bee.
Dude, I'm so excited to log on tomorrow and do like a 12-hour stream.
Rainbow bed.
Rainbow bed.
I'm gonna try to stream tomorrow. I don't know what's gonna happen.
I likely can. What, tomorrow's Sunday? Yeah. But today's Sunday. bleh.
I've got like a family dinner, and then I've got to start packing.
Fair.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh. Wait. It's Orchidkium.
What?
I'm in a dripstone biome. Wait.
Oh, I
I
got the
been lied
wrong
to?
wood. I didn't even need to be attacked by the bee.
Ah.
God damn it!
God fucking damn it! Ooh, deep slate coal. That's rare.
Ooh.
I'm gonna leave that.
Butterfly, you better get out of this house before I close it up and you're trapped here forever.
Oh,
Just a
leave it in there.
Be our house bird.
It's like, yeah, no, it's like how like people, yeah, a lot of people like birds,
Yeah.
which have butterfly. I was gonna say a fly. Like people have flies in the house, but instead we have a butterfly.
Yeah. I
That'd be, like,
I
oddly fitting,
babysat
I
for
feel
a
like.
family that had a parrot.
Dude, my friend has not a parrot, but like one of the talking birds.
Mhm.
It's so fun. It's so fun to just fuck around with. Not like fuck around with, like mess with it, but just like have fun with it.
That's the only bird I've ever like encountered that has been a pet, and I hated every second of being around that bird because it would just scream.
Yeah, parrots are the more annoying ones.
Yeah. I'd come into the
I
house
forgot
and
the
I'd just hear,
one-
"Ah!"
I forgot what the bird my friend has is called. Oh, what is it? Oh, whatever. It's too late for me to think. I just play block game.
This song is not the vibe. Get out of here.
Not the vibe.
This is also not the vibe. What the fuck? Oh yeah.
You gotta find the right vibe. Oh, what is it?
It's
God.
Man Areas by Johnny McGovern.
What? Wait, I gotta listen to this now. What is it again?
Man Areas by Johnny McGovern.
Oh, that is a beautiful thumbnail. Okay, I'm listening to that. Oh, it's this! Wait, this does go hard though. It does go
Right?
hard as fuck.
I was listening to it one time when I was washing the dishes. My mom walked in and she's like, "What are you listening to?"
Why does it song like actually go so fucking hard?
Right?
It's insane. Why do all the gay songs go hard? I'd like to lick your man areas. What the fuck? I didn't realize that was the lyric. This song is so what the fuck? It's just like did I like your man area? Like what the fuck? It catches me off guard every time. I know it's coming. He's talking about fucking a drunk dude?
I don't know.
That's I heard the word drunk and I heard the word fuck, I think. I don't think that is
Be out of the way.
legal.
I think that is technically illegal.
Yeah.
One.
Guys, I think this song is problematic. But he likes his man areas, so it's okay. Wait, the rhyming actually goes hard as fuck.
Right? This dude put his whole self into this song.
No, he literally did. He put his whole man area into the song. I hate that I'm actually like, jamming to this.
Oh, what a tone shift. That is funny.
What? What is it?
Went from that song to Where'd All the Time Go by Dr. Dog.
Oh no. Oh.
That's I think what's the funniest about when I play just my playlist.
Yeah, that's why I don't play my main playlist. You know what? Let's play my main playlist and see what happens. We're gonna go for it. There's not many people here, I don't
What?
think. I hope.
One wool.
I don't look
you
at my
whore.
viewer count. Oh. I don't look at my viewer count, so I'm gonna hope and pray there's not a lot of people here.
I don't look either. They say you're not supposed to, like, seeing the low viewer count lowers your morale.
Yeah. Like, I don't care about viewers, but like, that definitely is true.
Yeah.
I feel like, even if like you don't care.
And some people will
Which
say
is like-
too,
like-
not only does it lower your morale, but also like you find yourself talking less if you know that
Yeah,
there
exactly.
are fewer.
Exactly.
Which I definitely noticed that I was doing that before.
Mm-hmm. Same. I heard a dropping sound, and then the thing. There's a part in the song I'm listening to that sounded like a creeper hissing. So I thought a creeper just dropped right behind me. It scared the shit out of me.
Oof. Oh.
I'm at Y27. I'm almost home. Oh no, there's more cave.
Martha, I'm coming home, sweetie. I'm back in the fucking building again.
Oh, what is that from? That sounds so familiar.
I don't know what it's
Oh,
originally from.
I think it's the Sonic fan dubs, isn't it?
Oh,
Do you know
yes
what
it
those are?
is. Yes it is.
Yeah, I fucking love the Sonic fan dubs.
Where's the spruce cottage door? I see all the others.
Why'd you say it like that? Where is the spruce cottage door?
Beach door? I'm gonna be making so many doors.
I thought the leaving message was Lipcrow. So I thought they said our armadillo is stable and they just dipped.
It's like
I think it's getting to the
Sono
point in the
head.
night where just everything is funny. Yeah, it's just Sono head and it just leaves.
What?
It's definitely getting to the point in the night where everything's just funny.
For sure. Oh, we need. What is that? What is?
What?
Oh, to make some of these doors, because it's Macaw's doors, you have to have a quote unquote print of the door made with paper and the door type that you wanted. Like there are like the typical
Oh.
jungle door look
Oh, I
for
see.
all of them. Yeah. I wanted to.
I mean, that's not that bad.
Wait, can I make the beach door? Oh no, I can't make the beach door.
Wait, what one did you want to make?
Find the beach door.
Wait, which one's beach? Which one is beach
I need
door?
paper. It's I don't know, it's got a hole.
Oh, the jungle one. I think there's a jungle near us, I think. Not near us, but like somewhere.
Was that a full jungle or
Close.
was that just bamboo?
I think there's jungle wood in there at least. If not, there's probably one near spawn. I know what's his name? I forgot his name, but the red bandit guy.
Yeah.
His area is probably, or if he's online. Is he online? I actually don't know.
This
No,
is
he's
where
not.
the other rainbow sheep went. I was looking for you.
You could probably go to, I think he has waypoint public. You just go there and just grab a tree from far away.
True.
Oh, this is Banglium. I'm not mind that. Or should I? It'd be kind of funny if I do.
Maybe do it for the lulz.
Wait, they changed it. It doesn't explode.
What?
And it's still only used for bombs though.
Nope, come here.
Bomb foil?
You can't swim
Oops.
away. I need you.
Oh no, wait, you can make weapons with it. It's like shitty. They look like wood. Oh, it has blast protection though. That's kind of cool.
Where'd the bed go? The bed.
Fucking crow jet. Nah, bro, sleeping.
Sorry. I'm talking in my sleep. This is a crazy dream.
What? Whoa.
This is
You're
wild.
dreaming. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
There's no one else sleeping? Fine, I'll get out of the fucking bed. Get up. That's fair to say.
What the fuck? You only need 2 people to sleep, bro. It ain't that hard.
What the fuck? Okay, I got paper. I have.
Oh no,
A
I'm mining
will?
out of a mountain. A
Ew.
will? Whoa.
Whoa. Yeah. I'm just prepared in case I die. You know. Oh yeah,
You
yeah.
know what? Honestly, that's fair.
I'm good.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he is in the jungle. Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Is that a bridge? Whoa, that's a lot of sugarcane.
The surface.
Oh, he's got
I'm
like a little
free.
dock or something. That's cool. I'm free. I'm free.
Bobby is a free elf. Oh, a ladybug.
Oh, what does this say? Bliss shipwreck. Okay.
Whoa. I kind of want to go around and do what Crow's doing and just explore and talk to people.
That could be cool.
I'm kind of tempted to.
I'm gonna take.
I'm on my way though home.
I'm on
though.
my way. Uh-huh.
Is that a butterfly I can pick up? Can I pick up you? I cannot. I can pet you though. Whoa. I can pet the butterfly.
Whoa. Ooh, and I got a jungle sapling. I'm never coming back here again. Bye-bye.
Never gonna visit his home ever again.
He like invites me over specifically. Yeah, I can't do that.
He just like pulls on collar. I don't think I can do that one.
I'll let you see.
Black cat. I need one. My cat. Black and white cat. The black and white. Sorry.
Phantom
I was
Menace.
Oh my god. Yeah. I need to get a black and white cat because I do an Everworld and I name it after my cat. Because her name is Bella and she is black and white.
Uh-huh. Okay, let me do that. Uh-huh. Wait.
Uh-huh.
Why you, what's the matter? Oh, you.
Oh my god,
you
there are more
stupid.
villagers in the well.
Oh no.
More Timmys in the
Little
well.
Timmy.
More Timmys fell down the well. I can use this waystone.
Very moist,
Wait,
Ray,
did you
very
break the
moist.
waystone?
I moved it. I did the thing back though.
Well, I don't got it no more.
What the fuck? Wait, no.
Child out here being a hater. What the hell?
No beach door. You should be able to
Beach
still
door.
get to our village though.
Yeah, I was at the village, so I was gonna use the waystone from the village to get there.
Big brain.
Oh, I
thinker.
see the trees going around. Oh, the house looks cool already from here.
Thank you.
Oh, it feels like kind of like modern.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Oh wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. Meh. That wasn't worth it.
You didn't make or do you not want the waystone to be global anymore, or?
Oh, you can put it on global.
I can't because you own it.
What the fuck?
Which they changed and it makes me mad. You used to be able to put any waystone on global, but now you gotta freaking stupid.
There. How about now? You good now?
I don't know. I already claimed it, so I wouldn't know.
Let's try. Oh. Never mind.
Okay, I got a lot of ores and minerals and such.
Woo!
I also no, I don't. I lied. I was
Going
gonna
to
say I
the-
also got more bugs. Oh wait, you know what I can do? Since I got 4 of those traps now,
Ooh, how do I make this?
put it around the
door?
waystone.
Oh, I can't do it here because I am not at the
Ooh.
crafting table.
I really like the spruce beach door.
Yeah?
I feel like
Bring in more
if it's a door,
options. Waffle door.
waffle door.
And
Wait,
in the morning, I'm
waffle.
making waffles.
I'll make a waffle.
We have pink tulips.
Waffle door sounds like something from like
where?
Lord of the Rings
No,
or
we
something.
don't. We have a pink daisy.
Ah.
I'm gonna combust. I'm gonna come.
Doing that with my voice made me have to cough. I don't know why.
Oh wait, maybe I can.
Oh yeah, you want to see the gay crystals?
Yes, I want to see the gay crystals.
They're only gay in certain spots. They change. Look.
Ooh, I like the
These
green.
ones are cool though.
The lime. Whoa.
Like if they're in your hand, they change color. Look.
Whoa. That's cool.
I also got a tall one.
Oh.
Oh, you're inside of it.
A tall and a small.
Yeah, we got gays all around.
We're infested.
Yeah.
Do I have the do I have the whip for that? Oh, I do.
I'm gonna be real funny and do this. Okay, do I need to smelt the ores right now, or can I just like dump them in the chest?
You could just dump them.
Yeah, I don't feel like
Ooh.
that flies back. Fuck, I saw it for a second. It's gone. I'm gonna cry. Ooh, wait, the dark oak waffle door has like a golden handle. That's kind of cool.
Wow. Fuck, we haven't seen dark oak though. How do you make the mystic door? What the
Dude,
fuck?
I love dark oak.
Oh,
Put my
what,
bed
we could do
in
that.
the corner. Corner bed.
Oh, so the bit upstairs doesn't have walls. That's gonna be a balcony.
Ooh.
And then I figure we could make
pretty.
like bedrooms or something up here. If we don't end up doing oh, it's
Yee.
dark up here. If we don't end up doing the bunk beds.
Oh yeah, we could do bunk beds still.
Bunk in the bed.
That's up to you. Do you want to do bunk beds? Cause I don't care.
Let's think on it.
Yeah. They're not expensive to craft. It's literally just 2 extra planks on top. And then you
Yeah.
place a bed on top of it. Only issue, we can only have 1 gay bed in the bunk bed.
True.
It's the fly, fuck. It's like a fucking fruit fly too, and it's pissing me off.
Oh, I hate those motherfuckers.
Literally, they're so annoying. I love how you look at our waystone, it's just surrounded by plants with teeth. Oh, if we do keep this here, we should definitely hide it so that it just looks like
what?
Our house is moldy, actually. If we keep that.
Yeah.
Maybe we shouldn't keep it.
Wait, come here, door. Stupid.
More dump chest.
Dumpy.
Dumpy. It's gonna be so annoying to go through all this stuff when we're like done and actually have a sorting system.
Yep.
It's fine though. Oh yeah, I did get a lot of iron, like 4 stacks and 12.
Hell yeah. Oh, I gotta look at the glass. Ew. Pain. Hmm. They've got patterns on them. That changes it. What is this? Oh, trapdoor. The glass panes have different, like, textures on them.
Huh?
Maybe that's just a texture pack thing. I don't know. Hold on. Oxide daisy. Oh, it looks like
Oh
a
yeah, I forgot
moon.
you have
That's
the
cool.
texture pack, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably the texture pack just makes it look different.
Glass
Oh, I just realized if we get back to our house... No, we have slash home, never mind. We're good. We can keep it trapped. Slash set. No, slash home set.
Big brain.
Home.
Okay. Alright. Now I have that. And then let's see what this looks like. Oh, but I have to use 2. Oh well. They all look the same.
In order to go home, I have to do slash home TP home. Where's Is there slash spawn? Oh, there is. Nice.
Ooh. Okay, what were the other ones? Because I didn't like that one. That one looked dookie. What about like pink, maybe? Pink?
I think you thought a little too much about it being short because there's 2 blocks. There's like not a single block of space right here. So for me, it's just
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
yeah. We can just. Oh, you know what we could do? We can make this part like fairly open, and then put like railings around the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Give me that
Or
block.
we can make a bigger staircase too.
True.
Oh,
Either way, I'll probably put
Whoa.
railings on the edge of the stairs.
yeah.
Just because if someone walks by me, they might push me off and kill me.
Is that the first player-on-player crime in the server so far?
It might be.
Damn, we're already getting illegal.
Yeah. Crazy. I'm gonna take. Can I do you? Wow! I have something to plant.
Was it a cherry sapling? I saw a slight bit of pink.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be great. Yeah.
Gonna put one right here too.
Oh, have you been checking the potato farm?
No. It's probably very
Fine.
much grown.
Yeah, it is. I saw it. Okay, I'm gonna grab the hoe.
Ho. You ho.
Uh-oh.
What?
One of the songs I was worried about is playing.
Aw, the pink dye's a little heart.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how this looks.
Oh, I was trying to go through the window. You said place and stuff.
What do we think about this pink?
Hold on. Oh shit! Wait, I have to turn on.
There are 2 creepers in the
connected-
direction you were going,
Oh, no,
by
wait.
the way, so careful.
Oh shit. Ah, there's no connected glass thing. Meh. Okay, the pink.
Butterfly. Let me up here.
I don't know. I don't like it, but I don't hate it.
Okay, I'll leave it as a maybe.
Yeah. Also, I feel like the outside needs a little bit more depth.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do more.
Yeah. My little suggestion maybe is move the spruce logs so that they're on these 2 blocks. So that like they're like and then like they're right there and then the inside is like a block out, the inside is the mangrove maybe.
Okay.
Maybe you could do that. And then like do like a little lining on the top under the roof.
That could look good.
I don't know. Yeah,
Rah.
I don't know. Where are the 2 creepers? Oh, I see one of them. Where's the other one?
I killed it.
Oh, okay.
I ate it.
You eated it?
I
I
eated it.
did it all.
Whoa, what are you doing in here?
Good morning.
Gambit. Good morning. Wait, morning?
Good morning.
What's your time zone?
Eastern, so it is morning.
Yeah.
Brother, it is 12 a.m. That is not morning.
That's morning.
It is tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't mean it morning.
Good morning.
Thank you,
Yeah, welcome
Taya,
to
for
Big
the
and Tall.
raid. Very much appreciated. Oh my gosh, welcome in, everybody.
Oh.
How was your stream, by the way? Hi, Lep. Welcome in.
Hello, people from Taya's chat in their stream. I am also here.
Don't mind me, accidentally did not mute.
I think you accidentally muted.
No.
Okay, my fault.
No.
It was good. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear
I'm
it.
gonna make an iron hoe because I love
With all
wasting
the
art
lag that was
materials.
going on earlier, my stream disconnected
That's
3
right.
times. It was insane.
Shut up.
That was partially my side of things, though.
What did I do?
Ooh, I'm gonna wear this.
I'm sorry.
I want people to, when they hit me, I want them to immediately regret having
You want
done
some rotten
so.
flesh?
How do I put this on?
Are you here? Wait, what?
I don't know how I put it on. I'll figure it out.
That
You
could
want
be.
rotten flesh?
What the fuck?
He's
Oh
a
yeah,
ghost
wait,
in
you're.
our
Oh yeah, you can
walls.
go invisible. I forgot you can do that. Actually, no, we would know if you were here.
Would you?
Oh, I can
Yeah, we actually
imagine.
would.
It was
We have a way.
so laggy. Ooh. Yeah, that was rough.
I'm not gonna say it.
It definitely has calmed down though, which is really
but
nice.
hmm.
And the server host
Interesting.
popping in with more RAM and CPU was definitely clutch.
Oh
for
my
sure.
god.
Hey, you should
I'm not accepting that. No.
It'd be so funny.
No.
Do we have
It
no.
would be.
Dude, our waystone's public. Global.
What's your waystone?
What was it again?
No, no,
Enduring
no.
Cap.
Hey. Fuck you and your stupid little plants.
What the fuck?
That's how we
I'm
would
going
know.
invisible.
I'm going invisible mode.
Is he?
I can see your footsteps. I can hear you, I think. Hold on, let me pause my music.
How do I feel about this white?
I hear you.
No, you don't. It's the cat.
It's not the cat. It's not. What was his name? Fuck ass?
Fucker.
It's a very,
that's what it was.
very inappropriate name.
Womp. We have a
His PG name is F.
axolotl. We have an axolotl that's yellow named Piss and a brown axolotl named Shit.
Yeah.
So this area is gonna be very not PG.
Awesome.
In the
Good
way
night,
of
Taya, if you're still in
swears.
here.
No eye contact? Hey.
There you are. I didn't see you. Okay, Monkey D. Luffy. Oh, there he goes.
See, I'm gone.
Wait, do you not take
anyways.
damage? Wait, do you not take damage in sunlight? Oh, you're
No.
under a tree. Oh no,
Nope.
wait, yeah, you don't. Wait, what?
I'm not a phantom.
What are you then?
I'm a rogue, man.
Did the rainbow sheep give an egg?
Uh,
Do you want some rotten flesh? Here, have some rotten flesh.
I don't want your rotten flesh, bro.
I'll take it.
I'm surprised you're not asking us to join your crew.
My crew is already like a tenth of the server.
Come look at the baby chicken that I just hatched.
Fair.
Oh,
What?
actually more than that.
Oh, it's
Why is it
tiny!
baby chicken.
Oh my god, you can ride it.
My noble
Okay, I don't
steed.
trust Lep.
Yeah, no, no one does.
Do you guys want some smoke somewhere?
No.
What?
Would you like a
Rhino
flower?
beetle? Is that what that is?
Wait, what flower? Yeah, it's a rhino beetle.
Ah,
What
I'm
flower?
Getting it. It's
I don't know.
mine.
You want one?
Hello. Sure.
Oh, where are you? There.
Oh, it's the
I just
blessing
went
of
into your
love.
house and got
What,
one.
dude?
I mean, it was free.
Well, yeah, you get it whenever you are funny and
Do y'all
get...
want smoke?
No, we don't want
Here, have
smoke.
some smoke.
Aww.
Don't worry, I'll get rid of it. You don't mind if I kill a chicken? I'm back.
Do you like the white glass, by the way?
Ooh. Ooh, I kind of do, yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm using your
Go with that.
crafting table.
How dare?
Dude.
There's no proof
What?
that I've done anything as well.
You just.
I mean, yeah, that's
told-
the worst part.
You just told several people.
Yeah, and you're pushing me right now.
Uh,
You are the worst, like, ghost ever. We can see you eating. You are the worst ghost ever, dude.
I'll leave crumbs around your house.
I'm haunted by the worst ghost in the world.
We just
not even
almost completed
trying
the
to be
house and we
scary.
already have to move.
I'm gonna leave breadcrumbs in your bed.
No!
No!
Get out of
No,
the
that's a gay
gay
bed!
bed!
This is homophobia!
I'm
Stop the
gay!
gay bed! Oh.
The full stop. Oh.
Oh my god.
Are
Fuck
you
me.
feeling spooked?
Where are you? I feel like I just saw you.
Your trapdoor is being haunted.
Trap door. Oh.
I
Wait.
hear it. I hear it. Oh my god!
Ah!
It's on its own! Ah!
Ah!
Oh my god! Oh, it's fixing it's fixing itself.
It's so weird.
Turn your flower into red.
Okay, one of your bees just died to your plants.
What?
I just saw it happen. I think they're trying to get pollen from them.
We have so many bees, it does not matter.
True. If there was suddenly a inexplicable bee massacre, it would not.
Oh
Would
my!
not affect
What?
things whatsoever.
I opened the voice chat thing, and there's so many people with the default skin, and then someone with the Garfield skin. default, Garfield, default.
Big critch.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about them.
I haven't met them. So oh
Another
my
bee
god,
is
another bee's
dying.
dying. You dumbass, you have half a heart.
You want
Get
me
over
to
here.
kill it?
I got it.
Listen,
Are
we
you an
said we have
Andarian?
bees. We didn't say whether they were intelligent or not.
Yeah, we never said that.
Are you an Andarian?
Me? Yeah.
Here, let me go get a bucket of water.
Fuck you. Get away from me.
You don't know, I could just be wearing a pumpkin.
It's true, yeah. You could just be wearing a pumpkin and I wouldn't know if you were invisible or just wearing one.
You know, the problem with my origin is if I get hit, I go uninvisible.
Mm.
I
We
got a
just gotta
bucket of
constantly
water.
spin in a circle and punch.
Okay. Have fun with that.
You're just not gonna come near me.
Hey. Hey, wait. Hold still.
No, get away from me.
Get back here.
Let me farm my potatoes. Let me tend to my crops.
Yeah, you can.
Let me
There
be
are
a
some
little
have a
farmer
potatoes.
boy.
Let me have a bountiful harvest. Fuck you! Get away from me.
Oh, you've been splashed. You want some money? Here, have some
You've
money.
been splashed. I don't want 2 cents.
I can get it's
The
that or some more
compensation for trying to
Here,
kill you.
There's some red dye that I picked up off the ground.
I dropped that.
Uh-oh. Do you want some ink sacs? That's something you can't usually get. Here, look.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll take it. I
I'll
can't
get
actually get
them.
those usually. God. It's too late to be dealing with this.
I was meant to go to bed, but like I told my friend I was getting off, and I'm like, I'm gonna hop on voice for a second.
You know, honestly, valid.
Hey, there's your
Yo.
there's your ink sacs. That'll be
My
5.99.
2 sacks.
Do you
My
want me to,
10
like-
sacks, actually.
Do you want me to like? Yeah, that's gonna be $5. Do you have
2
PayPal?
cents for you.
I'll take it.
He doesn't know I scabbed him. Fuck off! Get away from me! You're gonna disrupt my harvest.
I'm incredibly dexterous. I would never.
Okay, I'll just stand on my potatoes. If you disrupt my harvest, you're getting sued for $10.
Sorry about that, Ray. Apparently, trigger fire.
You little
was
shit.
turned
Oh
off
wow,
for whatever
actually,
reason.
okay. You know what? You know what? I'm impressed. I'll allow.
If you have the points and want to
Well,
try it
is
again,
that
it
done?
should
No,
work
it's
this
at
time. I'll
57%.
just
Here,
refund you
I'll
for the first one
Bless your
after
harvest.
stream.
You're gonna bless my harvest with string?
I didn't have any bones. That's like the second closest thing. Man. Quit mocking me.
I'm mocking you.
You're mocking me.
Yes, I'm gonna eat raw potatoes now.
You could like cook them.
No.
Here.
Stop throwing my potatoes around.
Those aren't yours. Those are mine.
Then why'd you give them to me? They're mine now. I'm eating them in front of you.
You don't know if
In
I'm
my
even
stomach
near
now.
you anymore. I'm like back at your house, bro.
Okay, I'm still eating them in front of you because I said so.
Okay, there's got to be a trigger fire.
You see,
side
it's like
thing then.
Schrodinger's
I'll have
cat.
to fix it.
I don't know if you're
Well,
near me or away from
sorry
me.
about that.
I'm not even invisible anymore. Turn around, small one.
Me?
Small one. Okay, Thanos. Fucking
I don't like that.
Uh-oh.
fuck. I missed.
Sidestep.
You cannot escape me.
Smoke.
Don't you dare fart in front of my house.
No, that's
What the fuck?
Don't leave your farts. Don't kill our chickens. He's leaving our fart scents around.
No, I,
That's disgusting. I don't want you in my
you
house
don't know where I
anymore.
went, did you?
No.
I'm back
And
at
you
the
know
house.
what?
I'm back
I
at the
don't
house.
care.
I'm back at
Ah!
the house.
I got potatoes to cook and bounties to catch. Nope.
Are you a
I don't know.
bounty hunter?
I'm not. I just said that, and I don't know why I said
Okay,
that.
because apparently my origin has a bounty.
Oh wait, really? Wait, is your origin pirate?
No, it's a calamitous rogue.
Oh, I almost picked that one.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
How does it have a bounty then? How does that work?
I don't know. I think it's just
You probably stole
ripped
something.
the
You stealer.
rogue
You thief.
class from the fucking calamity mod.
Ah!
You good?
I am down a hole.
That's
You need
fine.
help?
I'm finding my way out. We have a lot of hidden holes around us.
Okay, well that one's not really too hidden. I mean, it's covered by like a little bush.
Don't judge when I can't see past the grass.
Right, you're small.
Oh yeah, did you just have to forget?
Yes.
Yeah, how did you forget that?
Did I get me drowned by a
chat is-
puddle?
This group chat is called, or this group is called Big and Tall, but I think it should Big and
That's, yeah.
Which one of you guys is big and which one of you guys is tall?
I'm both.
And you're just average height?
Well, I'm an Enderman, so technically I'm tall.
I got a rhino beetle.
Beetle.
Actually, no, my lore is literally that I was banished from the end for not being as tall as the other Enderman.
I think I saw that.
So I'm not tall.
Here's a rhino beetle.
Yeah.
Mine.
I think rhino beetles are
Aw.
pretty nifty.
Oh, you can have it.
Put him with the other one.
Do I have the blue netherite texture pack on? I do.
Why?
It's funny.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you want to see my hedgehog Stitch?
Uh,
Look at him.
Can I eat him?
No.
That's fair. That's fair,
Don't worry,
right?
'cause he-
I'm literally
You were
minuscule. I'm
afraid that I was
half a
gonna
block.
Eat him?
Yes.
Like the bread that I'm spitting crumbs under your bed?
Hey! Hey!
That's his bed, not
Get off my
mine.
bed. Stop it! Get off my bed. Get off my bed.
Hey, oh, I'm visible. Oh!
What if I just killed you right now?
No, you can't do that. I'll go to the
How do
water.
you know?
I'll go to the water.
Oh, I can find my ways.
Yeah, teeny tiny.
You just looped me. You just fucking looped me. I'm gonna cry. If I just got looped.
You got loot. Do you have like a bow or something? What's your deal? Is bro sad because I looped? Listen, it's okay. What's your origin? What do you do? What can you do other than be small?
Where?
That's
are you,
it.
are
Nope,
you
that's
here?
it.
I'm here.
Okay. Let me see if I can do it.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. I can also, if someone punches me, there's a chance that the item in their hand will become a wooden hoe. I guess you won.
I want to let you guys know
I
about
won. No, I lost.
6 hours ago now. I got a sub and I have only eaten half of it.
Wind
It's
tills.
been sitting here.
Oh, I have the fucking Windtills cape on.
Yeah.
Hello, pig.
Oh wait, I
You
want.
were just staring at me. I don't have any carrots. Does the pig like
Sorry.
potatoes?
Let me. Yeah.
Oh, yeah!
Let's go
Alright,
on an
I'm gonna ta-
adventure.
This pig is your new friend.
Yep.
I'm taking it back to your base.
Thank you. I'm just hitching a ride, honestly.
You chill. Pig is chill.
My feet were aching a little bit.
Mm. So your next option was to ride a pig?
Yeah. I mean, wouldn't you ride a
You
pig
gonna
if your
follow
feet
me
were?
if I'm invisible?
No.
I was hoping I could be invisible holding a potato and just like lure animals around. That'd be pretty funny.
I don't think he wants to follow you anymore. I think you scared him. Oh, there he goes.
Nah. He's chill.
Whee! This saved me a trip. Even though this is probably,
Much slower.
yeah, twice the speed
I
that I
was
would have
looking
been
away
going.
eating food, and I see in the corner of my screen you slowly inching towards me. What are you doing?
Hello.
New
Oh.
pet.
No, fair enough.
His name is
Put it
Squig.
in. Put it in like
Oh,
a
hell
little
yeah.
fenced-in area under the stairs.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna put dirt there for now. Lure him over.
Oh yeah, I got you. You're just gonna box him in.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be stuck in here with the pig.
Well, that's neither here nor there, really.
Yeah, like we can push him in.
Yeah.
I don't need to be stuck in there.
There we go.
Awesome.
Pig. Got my torch over here.
You guys have like an infestation.
No,
Not
we're
of
just a little
ghosts.
unhygienic, honestly.
And that's why you have spores.
Yeah. You know the game The
Someone give
Last of
Leopard
Us?
Country.
Where what it was based off of.
You are the
I'm sorry, what? Why are we what it's based off of?
because you got spores.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know where to put that, so I just put it there. Yeah, we got mold around.
Yeah.
So you are the fucking cordyceps.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you had to find out this
Floating
way, but
fruit.
when
What's
you
with the
leave,
floating
you'll
fruit
likely
trees?
be also infested.
I don't want to be infected.
Well,
Why
you
is
don't
the
really get a
pro like
choice.
building
You came
Lithuania?
over here, so
Because Dawson.
Fair. I'm gonna go back to EMS.
Or what's a controversial country?
Russia.
What? Yeah, Russia. Okay, Gambit.
Nice.
Listen. No. Is there a nerd emoji in the chat? Hold on. Fucking
Dude.
How you do that?
How you
that
do
shit
that?
is fucking nerd emoji.
I love the emojis, dude. They're so funny.
I took some baked potatoes out and then put some more in.
Thank you.
Oh, I ate a potato and then got 4 more potatoes. Awesome.
What is that? A dog? A cat?
Bit of both. Where's the dog cat? Point me at it, I'll... What's wrong? Fuck.
You watched me mad that out in my fucking sleepy ass head. That took far too long.
Yeah, I might have said I thought you were gonna get it sooner.
I thought it was just lag. I thought there was a piece I put there that just wasn't showing up.
Cat. Okay. Someone's making progress.
My god. What the fuck?
My ass could not be an Endurian. I love the water.
No, it's kind of working.
So you're eating a sub? Where's it from?
Huh? What'd you say? Sorry, I demolished
Sub.
it.
Where's the sub from? Or where was it from?
Is that a local place? I think it's a local place, so I'd rather not.
Alright, that's fine.
I fucking demolished it. Oh my god, I'm ready to kill people.
Oh god.
Surely not ghosts, right?
Oh, fucking especially ghost, dude. Holy shit.
Well, you
I
can't
gotta
find
burp.
me.
I burp.
It didn't pick up.
No. It just
No,
sounded
I
like you hit
muted
your
my mic.
Oh,
I did. I muted my mic, yeah. I'm not gonna burp into the mic.
you know.
I'll just announce that I gotta burp and then do it. Out to the mic.
I don't know if that's worse.
Yeah, actually that is kind of worse. Okay, I'll burp into the mic next time. No worries.
Thank you.
I just got told that your bed is kind of gay.
How dare you? That's exactly what it is. Not kinda.
Yeah, literally. Why? Who pinned the message saying the bed is kind of gay? Adeline, what the fuck? Are you just running around dropping mini potatoes everywhere?
I want to talk about.
I can
That's
see the mini potatoes.
What do you mean? There's nothing there.
I'm being gaslit.
You're
Gambit, thank you for the
crazy.
follow.
You're literally losing your mind, actually.
Gaslighting. Gaslighting on the moist SMP. That's honestly, that'd be hilarious. I go around just doing shit while
Dude.
invisible.
That would be actually fucking hilarious. I'm gonna name my video I got gaslit on the moist SMP. And then like the video's gonna end like right
Exactly,
here as soon as I
from
said that. No, I was picking up those potatoes, man.
I can just see them disappearing.
They're despawning. I don't. What potatoes?
Oh, you know, you're so right, actually. I'm sorry.
Don't look at me.
You can't.
Well, I mean, I don't like how they made direct eye contact with me. I don't like that, man.
Wait, what?
You made eye contact with me.
That's gotta be
On
so much more
accident.
unnerving when you're invisible.
I'm not there anymore, but like, you know. Where am I?
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm listening to 100 Gex right now. I'd like to let you guys know.
Gex?
Oh. Thank
Yuck.
you.
I'm so tired.
Consider sleeping.
But moist.
Iggy? Okay.
Iggy.
Azalea.
Have y'all been to Pirate Island yet?
I have not. I haven't left this area other than to go mining.
It's a public way. So come to Pirate Island.
Do we want to go to Pirate Island? I don't know if we want to.
There's pirates.
I like
Ooh.
pirates. I'm
I
going
also
to
like
Pirate Island.
pirates.
Yeah,
I
come
want to go to Pirate Island.
Yeah, let's go to Pirate Island.
Wait for it to load. Here we go. We got cats. Owned by Jane.
There's a predicament.
And that's Pirate Island. That concludes the tour.
Oh, I like the crashed pirate ship on the Pirate Island.
Yeah, we actually built that.
I doubt that.
Keep doubting.
Not yet. I got an achievement for going to it. I
Yeah,
doubt
because
that
we
you built this.
it so realistically compared to the. It's
Oh, can I
It's a-
get? Can I?
we already got everything, but if you want to try and slip down there, have fun.
I fit.
Oh wait, we didn't get everything.
Hey.
I got the diamonds in the coin pouch, so who's your real
Damn.
winner?
I can't.
Yeah, these are my coins. Yeah. I do not consent to robbery. That's my thing.
Yo, rope.
It's not robbery if you didn't know it was there.
Yo, potatoes. Oh, ow. That hurts.
Oh, I forgot you take water damage. My fault.
Ew,
Oh, so it's based on how many
tomatoes.
ticks are going. Since the server's lagging, I don't take as much damage. I literally heal it before I, like, oh.
No, I'm kidding.
That's
I let you
hurtful.
out. No, I let you out.
Thank
We can
you.
still be besties. I have. Do you want Morkite?
Oh, Mordecai.
Mor. Never mind. I don't.
Oh, you got a problem with Mordecai?
In Rigby.
Yeah, Mordecai and Rigby. Dude, we found a bluebird, or I found a bluebird, and I named it Mordecai, and I'm mad that there's no raccoons, because I want to name a raccoon Rigby. Oh, I gotta turn my mic up. True, not in here, not in here.
Okay. I think feel you know.
We can turn people down individually,
Yeah.
in case you didn't
I
know.
know. We have bones.
Yeah, I had to turn you down to -74.
I'm not that loud.
As you peek.
Even then, yeah.
I don't know. This is. You're gaslighting me.
I would never.
Okay, you are pretty loud, /Jen.
Oh shit.
What if I look through your stuff?
Don't do that. I got a diamond cutlass. Here, you can have an iron cutlass.
Can I take the stingray? Oh.
I can eat it.
Yeah.
I want to ride this one. Much better.
Why are you just sitting on the cats? You're floating on the cats, actually, not sitting on them.
I ate the stingray.
I'm both literally and theoretically above them.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What about like mentally?
Oh, for
What
sure.
if I explore the wilds of Pirate
Why
Island?
do you think?
Will I find
Why do you
One
think
Piece?
Tom and
It's
Jerry
already-
never worked out? You know.
I don't.
Shit.
The One Piece, the moist piece.
Well, yeah,
is-
will I find the moist piece on here?
No, the moist piece is real. H-Gen Chris said so.
Ooh, cow.
But
Oh wait, what are we gonna do now that Yuto's actually on the server?
Yuto. Yeah, he was gonna be our Roger.
Yeah.
Dodger, Dodger.
I don't know. H-Gen Chris said the moist piece was real, so that's about all I need. I tried to get Taya to say it. Maybe Ozzy will say it.
Dude, you gotta get all the mods to say it.
If we get Ozzy to say it, we're set.
Ooh, birdie, sparrow. We already have like 5 of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we've been collecting bugs and critters.
Yeah, I got snake.
Oh, we got a yellow beetle if you want it.
Yes, please.
Do we already have one? I think we already got
Wait,
one
is
of
it
those.
a sunflower beetle?
I don't know. I have to check.
Yeah, we
Don't
have a
just
sunflower one.
Loot the animals of Pirate Island.
They respawn.
You're in the water.
they
I know
respawn?
there's anglerfish and hammerhead sharks.
I can't go in the water.
Right. Yeah, it's a sunflower beetle. Okay, I'm gonna go back to your place.
What's
before
the
you
island
guys
next to
get there.
Pirate Island called?
That's other Pirate Island.
Secondary.
Oh,
Hingov.
Pirate Island 2. I'm gonna steal stuff. Oh shit, I can't.
Yeah, we get
Oh
off.
shit, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No, wait, I was gonna TP home.
You were meant to be the ones that steals shit.
You wanna get in my head? Yeah, okay. Home, TP home.
Hell yeah.
Oh wait, we can just see him on the map.
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you say so.
Wait,
I
can
mean,
you?
yeah. I'm pretty sure. Hmm. Okay, be completely honest with us. Are you at our home right now? I Oh, we can't see him on the map then. Shit.
I know Winged can see me because he's upped, but you know.
Ooh, boring.
Moo. Moo.
Oh wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Wait. Stand somewhere around me. I won't look. I have a theory.
I'll look, but I won't say anything.
Yeah, I'm gonna look, and
So I assume you're using your crosshair, right?
yeah, that's what it is. The
Yeah, but what
crosshair
if I just-
changes.
You know, what if I just Fuck. I was behind you the whole time. I'm surprised I tracked that well. You are just. What is your DP? Hey, this isn't fair. Hey, this isn't
Dude, I'm
fair.
like decent at tracking. Okay. And also, yeah, he's on top of your head. Yeah, that's how we combat you.
Hey.
That's how we as a duo combat you. He just goes on your head and I look.
Hey.
What? Oh.
Oh.
Oh, wait, that's a stair block. I know what I need to do. I know what I need to find. Hold on.
Oh yeah, wait. Oh wait, that's so smart for actually doing that. Oh. That was actually really smart for doing that, because now I don't have to crouch under the doors.
Why is there a cow on your head?
Why not? You got
I mean,
issues?
that's just odd. I'm gonna
It's
throw.
so that you can-
I'm gonna throw raw meat at your windows.
Imagine someone slapping me on the window.
That would be.
You get what you deserve.
horrendous.
Why do you
Oh,
deserve it?
imagine
I
the
don't
like
know.
meat juices all over the window too from the splat.
Where is it? I don't even know where it is.
Hey, look at the window behind your furnaces.
Wait, I want the meat. Yeah.
You know what I like about this invisibility is it is true invisibility because I could be holding shit and wearing armor and
Ah, that's actually kind of cool. It's better than like Phantom, because Phantom doesn't have true invisibility.
Thank you, Spade, for the follow. Very much appreciated. Welcome to the crew. How you doing?
Oh my god, I've been streaming for 7 hours.
hot
Jesus.
Hot?
Almost 7.5
steel.
for me. Hey. No.
Yeah,
no,
it's
no,
seven
no,
and a
no,
half
no,
for
no,
me.
no, no.
I just found it
You
down
are
at
like
723.
if you fell into the pot, you would drown in the dirt.
No, he wouldn't. He's taller than the pot.
Yeah. It's like
a
waist
little
height.
bit.
Oh, never mind.
That is not
It's
waist
like
height.
it's chest height. It's
You
chest
could
height.
jump. I'm gonna
Yeah,
go
I
bless
could
your
swim.
harvest.
Wait, if you crouch, stand next to it and crouch.
Okay.
Ooh, you could see. No, your eyes are low. Yeah, you're dead.
Hey,
I
hey.
took a screenshot of that.
Hey.
I'm blessing your harvest.
What does that mean?
I'm gonna go over and see raw meat in there. I bet you. I'm
out
gonna
of
go over
raw
and see
meat.
raw meat.
I'm out of raw meat.
I'm glad to hear you're doing good. I'm doing good too.
Okay. Before I go, I'm gonna guess. Don't fart on me, you little shit.
No, that's not what that is. Look,
I'm gonna
hold on.
call it that. What'd you bless my harvest with?
I killed a
More
butterfly.
potatoes?
A butterfly.
Hey, you
the butterfly
little
do to you?
shark.
I had to do it.
Ooh, the goldfinch.
It's how I get rid of my my smoke.
By
By murdering things. I love that song.
No, want to see something cool? So you see the smoke, right?
Stop
See this-
farting on me! Holy
So you
shit!
see the smoke? Look at it. I kill
Yeah.
something like this butterfly.
You showed me this already.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like at the
hold
very
on.
beginning of the server. Whenever I'm first
Uh,
logged in. Or someone else who has your origin.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else with the origin?
Honestly, I don't think so, which I do like.
Yeah.
I like being myself. Nobody else
I'm
wants to be a
kinda-
calamitous rogue.
Out of roleplay, I guess. There's someone else who's Enderian, and they already claimed the title of King of Enderman,
Aw.
and that made me
Is
kind
it-
of sad.
Hydro Phoenix.
Yeah.
Maybe you can have like a whole thing where you overthrow them.
I want to talk to them and ask them about it. I really want to. but I don't know because they said that they want to do their own thing
Mm.
with lore stuff. So
I'll just
why is there a
remove
hole in
it.
our window?
What?
Top floor. There's a hole in our window.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, do you want to make the spider backpack so you can like climb stuff?
Yeah.
We got the stuff for it. Oh, 4 spider eyes.
Oh.
Do we have the string? Where is it? I don't know
I
if we got the
blessed
string.
your harvest with string earlier.
I didn't pick it up.
Oh, string. Here.
It's supposed to be
In my
blessed.
backpack, it is string.
Your tiny backpack.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. And oh, I had string on me. Maybe I'm a little stupid, but it's okay. I try.
Where'd I put?
That's okay.
There it is. Scaffolding.
Okay, in the meantime, how many
Scaffolding.
diamonds do we got? We have 16 diamonds. Okay, nope. Where? I'm placing your backpack on the ground.
And I
Do
put
to
it
the
on the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I climb?
You walk up to things, I think. Go to bed. One of my regulars just came in chat and asked why I'm still streaming. That just shows you that, oh, I've been going for a while. I actually don't know how you climb with that.
It's worth it.
Hmm.
Yeah, you're right. I don't got anything to do tomorrow, so I'm fine stay up this
See,
much.
there's your latest sub. Yeah, I gave him free
Wait,
money.
Okay.
Yeah, he gave me free money.
But then how? Hmm.
I'm not going to sleep. Shut up, Ian. Sorry. Got to mute. I have no clue how
I just look
you
stupid.
climb. I know it's been 7.5 hours. Shut up.
That could be worse.
Yeah, it could be a 12-hour stream.
Look,
I'm totally not
could've
gonna do
been
that tomorrow.
Alright, let's see other games. What games do you play other than Minecraft?
I mainly play Minecraft. And also, I just started streaming a month ago, so I haven't played much other
Is that
stuff.
Faith? You
Knock,
haven't
knock.
played Faith? Okay, I'm not gonna shit on Faith. Okay.
Hey, Faith is a good game, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna shit on Faith. Thoughts on Ultra Kill? Oh, hello.
Huh? What?
Thoughts on Ultra Kill?
That sounds familiar. I don't.
Same devs.
Is it
New Blood.
is it another like 8-bit game?
It is a arena shooter.
Oh yeah! I've seen that little robot guy before. Isn't I know in Faith there's a drawing of that little robot guy.
Yeah, there's.
Oh whoa, this looks cool. I definitely have seen this, yeah. I never played
good
it.
game.
That is porn. Okay.
Okay,
I scrolled down and see that.
That one's on. That one's on me. Ultra Kill community is unhinged. But it's a good
Tell.
game.
Yeah, I'll check it out. Why not?
Your window's still broken, by the way.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
I didn't do it. I just ran out of glass.
Did you do this? Gambit? I don't like that I hear you're walking.
You don't know where I went. You don't know. You thought you had me. I am.
No, I didn't. I just looked around.
You have my
Also,
crosshair, right?
I keep looking at your icon in the corner, and it looks like a big eye.
It's not an eye.
I know it's a die, but it looks like an eye. Hello.
Hello.
Did you figure out how to use the backpack?
Yeah. No.
Nice. Ah, fuck you. Potato. Potato. Wait, is this the is this the mod where I can ah, it's not. I was hoping it was the mod where I can hold down the throw button, it'll give it more power.
I stole your potato.
Womp womp.
God, that is just awful. You have no idea where I am.
Yeah.
I see you looking in circles. You're trying to find me. What if I'm just not in hitting range?
Oh, I missed.
Missed.
What if I'm behind you? Oh, almost. Not quite.
Pause my music.
I'm not moving. I've stayed still this entire time.
I think you're here.
No, I am here. You're spinning in circles. You're walking to the corner. Turning. Frozen NPC. Crouched. Now you're moving to the middle. The wall next to the door. Bro's actually thinking the DVD. My God.
Bro, it smells so good.
Did you break another window?
NPC live stream.
Thank you for the hot dog. Nom nom nom.
Activating
it smells so
glizzy
good.
overdrive. Ice cream so good.
Ice cream too cold.
Don't do an NPC live stream.
Yeah, no. Last time I got told to do an NPC live stream, I died in my hardcore world. I'm not joking. If you watch one of my videos, it's one of the clip videos I made. It's literally just me someone telling me in chat, "Oh, you should do an NPC stream," and then I died right after I said that.
Are you gonna do it?
I'm not doing an NPC stream. I mean, I could. Oh shit! No! I was gonna go live on TikTok, but I never did today.
Bro for gore. It's okay.
I've
I'm
done
so
7
here
hours.
watching you.
I could have done a 7-hour TikTok. No, I probably would have gotten banned in that time. I've gotten banned on TikTok so much for no reason.
That's
I
hilarious.
don't like that you're watching me. I'm gonna like rope.
Ropa.
Can I have the rope?
Oh, I can't place rope. Oh, it's like a little fancy thing.
Ooh, we should put that on the balcony.
Wait, don't steal our rope. Well, you can
Stole
walk
the
through it.
rope.
That's the only issue.
Mm.
I don't want to be like la di da di da. Oh!
You come over here. Thank you.
How do you get the spider thing? I'm gonna look it up because I'm actually kind of curious now.
Can you hear that?
Oh. I saw it for a second. I saw the crosshair change. Oh, that was you. Okay. What if I just launched a nuke?
Don't do that.
I could
Why
build a
would you-
nuke.
Oh yeah, I know. I saw that. It's like a
Yeah.
what is it? Yeah, the nuke cores.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure exactly.
The
what those
camera
do.
one is the biggest one. Or the Carmot, sorry.
Is it? No, it's Karma and the Quadrillium are tied.
Yeah, the Carmot one is the bit. No, wait. Okay, wait. Quadrillium might be bigger, but Carmot doesn't destroy ores.
I'll have to. I haven't tested out either of them. Like I have not seen this mod before.
I used this mod in a server with friends one time, so.
I still have your rope. I'll throw it down the stairs.
Ooh, to the ground.
I've just been.
Hey, you
sitting
know
in
what?
the
You're
same
chilling.
area.
You're chilling. I'm not. I don't care. As long as you're not causing no harm. And being weird. I don't care.
I'm being asked the question I was hoping I wouldn't have to be asked.
What?
Looking general and moist.
No.
I'll just pensive react.
What is that? What does that mean?
That was my Las Vegas.
Ah, it's raining. Fuck.
Have fun with that.
It was your what?
It was my version of Las Vegas. I built the strip. It was awesome.
Oh, okay, wait. I said I was gonna make a casino. So, is that already a taking idea?
No, I did that last season.
Okay. So I can build a casino this time.
Build as many casinos as you want.
How long do the seasons usually last?
Technically they could go on forever. Last one went on until it like died, but it mainly died because it was getting no updates. because Taya.
Oh. Fair enough. Wait, so no updates? Does that mean that they do update the mod pack every once in a while?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they have like events and shit.
Hell yeah. I knew about the events. I was hoping they update the mod pack. I think adding like mods every once in a while just like it keeps refreshing stuff and makes stuff fun. And I'm also kind of hoping that we get create. To be honest.
I would love create. I
I
don't
love
think
it.
they're doing it.
Yeah, I know. It's so fun though. I love
Although
it
if
so
you
much.
like create, I'll talk to you off stream. Ruler of everything? Oh.
Huh? Are you watching my stream right now?
I saw it in your chat.
Yeah, I'm listening to Will and
Listen,
everything.
Tally Hall, it goes hard.
Yeah, Tally Hall goes hard. I think they would just be like, yeah, I don't have a gay bed. It's not mine. I have the purple bed. Purple for bisexual because yeah.
You just have the sliver of the bed that's purple.
Yeah, they're a Tally Hall fan. Don't judge them. I'm not saying
oh yeah, I fuck
bad.
with Tally Hall. They did fucking Tally Hall U2s.
Oh yeah, I saw that. The plushies.
Yeah.
I can't do anything because it's raining. I'm just gonna watch you through the window. Hello. I'm just like knocking on the window slowly. Please let me. I want to leave. Oh, this is like kind of like this angle. I was like kind of sad if you really think about it. It's like I'm shoulder surfing, so it's me looking out the window at you in like the corner. It's like
I took a screenshot.
wait, I'm gonna send you my screenshot. Oh, hello again.
Hey.
We look together.
Well, I can actually go out there.
Fuck you, okay? Like, yeah, it's just me holding the torch out the window, please.
Oh, nice.
Aw, he farted.
Stop calling it that.
I'm gonna keep calling it a fart.
Here,
That's
let
what
me
it
see
is,
what
bro.
it's called. It's my secret of the trade.
Yeah, okay.
Secret of your ass, dude. It's a fart.
Bro, I'm gonna. I'll fucking. Yeah, I need to kill something. Actually, I want the gecko.
No, I'm a gecko.
Don't kill the gecko.
I didn't
Okay,
kill the gecko.
every little bug and critter you see, you gotta keep them
Put
alive.
the gecko bag.
What about the cat?
Buddy's ripping ass and thought you would have noticed. Yeah, exactly. Like.
Okay, I'm taking the gecko. You're
No,
not getting
put
it
the
back,
gecko
Kelly.
back.
Oh no! Wait, no, wait. Oh, you killed the gecko.
No, I didn't kill the
His fart's
gecko. I
gone
have
now.
it right here.
Oh, my heart almost paused.
I
Into
have
the
a
backflip.
gecko in real life. You sure?
Aw, that's cute. My friend has a gecko. His name's Gary.
It's
Gary's such
fucking
a
awesome.
gecko name.
It is such a gecko name.
Oh, should we go to spawn and meet the new person logging in? Is someone? Oh wait, they actually logged in already. Wait, didn't they? Yeah. Weirdly nameless. He just started a stream and he's logging in. And then be. Oh wait, I can't go to spawn. It's fucking raining. Oh,
No,
yeah,
actually,
speaking
the
of.
tree is there. The tree is there.
Oh, you're right.
Let's go surround them.
Yeah.
Hey, new person. Can you hear me? Is this group open?
No,
we
we
can't
gotta leave
hear
the group.
you.
We gotta leave the group.
Oh. It was a misinput, bro.
I don't think your mic's working.
Yeah, you need to turn off You need to. I forgot what the button is by default. Is it like slash or something?
You just slowly walking by. I don't know why it looks so
You
funny.
go to your voice chat menu settings.
Don't worry
and
about
then
me.
You gotta change it. Hey, get back here.
Hey,
Stop
don't run
running.
away from us. Hey, we're not scary.
We're-
Don't run.
Where'd they go?
Go.
Heart of. Oh! Hey, get off me, please.
Ow.
They have. I see that. They just got an achievement. The Heart of Darkness.
Heart of Darkness, yeah.
Did they
That's
go
a cute
and
painting.
Where'd they go?
Oh, that's a scary painting.
I kind of like that painting.
Let's sit. I can't sit. You're on my head. You won't let me sit.
Wait, what if you go and sit and then I get on your head?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, where the hell
There we
did they go? You guys are there.
You can't
Just
even
chill.
really see me.
Alright, the
In
power
the
of
cow.
stream sniping.
I see them.
Do you? Hey, get back here.
Hey, get back here. Don't do that.
Change your activation type.
You.
Where'd they go?
Ow. Oh, ah! Thank you.
I can just hear you laughing. I see you.
Ah!
Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Wait.
I don't know where my stuff is.
Up there. Somewhere. I got your logs.
My logs.
That's it. That's genuinely all I got.
Can you like pass down my
I
stuff?
want to go up. I'm coming
Dude,
up to
I know you have a mic. I've talked to you. I literally talked to you. You have a mic. Oh, fuck. This motherfucker. I'm gonna do a backflip. Hey, buddy.
Hey, Beth.
Hi.
Ah,
my
there we
God.
go.
Oh my
What the
God.
hell was the push to talk fucking
Stop
caps
talking!
lock?
Stop talking! Stop talking! You're so loud! Oh my God!
You
Oh
can
my
talk,
God!
it's
You're
okay,
so
I
loud!
forgive you.
Jump scare. Pretty
Okay,
fast man jump
so what you're
scare.
gonna want to do, if you don't like push to talk, you just gotta hit the button that says push
No,
to
no,
talk.
I do. I do like push to talk. I just didn't know how to turn it on.
It's so loud still!
You don't know who you're talking to.
Well, I know he's Ender, so you're someone.
Get absolutely
No.
bullied, Luna.
Brother looked at my pronouns and said, nah.
Hey, get back here. Hey.
Ow.
Hey. You can go through walls. Don't think you can get away that easily.
You wanna get on my head? You
Don't
missed.
think you get away that easily.
Is that Gambit or him? I don't know.
I'm always invisible.
Okay. Thing is, he can also go invisible though. Oh.
Get back here.
I'm not
Okay.
here.
There you are.
Hey.
What the fuck?
Hey, Beth,
But
do
yeah,
Five
to answer your previous question, I'm just normal human like you and me.
I don't believe it.
Do you know where my
Okay,
stuff
fucking
ended
Gary.
up?
I'm very normal human.
Don't just call people Gary.
No, I'm gonna call him Gary because he's a normal human like you and me.
Isn't that the
Oh
name
yeah,
of
wait,
Fred's
we.
Gecko?
No, it's from Faith.
Are you sure it's not from?
Anyways, I'm proud of myself. I've got my first kill on the SMP already.
Well, no, you
I
didn't
haven't
kill
gotten
him.
a kill yet.
Yeah, I just got suffocated because I was on your head.
Yeah.
Exactly, it's a murder I can't
So
be
we-
charged with.
We
The
need
best
to...
type of murder.
Not fair. We need to find their fucking stuff, dude.
It's probably on top of the tree.
I'll cry.
I failed to clutch. Ignore that. Oh, you're invisible. Nice one.
I'm okay. I don't know where I am.
It's okay. Everything is okay. You're in the tree, but you're being dramatic.
Who's being dramatic?
Quit panicking.
Quit panicking while we die. Oh, this is a big tree. I don't know where my stuff might. Oh! Okay, that's fine.
Piano?
Piano.
I think your stuff is gone.
No.
But in better news, I found a ferret and a hamster.
Ooh, let's go.
Yeah. But like I have hitboxes on and I don't see your stuff anywhere, so.
I don't think I had anything crazy other than
Unless it's like
the backpack.
inside.
Fucking reading!
You okay?
That doesn't matter. Here, I'm gonna push you off. Hope you don't mind.
I kind of do. I'll be honest.
No, it's okay.
I'm busy
as
trying.
long as
I'm busy trying to figure out how to make it so I have pronouns so people don't cool he high.
Yeah, how do I do?
Hold on. Let me. It's gonna be. Where'd you go? Hey, it's gonna be right shift. Oh, that works as well.
Ooh.
It's the. I'm stream sniping. Don't worry, lore. And then you should have an option for pronouns.
I found your stuff.
Yeah, see pronouns. And you just click the ones that you want once. So at the top, yeah, there you go. He, him. Good enough. Does that apply
To
to
do
you?
on, you have to do it on the website for it to be like normal. For it to be like they, them, or he, him, or he, they, or they, he, or whatever.
That's hilarious.
I got the fly finally.
Yay.
Are you gonna eat it?
Oh, what?
Why not?
My gender is capitalism.
What the fuck?
Does it say CEO or is that just me?
No, it says it.
Whee! Ooh. Whoa. No, wait.
I did it. Is there like special things up here?
Oh, it's not raining anymore. So that's
Yeah.
I go uninvisible. I could like toggle it. I just like being invisible.
Who's laughing? I hear giggling.
I think someone could be more chaotic than I.
Hello there. It's just hiding. Oh god. There's so many little hidey holes for you.
Gotta find more.
It's so
What about
fun.
drop? I sure hope they fireproofed this tree.
Oh no. Wait, can I break logs?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no spawn protection.
Barking mad. Ding, 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 ding. I
I
don't
was about
know.
to-
I'll do it. Actually, no.
If they ask, I did it on purpose. That's cool. I like that. Picasso. Lexapro. All antidepressants that I've tried before. I do my best to hide and put my friends on note. All antidepressants that I've tried.
Why did I do that?
I do my best to hide and put my friends on note. Pretend that it blows. Ooh,
Down after you, but
I'm good at rapping fast, but
I get to look at me.
do it wrong. That's why I'm rapping slow for the rest of this song. Stevie!
Your sword is the
Yeah.
watcher.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
How'd you get that?
Cave.
Oh,
My
lovely.
cow plushie.
So are there graves on the server? Or,
Yeah.
Or... Okay.
I just found out.
I mean, no. My stuff went everywhere. It just tells you where your backpack is if you have one.
Well, yeah, not
bet
like
you
graves,
get some
but if
just,
you've got the mini maps, you can see where you died.
Good, I don't die. Don't do that. Hey, hey, hey!
I won't. I won't. How was that?
Of course, that's the waystone I get sent to.
Oh, I wasn't actually gonna kill him. I just laughed so loud. My mom's gonna kill me. Fuck. I wasn't actually gonna kill him. Oh, I feel bad now. I feel so bad now. Oh my god. Kill the small one? No! Lucian!
Hey!
You should ban him in your chat. I'll DM you his username.
Okay, so minor problem.
What?
The
Oh.
Duskcraft delete items. Come here.
I'm gonna do home TP home, just in case.
So you throw an item at it.
I didn't know that. I feel so
care.
bad now.
No, it's fine.
I'm
if you
sorry. Oh my god.
That one's on me. Do you have iron?
Yeah, I'll
we got
give you
lots
some
of it.
stuff. Yeah, I feel so bad. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Like a stack.
Free stuff. Oh, it's like it's like
Your items.
average.
Here, take some potatoes too. I feel so bad. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
You know, I'll be back.
Okay. We just gave him better stuff than he had before. I feel like it's fair because it deleted his
Yeah.
shit. He also had like a special hat, I think,
Oh.
that he's gonna have to give back. So.
Oh yeah, he had the straw hat.
Try sweet berries.
Oh, that's probably a better idea. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna go craft it.
I feel so bad. I'm being told to check my DMs a bit back.
Oh, perfect.
What are you looking at me for?
I looked in your chat.
What?
Someone called me a sunscreen eater.
Accurate description.
Who is the man in the straw hat? He looks like a sunscreen eater and that one guy from One Piece. attack or down all the way. But if I attack something while it's full, it has like an extra effect. Like with a sword, it'll remove regen. With an axe, it'll decimate shields. Here, make a shield. I need to test this. Oh, I'll make you a shield.
No, you're gonna use my materials. Want to test it?
I figured it out. I figured it out. I figured it out.
What?
You hit it with the iron.
What the fuck are you doing here? He disappeared. Hey, oh, I'm stuck with the pig.
Oh, hey, before you do that,
I
can
can
you hit me with the axe?
Yeah.
It did 10.
How much did I do?
It did. It went to 318. I'm not good at math.
Hey, what's your personal opinion? Oh,
Oh my god, you just tried to be. Hey, Nameless. Oh, okay.
Sorry,
bye,
what were you
Nameless.
asking me? Oh, there you go. I
He's
want to
gone.
answer his question.
Oh, he's over this one. Wait, no, where'd he go? Aw.
Wait, can I get down this way?
Our insurance.
I can.
Pig, you're gonna let out the pig.
Don't let out my pig.
He didn't let out the pig, we're good.
Bro's in the corner staring at us.
Doing? Nameless.
I can do that too, you know.
Yeah, you're not special.
I mean, I can't go through walls. I guess that's.
Bud.
Little chicken with the pig.
Wait, can we?
Yeah, I guess.
It's too small. Yeah,
You
I
get
know.
seeds. You just lure it.
Oh, there goes Left Crow.
Who pinged me?
Who pinged me?
I'm being told to go eep.
I don't think you should. Yeah. Yeah, we know. Wait, huh? Why is there a corpse on our roof?
But I still
How
have
did this
credit
happen?
for.
How did you spawn in and how did you log in and die?
I don't like that you're taller than me.
It won't come closer. Dude.
And
Oh, hey, what? I'm not buying any Wall Street, no. Yeah, I'm not buying Wall Street.
I'm
Lep.
still rich.
I'm just gonna like every time I see Lep, I'm just gonna say, "Oh hey Lep." I don't know why I decided that, but I'm gonna do that.
Oh.
I'm not buying Wall Street.
Ow.
Dog, I'm fucking ball.
I'm rich.
Oh wait, check this out. I got that. Hold on, I'm lagging. Give me a sec. Look at this. Boom.
So you're like me, but poorer.
Nah, I'm like you, but cooler.
Lep is trying to break.
Back, I got a backpack on my back. I got a fucking axe and big axe and shovel on my side. I want my head. Where are they? Look, there's a ladder right there.
No,
Oh,
not
there
in
you
the
go.
cow pit. Oh, they're in with the sheep.
Oh, yeah, they're the sheep. They thought they were cows because they're
They're angry.
They're funky
they're funny. Are you funny? Fucking you look.
looking. See how rich I am?
I give up. No, you want to see how rich I am?
Are you gonna whip out the live animals?
I definitely have to get falling boots. Dude. There we go.
Hey. You.
Oh.
Hey, you picked up some.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, it could be like the apple on my head. Where are they? You didn't see fucking anything.
My ferret.
So I thought. Here, have an egg. It didn't. It broke. I threw it against the window.
Wait, my string. I'm mixing my stuff. Oh no. Hello.
Hello.
God, my sword's massive. I'm so cool. What the hell? Why? Why'd you do that?
Hey, keep that Wall Street stuff out of here.
Oh wait, I need a spy. Wait, hold on. I need a spyglass.
It's Wall Street powder.
I need a spyglass. How do you make a spyglass again? One copper
No,
and
two copper
an
and one
amethyst.
amethyst.
2 copper, 1 amethyst. Okay, I got
Kinda
that.
like a shovel.
Hi.
Yeah, I need to smelt the 2 copper.
Ago.
You're supposed to get off 2 hours ago, but like you didn't because you're cool.
I told my friend I was getting off 2 hours ago. I did not. I did not say I was going to get off 2 hours ago.
Yeah, but you didn't
I
because you're
should
cool.
get off because I'm tired.
Well, hold on. Watch this.
Could get long. No, I don't want to get long.
I think
need
this
to get long.
works. Does it look like I'm snorting it?
No, you're still a little
Bro.
too
If
far.
I do this. Fuck.
Get a little person to do it.
Yeah, one of you do it.
Lep wants. Lep is.
Lep really wants to do it.
Lep is a Mr. Wall Street.
Wait, you gotta crouch. Crouch. He's still a little too far, yeah. I don't think it's gonna work.
No.
Come on, Lep, be Mr. Wall Street.
Here, you try.
Oh wait, shit, that was my string that I accidentally gave to Lep. Wait. Hey Lep, can I have that string back afterward?
Present.
You gotta like look down at it and crouch.
I want to try pirate thing.
You gotta.
I'm like Johnny. I'm like Johnny Depp.
On there, spawn.
Hey. I know you're up there. Hey. I see you. I'm invisible.
What you doing here?
I got some special Wall Street powder.
It's pretty solid.
I'm big money. Do you see my? What the fuck was that? Don't do that.
Just went on a little. Hello.
Hello.
What happened?
He
I
saw
got
me.
money.
Oh.
Nope.
I birthed him.
Ow. Wait, what? Oh.
I mean, if he's agreeing, then.
You just fucking
Hey, get off me.
farted. Stop
Get off me.
farting.
My fault.
Dude,
Ah!
you gotta
need a
stop
human-
farting over.
I need a sacrifice to get rid of it. Do you have a small animal that you don't mind fucking dying? Not Lep. Actually, Lep,
No.
do you have any shit on you? Mind if I kill you? Okay, then I won't kill you.
They're nodding.
I mean, that means... Can I kill you?
Hey, Lep, can I have my spyglass and string back, please? You missed.
I just said no, it didn't.
Can I kill you? I want to kill something.
Lep, please. Can I have my spyglass and string back?
I don't like how bloodthirsty he is.
I don't have.
Kill something.
Who has it, then? Oh. Okay.
I found a butterfly.
Oh.
I'm here.
Who has the spyglass?
Oh, wait, what?
Oh, of course.
What happened?
Of course.
What happened?
I killed the butterfly and I got rid of the smoke.
Okay.
Stop fucking farting on our house!
Well, killing that butterfly was for nothing because it just came back. Unbelievable.
Stream sniping. What?
God didn't like that one.
Are we stuff that? I didn't take your
I just
shit.
typed in his chat, I'm metagaming, I will find you. Wait, Lep, where'd you die?
Honestly, your stuff might have. Did he actually get the? Lep, did you get fully struck by lightning? Know where weird is.
I don't want a crow corn. Yeah, you get struck if you hit me. I don't know why. Oh.
I'm going to make a tunnel entirely comprised of stairs, and in that tunnel of stairs, I will leave all of my worst doings, including all of the murders.
He agreed to give me this back if I.
And then finish my SMP grinding session. Hell yeah! How long were you grinding for? I don't think so. Elmo doesn't think that's true. That'd be Elmo if he was talking to you about this war. 8 hours? Damn. 2 hours so far. Wow. That's wild. Gambing. This makes life so much easier for me, having this backpack. I can just climb everywhere. Although I will say it is a little bit scary getting down. You made a mistake in opposing me. Well, I didn't oppose you. Actually, it was someone else. But tomato, potato. You don't take damages. I'm not an inchling, though. Eating and thinking, eating and drinking, philosophizing. I was a human before you killed me and ripped my heart out. I knew what love was. Now when they ask me, I just reply slow and sound like I am a robot. Ba 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 bum ba da ba. I do not know love. I am a robot. Ba 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 bum ba da ba. I used to know love 'cause I had a fire, passion and desire. Now all I require are circuits and wires. Inside was an ocean of soul and devotion. Then you cut me open. Now all that I know is I am a robot, thoughtless and empty. Don't know who sent me, don't know who made me. Electric robot, everything's gray now, numb to the pain now. I knew what love was. Now when they ask me, I just reply slow and sound like an iPhone. I do not know love. I am a robot. Ba 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 bum ba da ba. I do not know love. I am a robot. Ba 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 bum ba da ba. I gotta go make more stairs. Cool. Was an ocean of soul and devotion. Then you cut me open. Now all that I know is I am a robot. Ba 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 bum ba da ba. I am a robot. But yeah, I forgot about this. I'm not an inchling. I'm a mouse. Inside was an ocean of soul and devotion. Then you cut me open. Now all that I know is I am shit. What is he doing? Dang. I'm surprised we even found any, but I guess there's a lot of people on the server, so it's probably only certain areas with raiders right now. Is she bad and she... Why would I wanna keep her to myself? I know you're mad, ain't you? But she only want me and no one else. Wow. The wall is so far. It's like 2 blocks away now. I gotta go up that side. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish the roof and then I'm gonna finish up for tonight. Because I've been streaming for almost 8.5 hours. So. Honestly, I might just make an excuse and not go to family dinner tomorrow because I know I'm going to be eepy and I need to pack. I'm not a crazy fan of this roof style that I've concocted, but we're here, and I am too small to go back. Oh. Must there. There we go. I also kind of don't like the way that if watch. See, I do a little whoop. I don't like that. I know, I don't like it. Actually, if I get on the top, this works better.
Hello?
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 How's working on the house going?
It's going good.
Nice.
Did you get your stuff back?
Yeah.
Nice.
I gave him 1 potato for it. Worth it.
My tongue feels like cotton in my mouth.
Times it us 218.
What you mean? It's too big. You're too big. Shut up.
Tree too big.
Tree too big.
I can't teleport through glass anymore.
It worked now.
I made a really sad discovery that I cannot teleport through glass, and I used to be able to, and I'm sad about it.
Ooh.
Oh, I got a scarf of invincibility. Do you want it?
Ooh, yes, please.
Here
That'll
you go.
make being
I
a
also
little
bet on them.
gremlin a lot more fun.
I saw a purple butterfly in the corner of my eye. Yeah, I need the bottle. I need a bottle. I need.
I like
bottle.
it.
I need a bottle. I need a.
Wait, I wanna.
Where? Bottle. I give up.
Oh, that's my block.
This will not grow. Why were you just in my left ear? And I don't know. Oh, you're invisible. Okay, yeah. The invisibility. Oh, she was away, is my point. Oh my god. That's completely your fault.
My bag bit.
Wait, your backpack's empty. Wait, where's your items?
It did a little flip.
Where are your items?
Probably lost to the lightning.
But it's only supposed to hit. Okay, I'm taking this thing off then. Great. Okay. That's 2 people I've made lose their items today. Fuck.
You didn't
It's
know.
a horrible first day. It's still a horrible first day because of that. Whatever. We got iron and shit.
Yeah.
We have or just wood and stuff, right?
I think I just had I don't even know. I think I had like a mostly broken axe. That was about it. Other than like the wood.
Fine, then. Oh yeah, I found a gold great hammer. I don't know what to do with it.
Oh, what?
Old great hammer.
Ooh, let me see.
Punch me. Hit me.
Oh, you have it off, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Heart and a half. That's made a weird sound. Oh, I got fire resistance though. Oh yeah, the thing I have. I forgot about that. My obsidian skull.
It has been, thank you. I didn't plan to be streaming this long. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish the roof for the house and then get off. Give myself a
Fuck.
limit. Every glamorous can is a heart to fill, so I hope that you can handle 330 mil. As the foam expands, get your loving while you're glugging on some only cans. You've seen other pace-side galleries. Stirls taste like raspberries. All our cans are over 18 calories. Thank you, you too. Can never say what tasteless. If you share with a mixer, you give me my stuff. If you ace damn me pen flexible, end of the day we are all cansexual. So such a pennies in the vending machine of life. We get that busy little mixer you've been dreaming of. If you're cursed with the thirst of a lonely man, you can get your juices flowing with some only cans. Every glamorous can is a heart to fill, so I hope that you can handle 330 mil. Get your loving while you're glugging out some only cans. And I can, yes I can, I can. I can't talk that fast. I'm just buzzing.
Just buzzing around.
Yep. I love bees.
Yeah. Do you want help?
Silly little spins.
Yeah, bees are so cute. Do you want help with the house, or
Yes,
am I good to
please.
go and mess around? Okay. I was gonna go mess with people about help with the house. What do you want me to do? I'm at your command. I'm at your command, tiny person.
Okay. Actually, here. Okay, there's that wood.
I need wood.
And then, just follow the pattern up top. It's like
Okay.
that.
Huh? Wait, what? Up with the roof?
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So just do that again. Oh. Wait, hold on. I'm a little stupid.
It's not completed yet. I've still got a couple more layers.
It's off.
Ooh, actually, since you still have log, can you connect which ones? Wait till it gets up this way. Well, that was rough.
Dude.
I teleported to the wrong block.
In our own house, man. Come on. Okay. It's a lot easier for you to get out. I might make the spider backpack, honestly.
It's pretty cool. The only issue I've been having is because I'm so small, if I need to get down from here and I can't teleport because it's got the like cooldown, it's like kind of treacherous climbing back down. Oh.
I'll make it. Okay, wait. What are the other backpacks? I think the spider one is actually the coolest out of all of them, though.
Yeah.
Even then, I'm sure I can just turn it back.
I
Yeah,
think last time I
sure can
messed
turn it
with this
back.
mod, I fucked around and got the chicken backpack just cause.
Yeah, it just makes you lay eggs.
I need logs. And logs need me.
We got
need...
one
Open the door.
spider eye, so I can't.
Well, we've got the spider spawners.
Yeah, I'm just gonna beg. It's a lot easier.
Fair. Honestly, I could probably finish this on my own. Now that I think about it. We about to go to war. We about to swing 'em dead. We about to go to war. Oh, hello.
I feel bad just making you do all the house though, so I want to help.
That's alright.
That's not all right.
That's alright.
No, it's not.
That's alright.
Bleh. Bleh. Bleh, bleh, bleh.
I don't say blah blah blah.
I don't say bleh, bleh, bleh. Why is it a thing that we both know?
Oh, I can't reach that. Uh-oh.
Can we try? I can probably reach it.
Get rid of those stairs
The
and
stairs?
replace them.
With what? Logs?
Yeah. If you don't have any, I can give you some.
I got some. There we go.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
I can just barely reach it. And I assume this one over here too.
Yes, please. Oh, I got
I
it.
love having long arms. It's literally a pixel. I can only place it 1 pixel.
Oh, tiny. Wait, can I? I'm under. But also above. Underwear.
Oh, bruh.
No. Look.
Oh, can you go under the... Nice. If you swim, you can go under a bed, which I think is really fucking funny. Oh yeah, I meant to ask, would you rather be called August or Cap?
Either works.
Okay.
How do I... Wait. Nice.
No one responded to me begging.
Wait. I'll put out
Right.
a better proposition.
Oh, yeah. If someone responds to that.
Like you're not right here.
It's funny to type in chat sometimes. I teleported through the roof. I'm awesome.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, it doesn't really follow the pattern that you're going for, but I was thinking we do like down here, just like one more layer of stairs. Oh, nope. What, like this, maybe?
Okay.
Just for a little bit of depth.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit more depth, maybe. Might not work though. And if we do, we're gonna have to under there put logs. It might not look good. Now that I'm looking at it. So it's a one-way street. What? That feels odd to say, but it also makes sense.
I'm glad you understand.
Oh, I hate placing stairs.
Tickle time.
Tickle time. Imagine we both looked at that like, what?
Mm. Oh. Painful.
Ooh, nope. That's like one stair after the first time, please.
Yeah, yeah. Keep going, B. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No, 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 no. Turn. Turn. That goes down, but that's okay. Yes. No. Yeah, I'll get off here. You can let me off at this stop. Thanks. I made it eventually.
Funny.
Oh. Get off. Get off. Thank you.
We haven't been in the Nether at all, and there's a portal at spawn, and I don't know why I just realized that. I feel like we should have at least gone once by now.
Yeah. Do, 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 do. Up and up. There we go. Oh, this song. Garfield's a vampire. I'm making love to my lows. Sticks and stones. That absolutely shattered my world. I can't believe that Garfield is a vampire. How am I supposed to cope with that knowledge? Like, of all the comics that came out, why wouldn't they just tell us in the comics? Why did I have to find out via a Minecraft chat? Be happy. I wish all of these butterflies, like, don't get me wrong, I love being able to ride the butterflies. But I wish that I could pick them all up and make a butterfly habitat with all the butterflies. But I can only do it with some of the butterflies. Wait, is there a butterfly net? Hold on. Ooh, different elytras. I'm making love to my lows. Sticks and stones. Honestly, an elytra would be amazing. A little bit happy. I don't have food. I've been working up here in the heat all damn day and I don't even get a meal. I'm gonna sue. I don't know who Sue is, but I'm gonna do her. I hate to tell you this, Sue's kids, but I'ma do your mom. Ow. I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through, I'm through, I'm through. This a hot girl but my anthem. Turn it up and throw a tantrum. It's that kind of dropout music every day. Let that shit be too thick. And my friends are all annoying, but we go dumb, yeah, we go stupid. And we get on the table just so we can be secluded. If I get came deluded, one more and I'm superhuman. I hate your friends and they hate me too. I need food. Hello. Ah! I didn't mean to climb.
August,
What?
join the group that Gambit made.
Okay.
He's fucking exploring the deep dark, and he said he's scared of the dark.
How's it going in there?
I'm in a bit of a predicament. I think I'm on 2 strikes already.
Oh my god.
Oh!
Did you spawn it?
No, Weird gave me a curse of binding golden chestplate. He said put it on to symbolize our friendship, and I'm like, I didn't even realize it was curse of binding until now.
Your friendship is binding. You're required to be friends.
Legally.
It's not
Fucking
optional.
great.
This deep dark is very lame. There's no ancient city.
Yeah, ancient cities don't come out nowhere, bro.
What do you mean? I
Why
thought they
not?
just popped up like a Spirit Halloween.
It's for Halloween. Honestly, probably, yeah.
I wanna live in a spirit Halloween. That's my dream.
Dude, my friend works at one, and I am
live
so
in one?
jealous. He could. I haven't visited him, so he very well could live there.
I wanna live there.
I'd love to live at a Spirit Halloween. With all
Very
the
spooky.
off-brand shit.
Nothing is off-brand. It's all spirit Halloween brand.
Yeah, which is off-brand.
That's the only brand you need.
The only brand ever in life, Spirit Halloween.
Okay, yeah. For some reason, there's no there's no ancient city, and that makes me big sad. Is there an ancient?
Oh, is there the thing where voice chat will set off scopes and stuff?
I don't think so. Ooh, I need fucking diamond.
That would
Hey,
be terrifying.
I
Yeah.
borrow your diamond pick.
Fine.
Is adamantite down here?
Well, no, I'm not. You're not borrowing it. Just I'm gonna TP you.
Oh, one stair off. I'm gonna jump off of a height.
Also, I lost the other guy, but I followed him here. Here, have this chest plate to celebrate our friendship. It's not got cursive binding, I swear.
It literally says cursive binding when I hover over it.
It's a visual glitch.
Take your fucking adamantite and get out of here.
Thanks, I'll use this to what can I do with this? I can make a war glaive if I want, or a great hammer. Or a cutlass, hell yeah!
They call it cutlass.
If I hear that,
I
out
do
of
what
your
I
mouth
want.
one more time.
Cutlass. Cuts women.
What is that? What the fuck? Oh, it's
Accurate.
bamboo.
Bro discovered bamboo.
Look, okay, it was like glitching and weird in water. Okay, don't attack me. I left my potatoes at home.
Hey,
Shit.
there's a shrieker.
Okay, set it off and spawn the water and die.
Do it,
I
you
don't
won't.
want to.
Do it, pussy.
Hey, fuck you, it's peer pressure.
Hold on, I'm gonna leave the group and see if the voice mod thing does set it off.
Okay.
It doesn't. Fuck. That makes me
Aw.
mad.
That makes me happy because I'm always loud.
No, that makes me mad because it would be really funny.
It would be. Missed
Yeah,
opportunity.
probably.
Yeah. I mean, it would be kind of hard to code, I feel like.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be that hard. No, it probably would. Java. Java's hard to code.
What? Well, no, it already exists. I got an achievement for eating a cooked pork
Oh,
chop.
yeah, it does
and as a
exist. I
reward,
remember-
I got 2 more cooked pork chops.
Oh, yeah.
That's gonna be
Yeah.
voice chat integration. I know the mod. They just don't
Oh, is
fucking
that-
have it here.
Ah.
We should tell Taya to add it.
Better question is, will Taya add it? Yo, I want a starfish.
Starfish? What the fuck?
Yeah, I want to name
Oh,
it
fuck. I keep
Patrick.
forgetting I can't go in water. Okay, I need to get out of here. I need food.
Where are you guys?
How about, we're in the deep
Deep
dark.
dark. He's in the
Wanna
deep dark.
join
I'm
up?
not.
There's a shrieker that I'm gonna approach and probably regret approaching.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I've been playing on half brightness. My fault.
Dude.
I just need to not step on any of these.
Hello.
Hello. I'm trying to line up my ender burrow to not go over the house, and I think it went over the house. Oh, it didn't.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, I need more stairs.
That's good.
What's good?
I didn't fucking spawn a warden.
Oh.
Found redstone. What is that? Diamond! Oh! I can remake my diamond cutlass. Not if there's only
Dude.
one.
I'm gonna nom on your ankles.
I'll pass.
You don't have a choice.
Yeah, it's a requirement.
Yeah.
I do not. Well, you
It's
need to find
actually,
me
it's
first.
not an optional thing.
Yeah.
I do not consent.
Boo.
Well, you actually, I don't know if you knew this, but you signed a consent form.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
Chim
Okay, weird.
chimney, chim chimney. I found an umbrella and I'm Mary Poppins now.
Cool.
Yeah, I explored the deep dark and got nothing.
Oh, that's nice. I went to a village and found an umbrella and a cow.
Yeah.
On
I
a cow?
don't
A
care.
marketable plushie cow.
Oh.
I have a marketable plushie, cow. It's on my head at all times.
So is
He's
mine.
my little guy. Yeah!
You
Hooray!
guys can be
Hell
cowboys.
yeah.
We can share our marketable plushies. They can have hangouts and stuff.
Dude,
I
yes.
don't know what's going on.
They can talk to each other about other cows. They can talk to each other about the cool bulls down the street, or the cows if they swing that way.
True.
They could have slum parties.
Dude, I'm so excited.
Hi.
I'm so excited.
Hello.
Oh my god, I had my volume on my computer too loud. I just got like blasted in the ears by you guys.
I probably didn't help that considering I turned mine up before I even spoke and
fine.
ear blasted. And
I had my volume on my computer up to 40 by accident. So my
Dude, I might not
voice
100.
absolutely died. Hey, Gambit.
No.
Where'd you go?
Also, where did you go, Ghost? You were meant to be my friend and then disappeared. Oh wait, that's right. I ran away from you. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah,
Went
he
into
gave
the
me
deep dark.
he gave me your chest plate of friendship. I now have your curse of binding golden chest plate.
You should put it on.
I'm not gonna
No,
put on the
reason
curse of binding chest plate.
I was gonna put on the chest plate. I didn't realize I had curse of binding. The main thing is golden armor. It has like these particles that it spawns, and I didn't want people to be able to see me while I'm invis.
Oh.
Wait, it'd be funny though if like
So
they
if it was
just had these
anything
shiny
except
particles.
gold, I would have put it on.
Damn it!
Messed up,
Give
man.
me my flower back. No! Your special flower gets ruined if you place it down.
Where are you guys?
It loses its name and everything.
We're all just kind of all over the
The
place. Oh
loud
yeah,
guy
the
is
flower
doing
does
his
that.
own stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm Mary Poppins now.
You're
I
so
got banned.
loud.
I got
Why-
banned. I got
why-
banned twice for
I
flying.
turned you down. How'd you get louder?
Yeah, no, literally, I turned him down and he gets louder.
Okay, it's
Like-
not just me, right? Who
No,
like
he
was,
does-
like,
he does
trying to
that.
get louder.
He does that. It's so weird.
This is
That's
such a
His name
weird-
makes sense.
God, this origin is gonna take a while to figure out.
What origin are you?
Chimera.
Ooh.
Oh.
So there was only one downside to the entire thing, and I'm like, oh, I'm taking this.
What was the
One downside.
Let me see. The only downside. Let me see what it was.
I got banned again.
The only downside
You are
was
so loud.
your XP is cut in half under the sun. So I gain my XP back when I'm in the dark or it's nighttime, which isn't bad.
Oh, that's
I
not.
don't
That's
mind
not. That's literally nothing. What?
Like,
the
what
other
are
one,
buffs?
the other one is please do not hit me with potions, whatever the heck you do. I beg.
Yeah, I got banned again by the server for flying.
The other one is
Good.
called unstable, and it's made to adapt. You take potion effects one level stronger. However, this applies to negative ones, so because you.
Are you playing the novice where you can level up?
What?
The magician novice where you can level up?
What is bro yapping about?
The race, like as the illager.
No, I'm playing a chimera.
As the what?
A chimera, meaning I can also
Ah.
climb shit.
Wait,
I can
you
just
can't-
climb.
Isn't Chimera banned?
No. That wasn't one of the banned
What?
ones.
Double checking.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Wait,
that's
no.
Shifter.
Yeah, you're thinking of Shifter.
Oh, sorry, I was
Chimera's
thinking
not the banned
Shifter.
one.
Chimera's the one. Or Chimera. What can you do as a chimera?
Basically, it.
Yeah, let me look at it.
I'll let you.
Okay, so essentially climbing, you're made to hunt monsters in foreign worlds, thus you don't need oxygen. You won't use shields as they slow you down. Fire is something you need to deal with. You are critically weak to it. So there are a bunch of weaknesses to it. Not bad. Like, I don't go in the nether anyway, so I don't mind. But, it's mostly, can't use shields, fire hurts, I take higher higher effect from potions. Like, I take them one level higher. And where's the other one?
I keep getting banned for flying.
It's not flying.
And the only other thing is I gain back hunger by fighting things. I have to fight things to gain back hunger. Which, not bad. I don't mind that. So there's like, there's some downsides. And my XP is cut in
Ignore
half under
that.
the sun.
Why you do that?
So,
It was a misclick.
however, in exchange for all that, I can just jump down into holes and stuff because I don't take fall damage, which is nice. So I'm just gonna cannonball down into like a pit or something. Oh yeah, no. Okay, so if I'm in the sunlight, my XP cuts in half. But if I'm in a
Shit.
building,
Gambit.
it goes up.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
You play some
Good.
water on me?
No, I'm trying to get up to the top.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm up here. I'm on top. I'm on top of the world. I'm like that one guy from the Titanic.
I'm like that one guy from that song. Uh-oh. You fool. I didn't take any fall damage because I'm hot and sexy. I'm
So
sorry.
why do I
don't
take
know why
fall
I said
damage?
that.
I don't believe you.
I teleported with my pearl right before I fell.
Oh.
Just accepted it instantly.
I mean, I
Get-
take fall damage, so your logic is flawed.
Well, no, I take fall damage, but I threw a pearl right before I fell to the ground.
No.
So it negated the fall damage because my
No,
pearls don't make me
no.
take damage. Fucking mean no.
No.
So where did Weird go? Did he just keep fucking leaving?
I
He keeps
think
getting kicked.
it's fine.
Well, no, he's still in. He just didn't join the call. I don't think.
He's
Oh wow, that was you guys' first
fine.
night. Wow, I've been on here for 8 hours.
9 actually.
Someone needs to touch grass.
Oh wow, you're right. Oh my god.
I
That's
should
fucking
go
terrifying looking
it's
over at
fucking
my
3
live
a.m.
counter. It is. It's so terrifying looking over my live counter and seeing 9 hours and 3 minutes.
Literally.
The longest I've streamed ever before this is 4 hours and 12 minutes.
I think my longest stream was like 5 hours. Yeah,
Damn. I could go longer. I just don't know if I should.
you shouldn't. You should go sleep. All of you should go sleep.
I will eventually.
Yeah, I think I should.
No.
I'm gonna finish the roof and then I'm going bed.
Fucking chat.
Yeah.
Weirdly nameless joined the game. No.
I think he said that because he followed me and I said thank you. I said thank you, and I said I see you in the game. So that's
That's
why he
not
said
supposed
that.
to happen. That looked
Oh.
painful.
Here, we could send some
No.
silly emojis in chat.
Gonna break you with my great hammer.
I'm so used to. I'm on another server where I have like the speed I have is absolutely insane. So I'm so used to it right now. So playing on Minecraft and not being speedy as all heck is weird.
I'm coming from 20 hours of Deep Rock in the past 3 days.
Dude, I want to play Deep Rock. I have it. I just haven't played it.
Oh, I'll play it with you.
Oh, hell yeah, I'm down.
There
Oh
I
my
go.
god.
Does not seem like that's going well.
Do you want me to do the roof?
No, I got it.
Where? Okay, where
you
are
sure?
I got it.
Is your thing? Is your thing global?
Yeah, I
So-
think it's global.
Right.
It's just
is it
Ender
okay
and
if I head
Cat.
over?
Yeah, sure. That's why it's global.
Why are there torches down here?
Why did I jump in water? I didn't need to
Gambit.
do that.
Gambit placed a bunch of water and destroyed our freaking grass and torches.
I'm like,
My
why did I
fault.
jump in water? I didn't have to do that. I don't take fall damage.
What if I just booted up Deep Rock and started
I don't know how I'm going. Wait.
You just have
Which
Minecraft in
one
the
is it?
background
It's
to chat.
the
I
one
want
that
to
says
I
Ender.
want to stay in the
Ender
call.
and
Ender
Cap.
and Cap.
Yep.
Yeah,
Don't
Ender and
mind if I
Cap.
chill inside your house
Hi.
and play Deep
Hello.
Rock.
Go
Oh, I
ahead.
like your
so weird.
skin.
I'm failed
This
to
is
clutch.
an old skin.
Gambit. Jesus Christ, why is
So-
everyone dying in our house?
So you want to see something cool?
The place is cursed.
So
Yeah.
she's a Ender dragon. So if you look at her
Ooh.
head, You see that little
Whoa.
mask? She has a
On a
little
technical
mask and she
level,
looks
you
like
are my mother, since I am an Enderman.
Lore.
Lore.
Hey, you want to
Hello,
see something
mother.
cool? You want to see something
Do
cool
I
about my
have
skin?
another fucking person who is related to the
I don't
family?
think
Oh
they
my
do.
god, no! I don't think you understand. One of my friend's characters is my nephew in lore on another
Oh,
server,
well.
and they're like part what's known as Void Walker, and it's like I'm sitting here like, ah.
Hey,
Guess what
well,
the
in my
secret
lore,
reference in
you.
my skin is?
You just look over at his face like Monkey D. Luffy.
I just turn around. I just see Gambit over here like that.
I love how your pronouns are just him.
Oh yeah, how do I
him.
set? How do I set the pronouns on here?
Oh, you press right shift, and then lore, and then.
Oh. Oh right,
Yeah.
I forgot you can do that. I remember my pronouns used to be dead inside on one of the servers I was in.
I don't think.
I don't think those are pronouns.
Standard pronouns.
I know it's not. It just was dead inside, and somebody was like, I'm surprised it didn't transfer over on here.
Oh, so yeah, so technically you're my mom and you banished me to the overworld
I am
because
not
I'm not a
your
real
mom.
Enderman.
How dare.
Well, if you're the Ender Dragon, then
She's not the no. Her mom is an Ender Dragon.
ah, okay.
Her mom's an Ender Dragon.
I see. Wait, aren't all Endermen children of the end? No.
I was haunting
It
weird
is.
by
I'm
doing
not.
this.
Look, I am not going into it. Trust me. I am
Don't
not
I don't
going
want
into that lore.
I don't need relatives on this server technically.
I'm
Why
telling
is-
you now, it is a year worth of lore. It is a year's worth of lore. I'm not going into it.
The paper bag is just empty. I'm in the back.
I was haunting weird by just following him.
Why does it set it? Wait, what is? Okay, hold on.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Hey.
god, this is
Wait.
confusing.
So the pronoun thing on Cosmetica is a little broken. You have to go to the website if you want to do two different pronouns and not have it be like
I
like
don't know
he,
how to
he,
do
her,
it on the
him.
webs- I don't know how to do it on the website. I've never used it.
So you go to open web panel and then click on pronouns.
There should be the standardized mode of travel on the Moist SMP.
Loading in a boat.
Waystones are stupid.
Yeah, frick Raystones. We got.
me
I'm
to
going to spawn.
install.
Just give me a direction.
It's
You gotta
asking me to
install it.
install it. No, I don't want to. I just
I didn't
want
have to
my
install it.
pronouns.
Okay, I'm going to spawn.
Okay, I'm coming.
My character looks so happy on there. It's actually really funny. I don't know what I
Yeah, your
I don't-
character's like,
Dude, there's a minor issue here.
Oh my god.
Anyone got a
wait,
piston?
Where do I go to for pronouns? I don't
Can you get
see
off my head? Oh wait, hold on, I got this.
Lore. Okay, lore. Oh,
We're just gonna go through it.
Oh, our house is gonna be a mess.
Wait,
It's okay. I mean,
Hey,
listen, that
hey,
means that
Gambit.
good times have been had, yeah.
Gambit, you should put the chest plate on. Hey, wait, Gambit, you should put the chest plate on. Don't back up from it.
I don't want it.
Gambit, you should put the chest plate on. Hey,
I don't know how
Gambit,
to do this.
you should put the chest plate on. No, hey, what's your name? The
Cat.
cat, is that your name? Okay.
Yeah, cat.
You should put the chest plate on.
It's just
It's a
putting in a
gift.
she. I don't know.
She.
I'm gonna fuck. No, stop it. Fucking fight this thing.
Hey, tab into Minecraft and then right click.
Oh, thank you. Fuck, I hate this thing. I hate this thing. I hate. What are
I
you
don't know.
doing?
I don't know why the boat's so funny. It's too late at night for this.
Which is a very big surprise for me. Why is it still saying he, her, she? That didn't do anything. It didn't work.
So-called
didn't work.
free thinkers when they need to select. So-called free thinkers when they need to select their pronouns.
It didn't work.
I
I'm
was
gonna
so dumb when I
cry.
heard that happen.
I definitely just grabbed all of your fucking shit, by the
Oh
way.
my god, I got your hammer.
I don't know
Oh, I
what
got
you
your
had.
backpack.
It
Is this
didn't
gold
work.
yours?
I'm gonna
Probably.
cry.
I don't know what was yours. All I know is my
I don't
inventory
think
is
it
more
was.
full than it was.
I just had wood
Here,
stuff.
you could have some
Oh.
poisonous potatoes.
Thanks.
Oh, I got some
I'm
spruce
gonna
planks.
cut this thing.
Okay, can you tab into Minecraft and hit right
No.
click? Please.
No.
No, you should tab into Minecraft and hit right click. I
I'm
think.
not. I'm just.
No, just
Peer
a thought. You
pressure,
should
peer
tab back into
pressure.
Minecraft and hit right click.
I said no
Why not?
because I'm trying to do this. Please let me fix
Yeah, but this is
Afterwards.
more important.
I'm gonna fight you.
I'll win.
Yeah, fair enough. I'd probably lose.
I changed it on the fucking website. I'm gonna fucking hurt the fucking thing.
If you change it on the website and it looks right, and it shows up in game as wrong, just wait a bit and it'll update. It just takes a bit to update.
Let's see. I have a sword. Fight me, I'll win.
No, that just didn't. Oh, there. Wait.
also have a
Oh,
sword.
it was there for a second. Oh, there we go. Now we got it.
There we go. She here. Boom.
There we got it. Why the fuck do I
Anyways,
have?
you should click right click. You should press right
Yeah, I'm
click.
just gonna wear this thing.
Under.
Oh my god, there was so many achievements. What?
Yeah. You should see what enchantment that chestplate has.
You fucking.
Under. I meant I have a sword in like
I don't think you
Let it
understand
out.
how frustrating
In
this
real
is.
life.
I
Let it out.
can't die from
I
fall
also have a
damage,
sword in real
so
life.
I'm gonna have
What
a
kind?
problem.
Uh-oh. Well, I got this, so.
what kind of sword?
I don't think you understand how
Let's
annoying
talk
this
swords.
is.
Those are fucking cool.
I literally, I got it from a friend, so I don't even know. Do you want me to kill you so you don't have the
Can you
chestplate?
just, yeah, please, because
Yeah.
I wanna kill someone.
I just fucking one-shot her.
I need to kill something. I think I have a cloud somewhere.
Don't touch
I'm
me,
a,
please.
where's my
Okay,
stuff?
it's now
Where's my stuff?
outside your front door.
What?
Where's my stuff? Where's
Right
the
here.
where's the waystone and stuff?
Right here. There you go.
I am avoiding
I'm
that
a-
chest plate.
Yeah, it's just gonna go over there.
You're a little
Look,
shit. You don't
hey.
under-
Yeah. Thank you for welcoming me to the server. I'm happy to be here. I'm a little shit. I admit it.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine, man. That was pretty funny. It was a good joke. But I'm just here like, nah. Yeah. So look,
Hey.
see how my if you can see my do you see my hearts?
Yeah,
See
you
how they're
have
cut in half?
5 hearts.
So
Yeah.
where's the entrance to your house?
There's a
What
few.
Oh my god.
This side.
Why did I pick up stuff? Why? What is?
Why is there a
door?
fart in our doorway?
My fault.
Gambit.
Okay,
Gambit.
so-
I need
Stop
to kill
farting.
something. You
Look,
know this.
So
Here.
sunlight.
Can I kill?
See, look,
You should
sunlight.
kill your...
Now I'm gonna go under the tree.
No, no, no.
Oh, whoa. So, oh, that's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
I'm
so
here.
Sunlight. Under the tree.
That's actually like.
You're gonna see some-
Not the key to this word.
Why can everyone teleport? I thought Enderin was cool.
Well, I picked
That's on
this
you for
because it
picking
was.
a default version, bro.
Look, I
Hey,
picked this
look,
because.
it's literally me. I am an Enderman. Sorry, I
Yeah,
interrupted you.
and you suffer
No,
like
you're
one.
fine. I picked this because it was the easiest one to get for like, it was the closest I could get for any dragon.
Ow.
Oh, oh.
Amber, I will.
Hey, what did I
What
do?
did I
What did I do?
What is this?
Yeah, what
What'd I do?
exploded?
That might have been me. I might have did that.
Can you
If you,
press
like-
a button?
It was like behind
Oh
you.
yeah,
when
that
it-
was me! Holy shit!
Please don't blow up our house.
Or
Oh,
me.
Oh, you nearly fired it at the front door. I was just standing right in front of you, Cat.
Please don't blow up our house.
I'm so sorry. I almost
No, no.
blew up
They have
Cap.
spent so much time on this.
No,
No, I almost blew up Cap.
you don't understand how lucky you were. You were like aiming at the door when you pressed that, right? The first time.
No, I wasn't. I was just aiming at the ground.
No, I swear you were looking at Ender. I was standing directly in front of you, invisible, so that's why it exploded in you. Stop that. Hey.
Oh, okay. So if I take a little bit of damage.
Stop farting!
Let's stop
Okay,
attacking
so,
me, man.
So somebody hit me real like a little bit.
That's
just hit
not
me a
nice.
couple
I'm not gonna hit you.
No, just do it. Just do it. Do it.
I don't want.
Oh, you teleport away if you take damage?
I'm on the roof.
Oh, is it just like random teleportation?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm
that's
down.
kinda
I'm
sick.
back down.
That's hilarious.
Oh, you're invisible?
I'm
No, I'm over here.
invisible.
Yeah,
Hey!
okay, do it again. Do it again. Do it again.
Oh, hello.
What?
Hey.
No, yeah,
What?
it
Oh, it
takes
stays
a
inside.
minute to load back
I
up,
was
but it's
gonna
really
go
cool.
for a ride outside.
No!
No, then go for your ride.
Yeah.
I will hit you with this. Don't make me.
Excuse
Fuck
me.
it, we
Do it.
Thank you.
Wait, let's go over here. I actually want to see how much
Yeah.
damage it does.
Okay, go over there. Go over there. I'm curious too. Alright. Ah! I lost health because it became day. No.
Yeah. I missed.
That looks horrifying. No, not
Terrifying. That flew right past my head.
Here, I'll catch it if you miss. I'm right behind you.
It's gotta
Ender.
load. It's gotta load.
I'm right behind you.
Oh my god, that is
Oh,
scary.
you missed.
It's fine.
Yeah,
it's
try
okay. I gotta,
doing it
I'm
at
gonna
like
do-
point blank.
Alright. It's loading up.
I'll catch it in case you miss.
I only did a heart and a half. That wasn't that bad.
It's fun though.
Yeah, it's just fun.
Butterfly.
Oh, wait. Do you think you can rocket jump?
I don't know. No.
No!
Oh my god, we're doing this here.
I got a
What if
big
it-
sword.
That would have been awesome.
I
if
found
worked.
it in a ruined portal.
You wanna
That
kill
would
him
have
and
worked.
steal his
That would have
sword?
been amazing.
I got a big sword.
I don't want to
I-
kill him. Hey, look at my big sword.
I found it in a ruined ender portal.
My sword's bigger than yours.
Why did you
Yeah,
get like?
And my sword actually
really,
is bigger than
really?
yours.
Hey,
My
stop
sword
comparing.
genuinely
Stop
is bigger.
comparing.
No, it's not.
No, it's about the. Okay. Stand directly exactly against this block.
I do not need to hear this.
No, they're talking.
It's about the
literal.
same.
Yeah, they look the same.
I do not need to hear this.
They
I
got
also
fucking
wonder if
long
this.
swords, bro.
Ow!
My
Look,
sword
I
does a
just-
lot of damage.
Hey guys, I can just climb up the house. Wanna see? I'm gonna climb up.
I
the
can
house
also
real
do
quick.
that. If I
Let
get
me
3
just-
spider eyes, I could also do that. Can
Bye,
someone give me 3
hi
spider eyes,
guys.
please?
Hey guys.
Hey, can someone give me 3 spider eyes, please?
Look up here.
Hey, could you hold this
Hi.
for a second? Can you hold this in
I'll
your
do
face
it.
for a second?
Oh, not
Okay,
Thank you.
that did half my health.
Hi.
I wanna try.
Wait,
that.
wait,
Okay.
weird. How much damage does it do? Like mine has a 12. What's yours?
Hi.
13.
Taste
Wait,
my
can I?
smoke.
Yours
Wait, can I
better.
fire from here? Wait, can I?
Oh, what enchants do you have?
Please don't blow up our house.
Weird. What
It's
enchants
far
does it
enough
have?
away.
It's got sweeping edge for some reason.
Anything
It like
else?
no, just sweeping edge.
Huh.
Just this works really well because it's like an Ender Dragon thing almost. Just
Hey, there's
my
a
God.
village. Have y'all been to the village yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's our village. We like claimed
I'm
it.
gonna go rob it.
It's literally named EK Village.
am I allowed
Yeah,
to
I'm gonna
live
go
around
rob
here?
it.
Is that okay?
No, well, I mean, we can rob it. What'd you say, sir?
Is it okay if I live around here?
August, what do you think?
I'm cool with it.
Yeah, sure.
Yee.
Oh, but when I show up, you're like, nuh-uh.
Yeah, you're loud,
trying
that's
to
why.
Build a house.
Yeah, you're trying to
their
build a house inside of our house.
Build a
That's why.
house in someone's floor.
You're so
Why did you
loud.
get louder?
He gets louder. What? How do you do it? Do you have like
I
a
just-
thing in your mic where if you get louder, it raises your volume
No,
automatically?
I just talk.
I don't believe
Stop
you.
talking.
Why are you Australian?
Stop
Why
talking.
are you Australian?
Why are you blue?
Why are you blue?
I'm
Like
up
seriously,
on the roof.
I'm gonna assume what it is I'm just talking louder, and for some reason you think I have magic powers. Hang on, we can try this. All right, so I'm talking at normal volume. Now I'm talking at a louder volume. Now I'm talking at a louder
Oh my God.
volume.
I'm
It
gonna
is
make
just
my
me
eardrums
talking.
bleed.
It is just me talking. This is the
That is
power. No,
curse.
you know what it is. You know what it is. It's the fact that I have a good mic.
I climbed all the way up the roof.
No.
You don't have a good mic.
My
Yeah.
mic is great. Oh,
Silence.
Oh my God.
that wasn't very
That was
loud.
like in.
No,
That was like
it's
in
'cause-
my head. It wasn't.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't loud, but it was in my head.
I should
I'm
also
the
mention
disembodied voice.
It's worse.
I
it's
literally
worse
have
if
my
I
gain
don't-
meter at 0. I wonder what happens when I turn that up.
Why?
It's
God,
worse
please
Why
because
would
I
you
don't-
do that?
Hey, wait,
No,
I want to try something.
Oh.
Hold on.
No, Ender.
What
Gain
if I do
0.
this?
And the gain is literally the lowest level. Like gain 0 is the
Can we
lowest
kick
level.
him from the group? Can we kick
Is
him
that
from
a
the group?
rainbow sheep? There's a rainbow sheep.
Yeah, this is gay sheep.
I get louder, not
Dude,
quieter.
okay. As someone who is like really like specific and like precise about like their audio stuff, this hurts.
I know. It hurts a lot.
Oh.
Why do you have the J Schlatt funny mic? What is happening?
No, literally, that's what it is. It's either the J Schlatt funny mic or the Technoblade mic, and there's no in
wait.
between.
It's,
I
it's
wanna
the J
try
flat one,
something.
definitely.
It like switches. It switches.
Hold on. My mic
I'm just
Ah,
vibing
bro,
on
think
the
you
roof.
Technoblade. Yeah, we're just
Over
chilling
there.
on the roof.
Once it gets to nighttime, my hearts will go back up, so I'll be happy.
I
So-
keep forgetting I have a backpack. I should store
Fun
stuff in
fact.
it.
I don't have.
Hey guys.
Stop.
What
All I
I
have to
do?
All I have to do is punch something.
Hey, punching things is not nice.
Punch me.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I just regained.
Wait, that's just
hunger.
like Ultra Kill from New
Wait,
Blood.
really?
Yep. I'm just
That's actually.
regaining
It's,
hunger
are you
from
like a
punching.
vampire or something?
No, look.
Oh, hey, Nameless.
Look, no. I hadn't
Yeah,
set
She
my
has
spawn
5
yet.
hearts, you little shit.
I hadn't set my spawn yet, and they said to punch them. No, my stuff.
So many
is up
people have
there.
died on our roof.
My stuff.
That's hilarious. I was not one of them.
My book.
I refuse to die on your roof.
I'm coming back.
I'm gonna pick up all your guys' stuff.
Hi, I'm up here.
I died to
need
your
my-
stupid plants.
I just need my. I just want the book. Why? Whose stuff is that?
I don't know what
well,
the book is.
I
Oh,
guess
this is
the
all
runic
weirdly
grimoire-
named.
well, the
Weird-
other-
weird.
The tin ingot stuff is mine now, I guess. Thank you for the tin. I'm giving him back, relax. I'm not gonna take your shit, don't worry. It's
I
all
got
on
some
the
water
side
running
of
on
the
the side.
roof.
Yeah, you gotta somehow get up here.
It's all on the side of the roof. Oh, hey, your
There you go.
weapon. Oh, I got your weapon.
Oh
Where are
wait,
you
cat,
guys
wait.
hanging out?
Wait, son.
Where
You
are
are
you
such a
guys?
little gremlin. You know that.
Wait, what happened?
You're such a gremlin, but it's great.
We're on our roof.
I feel like we'll get along very
I
well.
can't get up there. I'm normal.
I feel like we'll get along very well.
Okay, take your way,
I've
son.
gotten an idea.
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
Oh.
wait, no, they got my waystone.
Who stole it? Gambit.
Damn
What
it,
the
my
fuck?
waystone.
No, it wasn't me.
Who took my
I'm
waystone?
over here.
I think you clicked my waystone.
I didn't take anything.
Weird.
Don't look at me like that.
Bestie, behind you.
Weird.
I didn't take anything. Seriously.
Did you take her
Are you on
waystone?
my head?
I didn't take. Oh wait, I did take
Did-
a waystone.
Oh my fucking god.
I need my waystone. That's important.
Why did I
You
just
wanna
get an Xbox notification?
Oh, August, we're gonna go on a trip together.
Okay.
I don't know whose crown this is. but it's
Ah!
cool, and I want it.
What?
Oh, that is
No, give me my crown back.
intimidating.
Give me my crown back.
I will, but that is intimidating with the
Nah, bro.
character.
Bro, don't got a true crown. Look at my crown.
No,
I
look
got a
how
cow in it.
No, but look how intimidating this is.
I have a
considering
crown,
what
my
character
crown.
is.
Oh my god, that is actually kind of scary.
She's an ender dragon. This is 10 times worse. And like, and she's
I
also
poured
got
more
like,
water
I've
in your
got a,
front
I've got a
lawn.
knife like on my arm. If you have like cosmetic.
Thanks
Oh,
for warning,
whoa.
Lorne.
Yeah,
I saw that. I didn't realize it
and
was a
then I have
knife
the-
though.
the
That's
eye
cool.
of
Your
Ender
cranium's
as a
looking
necklace.
real tasty at the moment.
You've got knife ears. I don't like that.
Well, she's part fae, so it makes sense that she has elf ears.
Pointy-eared leaf lover.
What?
Hey, wait, hang on. August, do you have my hat?
No.
That was just
Wait,
racist.
yes.
I
made
No,
one.
that's that.
Wait.
Yeah, no, that literally
Hey,
just
wait,
is
is
racist.
that is
Oh,
your
I
book
got it
over
again.
here?
Everyone keeps taking my crown.
Oh,
No.
nice.
When is my turn to take the crown?
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
there you
hey,
go.
I want my crown.
hey. Is your book
Why
over
is
here?
you?
Oh,
Is that
I
your
want my
book?
crown so I can get banned for flying.
Is that your book
Oh,
down there?
pick it up again.
Probably. I'm trying to get my crown at the moment. Get off my head and just throw it at me, because you have a higher PP priority than me.
Yeah, because he was
Oh
on the
my
server
God.
first. That's how that works. Whoever joins. Oh, so you're in Australia, bro.
Shh. Can I
Your
have
thing
my
is 216.
Can I have my fucking crown back?
Here, give it to me.
I want to try.
Okay, let's go.
No. I just want to
Bye.
get banned
Here.
for flying.
We're out of here.
Can you not
Oh wait,
fly
that's literally
without
that's
it?
literally our house.
I can,
We're
It's
I'm
fleeing
running
our
away
own
from
house.
our house. Yeah,
I want,
literally.
I want the crown on me and I get banned at the very least.
I'm gonna
Brother.
set my spawn in here. If
I
that's
finished the
okay.
roof, by the way.
Wait, do you take fall damage if I take fall damage?
Water.
I think so.
I don't
Oh,
take fall
thanks.
damage.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, we get it.
It's really hard
Wait.
to get through a door when I
Oh,
start
you
climbing
do?
it.
Did you?
That's so odd.
Am
Stop
I crown
placing
back?
water on our house.
My fault.
Put the bamboo tree here.
Also my fault.
What the fuck?
Look, it's a nice tree.
Can I
Say thank
punch
you.
a
Yeah, you know what, valid.
I
Can I have
actually
my
like
hat?
it.
I
Can I have a
punched a
pointy hat
butterfly.
back?
No.
I don't
do
like
you
getting
should.
an I don't like getting
Yeah.
a thing called the butterfly effect when I punch a butterfly. I don't like that.
I have 4 water bottles.
Yum.
The better question is, why are you punching a butterfly?
I don't know. I wanted to see if it dropped anything. It was curiosity. It got the best of me. Okay.
Yeah, curiosity killed the butterfly.
Can
Can I have a crown?
I don't have it.
No.
Ha ha
I don't have it.
baga da ha ba.
I dropped it.
Where?
Outside.
Where?
Outside.
wanna throw
I
the
actually don't know
raw
where.
meat on your
I
windows,
have no
that's
clue where they
kinda
put it.
funny.
There's
I
so
dropped
many
it.
butterflies around
Please
here.
don't throw more raw meat on our
What
window.
do
The
we got?
meat juices are still there from last time.
Yeah,
Look at all
but
this-
where did you drop it? My crown, no!
Oh wow,
No.
you guys are like
Ow.
you guys are
Don't
like
fart
right by
on
an
me.
orchard. I'm gonna go over to the orchard and get some stuff.
Wait, where?
Your
Huh?
favorite
What?
ghost on the moist
My
desert
book's
beach.
also gone. I can't learn the
Yeah.
literature of the world now.
Boo.
Oh, there's a beaver. Hi, friend.
Easier.
Womp womp.
I'm gonna shank a
Get over here.
ghost.
Get over
No,
here.
you ain't. I'm a ghost.
A ghost is not knife proof.
Well,
Did
yeah,
I-
not if you. Yeah, well, check this out.
Sorry, I'm getting crumbs on you.
What the?
Yeah,
Yeah,
where'd
you're
it go?
fine.
Where'd I
I'm used to
go?
it.
Just brush them off.
I just
You're over there!
Am I? No, not quite. I'm back at the house.
Okay, where do you want to go? I actually have no clue where we should go.
You can
Should we
find
follow?
treasures.
The 2 ghosts or the person that can't take fall damage?
I'm not a ghost.
And we're ghost
Well-
friends. We could be ghost besties.
I'm just collecting
Might as
stuff
well
for
be.
you guys. I'm collecting for you guys right now.
Oh, thank you.
Hey.
Yeah, that's the habit of mine. Like when I meet people, I tend to collect them.
Anyways, I might be about to get banned for fly hacks. Hopefully I don't, but I'm gonna become Mary
God.
Poppins if I don't.
American
Ender, watch,
Idol.
look at me. Ender, look at me. Look at me, Ben.
Hey, there's an orchard. Cap, there's an orchard like right by you guys' house.
Orchard?
An orchard?
Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Wait,
there's
which
Oh,
way?
is that over there?
Just yeah, there's tons of apples.
Wait, where? This way?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Left more.
If you need
Southeast.
apples, then like if you
See it?
need apples, if you get
Oh
gold,
yeah!
if you guys get gold, you're
noticed
just
that.
gonna have an endless supply of golden apples here.
Oh, we got gold.
Oh, I'm in the wall.
I got banned for fly
I'm
hacking.
Yeah, we know.
Oh!
Oh, so you didn't get banned, you just
Ow.
got kicked.
Well, yes.
You guys are literally just
Ban
gonna have
sounds
an
funny.
endless supply of apples at that point. Like it's nice.
Hey.
I swear to God, if this mod pack has the glow squids that
I
make you
mean-
get hypnotized, I'll cry.
Alright, well, I'm gonna
Oh,
disappear
what the
back to
who?
my home now.
Oh yeah,
Where's
the
your
glow
weird.
squids that want.
Is it inside of? Oh, okay.
It's probably underground, under your
Like inside
house.
our house, yeah. Like
Yeah.
I can't wait to log in tomorrow and just see that he built an entire like railway system under our house.
I'll do it if you
What is
want.
this? Oak shrub.
You can't, but no.
Where'd he go? Guys, come over to Pirate Island. It's fucking sick here.
It's fucking
Hey,
lit
hey.
over at Pirate
Oh,
Island.
it's a. Where's the
I got apples.
Pirate Island time. Wow,
Oh,
there's a whole
everything
void of
didn't
nothing.
load for a second. There was nothing
Wow.
loading for a second.
There is nothing at Pirate Island.
Pirate Island.
It's cool looking though.
Is
Not...
literally
Oh come on!
It's cool
It
looking.
lost my heart. I'm gonna cry. Somebody slapped and I lost all my heart.
Pirate Island.
Sandy grass.
Potatoes as far as the eye can
Hey,
see.
stop griefing
Hey.
Pirate
Where?
Island.
At our place, they're all grown.
Oh, is there? Yeah, potatoes.
I'm coming.
Hey, don't leave Pirate Island.
Is that
No,
good?
I gave someone my iron hoe. Fuck, which one of you did I give my iron hoe?
Ah,
Ooh, get
It
fucked,
probably wasn't me.
skeleton.
Unrelated. I do have an iron hoe.
where are you, Cap?
Brother,
I'm at
I
our
crafted
potato
this.
farm.
I crafted this all on my own.
Oh,
I'm almost to the potato farm. I must
oh
harvest
you're
these.
right.
What if
No
I
one
never
touch the
left?
potatoes.
That's,
No one. If you, I will murder you. I will kill you with a weapon.
Can I touch them since
As
I'm
opposed
over
to-
here?
I can
No.
kind of hide in here.
No, since I'm gonna probably be living nearby.
Actually, let me harvest them.
Also,
but after
also,
this, yeah.
oh god, that's gonna. Oh, also here.
Apple. I already have 2. I got
It's
10.
not
Wow.
just 2. It's 8.
Oh, hello. Who put a fart? I know who put a fart cloud here.
Did you even need to ask?
Yeah, he's the only one that can.
I have 10. Is that okay? It's okay if I keep the 10.
Yeah, sure.
We should definitely have rolling fields of potatoes.
No, you didn't.
I left them on the
No,
ground.
it's not just potatoes. I
Let's
saw
do it
onions.
again. Look.
Cap, you want me to show you where the onions were?
What?
I saw onions.
Hey,
They're
stop
over this way.
stomping on that. That's really
only
disrespectful
potatoes
to the
for
plant
us.
life.
Potatoes.
Saw them over
There's
this
not
way.
supposed to be dirt here.
Yeah, there's the onions.
What's it supposed to be?
Get the fuck out of here. I'll kill you.
I'll grab the onions.
I don't consent to being killed.
You signed a consent form for that too, actually.
Yeah.
Oh, hey,
I
they
don't know
dropped
who in their right mind would sign a consent form for that.
Oh.
Actually, I know a few people that would.
How'd I get this book?
I'm gonna
Ooh,
I'm
there's
gonna
an
obby trap
orange
one of your
forest.
fart clouds one day.
There's an orange forest nearby. What
Because
the?
it'd be funny.
Yeah, what happens if I just left?
Yeah, teensy tiny.
Hey,
Literally,
hey,
look at
Cap.
this.
Oh,
I'm smelling the grass.
Come over where I am. Are these blocks just not loading in, or are they just actually black?
I don't know where you are.
yeah, where is she?
They're pumpkins. I think the pumpkins are bugs.
Yeah, itty bitty. I'm a mouse.
I can't see pumpkins.
Oh, is it not? Okay, it's not just me.
No, I am an ender, man.
Oh, wait, can I just not see pumpkins? No, that's not. No, they're
What's your
they're.
No, I can see them on the ground. It's what?
What's your idea?
These
What do you
are
want
some
about?
glitched.
What do you
These are
do
some
if
glitched
I'm here?
pumpkins. Cap,
Okay,
cap,
well, I guess
cap.
you can send a little one after me. That's
Yeah, I send the little one
that's
after
a
you.
huge-ass hammer.
Yeah, that's literally I just send the little one after you.
Cap.
That's how it works.
Cap.
Not on your fucking ankles.
Cap.
Not if you're going the opposite direction.
Oh, I have no food.
I
Can
wanted to
somebody
get the
give me food?
fish, but
I'm gonna starve.
I
Oh wait,
gotcha.
no, actually, hang on, I got this.
what are your little
No,
rodent
no, no,
powers?
don't kill the guy, don't kill the guy.
Give me. I
No,
need.
no, 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 no.
I need to punch
Can't
them.
I have food.
teleport.
I have.
No, I
Oh,
can't
well.
eat
Also,
normal
if
food.
someone
I need
hits
to
me,
Oh, you
punch.
can't?
there's a chance
Oh,
that
well,
whatever
punch
is
me
in
then.
their
Don't kill
hand
the
will
cow.
become a wooden hoe. It is the most dumb
There you go.
thing.
So I can eat normal
But
food.
I thought it
it's
was
a little
hilarious.
system.
Here,
Yeah,
come
let me
over,
show you- let me
come
show you
over
the
here.
top
Look,
part.
I want you to see this.
Wait.
This is funny.
See.
There's some
Yeah, I'm
glitched
gonna my head.
pumpkins that are
Yeah.
just completely black.
I like funny things.
I laugh funny, haha.
Actually, I would like a pumpkin. That way I could mess
Look at
mess with Ender more.
Exactly.
You little shit.
Exactly.
Come over here. I want you to see
They
this.
are normal for me.
They are completely black on my screen.
Are you using the texture pack or
Can you tilt your
shaders
head
or
down?
anything?
I think I'm using.
Oh, they're
I'm
black.
using the texture pack. I think. Are they black for you too?
Yeah, they're black.
Are you guys using
Okay,
the
it's not
texture
just
pack?
me. It's
Yeah.
a texture pack.
Oh yeah, the texture pack probably does it then. No,
just-
Gambit, no, please.
Oh, when they move them, they're
Oh.
not.
Aha!
Oh, look,
I've
guys,
taken it.
rainbow.
Wait, what was if I
Rainbow.
put it on?
It's a
Do I
rainbow
become
sheep.
visible
I'm
to
gonna
myself?
punch it.
I do.
I'm gonna punch it.
I
That's
can't see
funny.
myself.
Hey, bestie.
Give me
Ow!
your. Give
There's
me your
nothing.
life.
Sorry. There's nothing I can do about this one. Cap, you're gonna have to
I'm
block him for me.
just-
Wait,
Yeah.
no, the gay sheep. This is homophobic.
No, I'm sorry, but the gay sheep needed to die.
I can't believe you.
needed the
I can't
life.
believe you killed the gay sheep.
I stole its life.
I can't believe you
essence.
killed the gay sheep and harvested the gay essence.
Seriously, I'm really hoping that it'll trigger in like
you
a
harvested
super
the gayness
intense
out of the
moment.
sheep.
You can't see me. You can't
Yeah,
see me.
I see your apple eating.
That was me.
That wasn't me.
Oh, I see your bread eating. You're leaving crumbs.
Die. I need your life essence, mister. Give me.
You can't do shit.
I love that I just aggressively punch things to gain life. It's great.
You gotta find like a really strong mob that
Hey,
won't attack back
stop
that
doing
also
I will
regens health
never
over
run
time.
out of. I will never run out of life if I find an extremely strong mob. I will just keep. If I get a zombie spawner, I just have an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Oh my god.
I just realized I did like a child move. I hit him and then I
Look how
ran
pretty
back
this
to
is.
my parent. Right behind your legs.
Let this go, my child.
Baby Soglin maneuver. Or
You
baby
guys-
Hoglin maneuver.
You guys want some leaves?
Literally, actually.
I like leaves.
You guys want leaves? Cause I found a bunch of leaves.
We got I think we
I'm
got.
just gonna walk
we,
over with a pile.
If
got
we
a
need
lot of
if we need leaves, you've got
There's just gonna
options.
be a. There's
Yeah.
just gonna be a pile of leaves in a corner. I'm just gonna have a leaf pile
What the
as my little
fuck?
spot.
Who put a purple
What?
tower?
Oh, we already got the wooden tower. We don't need the
We
purple
don't
one.
need to get this out of here.
I have no idea.
It's gonna be
who
super
these
slow because you're on my head.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay if I build my house nearby, right?
Actually, I'll leave it and
Yeah.
I'll take care of it later. I can climb up to the top.
Because I will, I will genuinely help out with stuff if need be.
Yeah,
'Cause
sure, I'm fine
I
with
really
it.
like this place. It's pretty.
It is really pretty.
I just got I have 64 maple leaves.
Wait, how are you
I'm-
getting leaves? Wait, I just
Oh,
realized what?
Come over to where come over to where I am. There's a little forest area. You can punch the leaves on the ground and you can collect them. You don't even need shears. It's great.
Oh, really?
I'll build a boat in the water.
So I'm just leaf collecting right now. Literally, it's funny. I'm an ender dragon. I guess this is my collection. I collect leaves.
Can I build a boat in your water sometime?
No.
Why does everyone want to like just gather around us? What is going on?
It's okay. We can have a community.
I mean, yeah, no, I'm fine with it. I'm just like, why us?
Plus,
I'm
I
just like,
haven't.
why?
That's a
like,
good
plus
question.
You guys
Why
are like
us?
the first people I've chatted with
Yeah,
this season.
like we
so-
are.
Ooh.
I don't.
Well, you are the first
Listen,
people
I
I've
need-
chatted with this season.
I like
I
this
need to
area.
expand
It
my
looks like
pirate
fall.
This is really
empire,
pretty.
and you know.
Okay,
what,
but can we agree that the texture pack is so fucking pretty?
Yeah.
Faithless?
Like,
I
Does it look
like
like fall
it.
to
It's
you, or
just.
does it look?
It
like
does
normal?
look like fall.
Yeah.
I like it. I just had to turn it off because the like higher up resolution texture packs hurt my eyes.
Oh, it's running. It's pretty nice, honestly.
It is really pretty, yeah, but yeah.
Here's the deal. Your little river needs a pirate ship.
Fine.
Well, here. How about?
Actually,
you make a dock and put the pirate ship at the dock.
Actually, okay, wait. If you look on the map, the spot exactly like right of our house is pretty big, and I feel like a small pirate ship could fit there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That could be nice.
Small one.
Well, yeah. I'm
Small.
not gonna build our flagship here. That one goes in the ocean.
I see smoke over there.
I need to build as many pirate ships as I can.
Should I spread out our little forest?
I'm like
Here,
a
I'm
dog. I
grabbing-
see smoke and I run.
Do you guys want cherry saplings?
Yes,
Like cherry
please.
cherry
What
blossom
happened
trees?
Sure, yeah.
Because we've
Okay,
got
I'll
the
grab
two
it.
right now.
I go,
but that's
and because it's a fart.
Die. You
Literally
go,
is. Okay. I go, and I
didn't
wave my
realize
hand
we
in
were
front of my
around there.
face. No, this is a different village.
Ew, I found a
it.
rat.
There's like holy shit. There's like
Don't know, it's a
Holy
four
shit, a
There's a
rat.
rainbow
bunch of
cows?
villages around us. Rainbow cows?
Yeah.
What?
Or were they sheep? I couldn't tell. I got a little gay blind.
Okay, I'm gonna do this awesome thing called sleeping because it's almost 3:33.
bread.
Oh no.
I just
Guys,
Ooh.
sleep.
you should never call Chuck E. Cheese at 3 a.m. I saw it.
That is the
Should I call
most.
Chuck E.
Saw it on-
Cheese right now?
I saw
This
it on a
is some
YouTube
clickbait.
video. I
This
saw
is
it
some
on a YouTube
clickbait
video.
shit right here.
No, Chuck
Whoa,
E. Cheese
what's
came
that
to their
potion
house
on
I
your
should
thing?
and
probably
killed them all.
ask. It's okay to curse, right? You guys don't mind?
Yeah.
Fuck.
See
Yeah.
the potion thing?
Fuck shit,
you see
penis.
that?
What?
There's like a potion
Where?
thing
The
or something
Among
on
Us
the
potion
on the
at 3
table.
a.m. Close enough.
What is that?
Oh, whoa,
Oh.
you're sitting on it.
Who joined
How
the
you-
server? Oh.
You are sitting on a item frame. You can sit on item
That's
frames.
amazing.
What happens if I break
Hang
it?
on, I
You
can
can
probably
you can
join
just float. You can just float.
Cap, you're such a gremlin, and I love it.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay, what horrible things can I make you guys do with channel points?
I can't spin it. I thought I
Oh
could spin
god.
it.
Oh, I can't boo
Wait, since you put that down, could you not see it in
What
the
does
item
colon
frame?
3 do?
Phone 3 does nothing. I no, I could see it. It's just
Ah.
if someone's wearing it, I can't see them.
Mm.
We're doing this cool.
Hi,
Oh, I
sir.
need
Where
a
are you
posture
guys?
check.
May
Where
I
are you
take
guys?
you right
I
there?
need a posture check.
Where-
point
where-
of reference
where
for
are you
this
guys
I
video.
am
there.
now?
right now, so I'm in a chair.
Oh.
My feet are on the wall. My back is where my ass is meant to be.
My back is where my ass is meant to be.
I
Oh,
can-
that's just... Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Cap, where are you?
On ahead.
Ah!
Yeah.
You just teleported. Whoever punched me just teleported me outside
You'll
the
never
house.
know who it was.
I love how our dynamic is literally just me walking around and you just sitting on my head.
Cap, where
I'm just
are
You
you?
opening
observing.
doors
I'm
sometimes.
on ahead.
Yeah.
They're together.
Yeah, where?
Like,
So I think it's really funny how you're the first person I interacted with, and we just stuck together the whole
We
time.
did.
Where
I
are
just
you
climbed on your
guys?
head
'Cause
and
I
never
have
got
stuff.
off.
On top of
Yeah.
Yes, I'm aware.
We're in a village south of our house.
Yeah.
Okay. That does not.
They're chill.
Never say that again.
What? What'd I do?
You said.
Laura, why
You
are there
said
4
Ender
bells?
is under cap. That should not be a sentence.
What?
My fault.
I'm stealing this waystone. I doubt we're gonna do anything with this village, right? Should I just
Still
steal
have
the
a hole
waystone?
in your
Yeah.
window, by the way.
Here, let me get off.
Y'all should
Where is
keep
the
it.
village?
It's the me. It's my egg.
Oh wait.
So
Oh,
it's-
someone is already taking this.
Hey, where is the village?
Wait. Okay, I mined the
South of-
waystone and
south of
someone.
our house.
Yeah, it's south.
Southwest.
I mined the
South?
waystone, but it already has a
Okay,
name,
then
meaning
going
someone
right
has
way.
already taken it. So.
Oh,
Going the
there's a
right
whole
way.
cherry grove there. That's
Okay,
cool.
I'm gonna leave before I get distracted again. Bye bye.
You see,
Good
this
night.
is
So
why
who
I
lives here?
always.
Bye, Gambit.
Big
This
and
is
bit.
why I always click the waystone before I grab it.
Yeah. Well, it had like
Oh,
one
I
of the
see you.
default names, so I don't think like someone like owns the village.
Was it a random
Whoa.
name?
Yeah. Oh, there's a daylight sensor and a dispenser, so when it turns day or night, freaking firework goes off. That's kind of cool.
Ooh. That's cool.
I thought I saw you, but it was an ender. I looked at the pin.
Dude.
I was like, oh, that's the, because no, it's an enderman. I was like, oh, hello, sir. Goodbye. Okay, I
Check the
am heading
fridge.
over.
Where? Fridge. Yo,
Potatoes.
potatoes.
There are so.
There you go, go
Why
ahead.
are there so many? This is such a huge village. What the heck?
I'm using my sword.
Why does this bed say Olaf?
What?
There's so many things here that I don't know where you are because there's so many mobs.
Why does it say Olaf? You're. Oh, okay. Just go. Continue going forward and
Oh,
go
wait, I see,
to.
I think I see you.
Yeah, okay, you see us, yeah.
I need to punch it. Okay,
You're. Wait.
Oh, this one says Paul.
Oh, it's the names.
Ah. I didn't think of them as people, so I didn't realize they had names.
Yeah, no, me neither.
Give me your life force. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I'm okay.
Seeds, wheat. Oh, you want the wheat. Oh, it's cabinets. That makes sense. I always wondered why there are buttons on the honey. Honey funnies.
I'm like
You have to take damage. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
I'm right by you. I know I see it.
If you make me
I
take
see your
damage one more
name.
time, I'm gonna knob on your ankles.
Oh, hey, there you are.
Hello.
Hi. I may have grabbed things while exploring.
Pretty flowers.
Pretty
Big
flowers.
field.
Where's Cap? Cap, come here.
You are just like my little. You're like a little turret. Dude, if you get a bow, oh my god,
I gotta get a bow.
dude. I usually love bows, but
where
no,
is
I gotta
Cap,
get
real
you one.
quick? I want to give him some. Cap, come here.
I'm on
Cap,
his head
come
still.
Here. I
Here's
know,
Cap.
but come here
Hello.
so I can give you it. Come here.
I present to you.
That was perfect.
Wait, your name is Cap, and you sit in my head.
I'm a Cap. Ooh, pink
Holy
daisy.
shit.
Yeah, I found a pink daisy. If I can like it.
Yeah,
I also
pick
got
up the
4
flags.
cherry saplings. Oh god! Dang it! I lost health again. I'm gonna cry.
Oh, it's 3:35 a.m.
Oh.
Yeah, I need to regain some hunger real quick.
Oh, fine. Yeah, you're fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ooh,
Yeah. Okay, there we go. I'm good.
Butterfly. Oh, look, onions.
Oh,
Waystone.
I
You're
got
trying to
it.
get on the butterfly.
It's
Oh, you
spice
got
bush.
it.
I'm like, this is such a big village. What the heck?
Eyes
Let
is
me in.
bigger. Is that pie?
Let me
Pie.
in.
Wait, what was the item frame inside of the... I'm not even gonna ask questions.
Exploring.
Ooh,
No
painting.
chest, don't care. Ooh, wait, painting?
Ooh!
Yeah, I hit it. It's on the
Did you get
table. No.
Emeralds.
Got it.
Got it? Cool.
Yeah, my inventory's too full of potatoes for this. Sorry.
Well, the good thing is it's not far away, so.
Yeah, but like I don't feel like going back.
To our house.
Oh wait, I literally have a TP there. I can just TP.
Have we tried TPing like this?
We have not.
It works. It should work. It should be fine. Do you guys
Sorry.
want
Okay.
bookshelves?
Here, go. Wait, I might be able to reach it if you couldn't.
Do you guys want books?
I already
Because
opened
there's
it,
like a
there's
whole
nothing in
bunch
it.
of bookshelves in here.
Book those.
Do we need bookshelves? Other than for like
For
building
enchanting.
stuff. Well, there's max enchantment tables that spawn.
Oh, are
Yeah,
there?
still. You really would have to go back to spawn every time you get.
You can just do /spawn.
Yeah.
I'm so confused in the books. Oh,
Check this
why?
out.
These have the
Ooh.
coolest
Oh, shit.
texture and it's very satisfying.
Hey, turn around. Hey, cat. No, cat, turn around.
Huh? Oh, jeez! You
Yeah, we're both. They're a small gremlin. I'm a fucking massive gremlin. Oh fuck! I missed. Possum. Possum.
Awesome possum.
Possum.
Awesome possum.
I'll never get over you riding things. It's so fucking funny.
That's so cute.
Oh.
You can ride.
Oh,
You can
he wants to
really
leave.
You could
Oh,
take
I love
that
the ear
if you
twitch.
had a way of like maneuvering it. You could take that all the way back.
We
to
have
spawn.
leads.
Oh, wait, give me lead. I'll lead.
I don't
lead
have
the
it with me. We've
possum,
got 'em
and
at
you
the
just sit on
house.
it. Ah.
There's
Right back.
literal arrows stuck to this.
Oh, he's trying to get in the house.
Oh yeah,
This
I
is
can
a
sit
house
down here
possum.
and be fine. That's right. I forgot.
House possum.
Get
Hey,
out of
look.
here, tool smith.
Hey guys, I can just sit in the water
Make up.
and be
Set.
fine.
What chest are the leads in?
I
Oh, I found
get
him.
it. Oh, I could just make a house in water.
Onward, my trusty steed. I wonder if I put a lead on one of these and then I ride it, if I can make
I
it go where I
can
want it
just
to go.
make my house in the river.
Maybe.
Food for
I can
thought.
make my house in the river. You wanna know why?
Why?
It's dark enough in water that I gain back my heart.
Oh my god. It's actually kind of smart.
I don't know where this possum's going.
So if I make a house in the
I don't
water,
control this man.
I can make
He's
some
a free
underground
agent.
areas, and I'll have
Oh,
living
right.
space.
Oh,
Village?
what are we doing here?
I'm not.
Sir. Sir?
What am I doing? I can just I can just go
Oh.
through the water to get home if I wanted to. I have the easiest
Do
way
you?
to get
Oh,
around.
oh, okay.
Oh, there.
Are we good? Okay, cool. We're good. Let's go.
Where are you?
I found.
Oh, I can see you. Go that way.
This way?
Yep. Go a little bit more right.
Oh, I see you. Okay. I don't see the possum, but I see you.
He's climbing things. So I don't know where he's going.
He's going.
Yeah!
Are they?
Oh.
It works.
Fell.
Oh wait.
There we go.
Okay, there.
Oh
I did.
my
It does. I thought it didn't work because you're sitting on it, but it does work.
I'm bringing some stuff back to your place.
Just gonna.
He's flying.
Wait, do leads work when I teleport? I'm gonna try.
Yeah.
I'm bringing stuff back over to your
Nope.
place.
I got the
No.
lead though. Wait. Can I? And then.
Yeah. Wait. What if you TP?
Aw.
Aw,
I
that
tried
don't work.
riding it with the lead. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
Aw.
Oh. I think because I can only teleport short distances, maybe. It's not really worth it though.
Hello.
Was that 5 rainbow
Goodbye.
sheep? Jesus.
Oh, God. That's too many gays.
Yeah.
What?
It's okay. I'm bisexual.
It's like a whole pride festival right there.
5.
Where'd you guys go?
Turn around.
Oh.
Putting some stuff in here.
Where'd the possum go? Where'd the possum?
He's this way.
Oh wait, wasn't there one that was closer to us?
I feel like there might. I don't remember where we saw the last possum. Where'd he go?
It was like a little north. I feel like it's worth just waiting for another one to spawn than dragging this one all the way to our house.
Yeah. There we go.
Can I snatch the stone pickaxe?
Sure.
Thank you.
So much better being on your head. I can actually see things.
Happy to be what's it called? I don't know, something.
My stepping
It's
stool.
something.
Boom.
Oh.
Oh, you don't come with me when you teleport?
No.
Fuck.
Would you teleport home?
Yeah.
Wow. Tree.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, should we keep this bamboo tree here?
Oh my god,
I feel
just
like it
realized how
kind of
easy-
looks nice with the like purple of
Yeah,
the
like it
other
oddly
trees.
fits.
Yeah.
I just realized how easy it's gonna be for me to like mine and stuff because I just keep I can just keep punching stuff to get back health.
Wait, is it like if you punch just mobs? Or is it
You just punch
like,
stuff like mobs.
like,
and stuff. Yeah, it has to
can
be
you punch
mobs.
like stone? Oh, it has to
No,
be
it's
mobs. Okay.
mobs. You gain back. from
Imagine you
mobs,
could just
which
like
is
you could just like destroy your fists on stone and gain back health.
that would be the funniest thing.
I would love that. I've chosen that origin, that was true.
This origin's pretty nice though. I mean, it's especially if I'm going mining underground. That'll be like I'll have my maximum health, which is nice.
What was I gonna do? It felt important. I can't remember.
You were gonna do something.
Ah. Yes. Oh. Oh.
I wish there's a way to more efficiently get the painting you want instead of just breaking and placing it over and over again.
You're trying to get a smaller one?
Oh wait, I can place blocks around it.
Yeah, use the dirt.
Yeah.
Dirt.
Do I still
Dirt.
have the
Little
effect of like
dirty.
not mining really well underground? I'm curious. Underwater. Let's see.
Oh. Oh.
I
Okay,
can just
screw
mine-
me then. I need more dirt, I guess. My god.
Just mine stone underwater and not have to worry. This is great.
What I want.
You guys can just send me on mining expeditions in the ocean. You guys can just
getting-
go, hey,
there
we
we go.
need materials from the ocean, and I can just go and get it. I can just swim and not have to worry. It's great.
Big cylinder.
What are you doing?
Oh, the baby chicken.
Yeah. That's your child, technically, because you threw down the egg.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, don't beat your child. Hey.
What?
I'll leave it to it.
There's two of them now. Oh my
Hey,
gosh,
really?
he's fully grown.
Yeah.
The one I was beating on is an adult.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
What?
Wait, do you think if we breed them, or if you breed them specifically, do you think I'll just make another small one?
That'd be amazing. I want
Can we just
an army
can,
of tiny
can
ones.
yeah? Can we just have an army of tiny chickens?
we can get me on like a horse or the pig or something, and then I can hold seeds and lead an army of the small chickens.
Yes. And I'll just be like all the way in the back, just like walking behind them, make sure they're all like staying up,
Getting the
not
stragglers.
attacking, just being like maintenance. Yeah.
I love that you
Bug
put your
collection.
hedgehog to the side.
Hey, he's important, man. His name is Stitch, and he's awesome.
I don't want to get hurt. I'm just gonna go in the ocean and just don't mind me. I'm just gonna go down into the depths to make my home.
Fair enough.
More eggs.
Yo! There's a cool little island, a little east of us. Or no, west.
Cool that
I don't know my directions. Never eat, so west. That could be a cool build spot.
I'm just
And,
in the depths.
oh, that's a big ravine.
I love this texture pack so much. I'm like, it's so
I
pretty.
I really wish that like the bigger textures didn't hurt my eyes.
Oh look, I have the
Makes me sad.
easiest way to get rid of materials. I just throw it and it floats to the surface. I don't need something? That's fine. It'll go to the surface.
Potato chips.
Oh, those are potato chips. Those are whole ass baked potatoes.
Potato chips.
No, for your size, probably.
And the best thing is, I can place lanterns down here.
God, I'm. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
gonna
my
get
brain
I got
going.
hit
is
with
really
tiredness by a
loving it.
truck. Yeah.
My brain is like really loving this because it's so easy to get materials.
No, don't sit in the Lily Valley. That's poisonous. It's poisonous. Don't go in there. Oh no. Oh no.
If you guys need any materials, let me know.
Yeah.
I'm in a literal underwater ravine that's just full of materials.
God damn.
I'm getting
Yeah,
iron
materials
right
are more
now.
common underwater because they're technically not exposed to air blocks.
Reebok.
I don't
Or
have to worry
buck.
about drowning.
Reebok.
So I'm just...
Reebok. That's a brand.
Brand.
Oh, hey, there's a cave.
Brand.
Oh, hey, that's a
Okay,
skeleton.
Elvis.
Oh, no, we're going back up. Going to the surface. Sorry, sir. What the heck? Are you guys okay?
That was not that funny.
Why? Yeah, I'm about to say, what is happening?
The best part is it could be the most stupid shit, but I'm a sympathetic giggler, so if someone else giggles, I can't fucking stop.
Giggling's contagious.
I'm the same thing. I'm the same way. It's just an infinite loop.
Stone at the bottom of the ocean.
It's just an infinite loop of energy. Just goes back and forth and creates an infinite energy
You need to
machine.
start laughing, I swear. Do not. I'm trying to focus on collecting my stone in the depths
Oh
of
my God.
in the depths below. Do not make me start laughing while I focus on my stone.
Oh my God.
I'm just waiting for you guys to start giggling again after a few seconds.
Oh, my head
It
hurts.
seems like it's gonna happen. This Cap is a little giggly, like, monster over there.
My head hurts so bad.
What you
Oh
been
my
up
God.
to,